When it gets wherever it's going, make sure you get the pic, all right?
Just the entrance will do. Send it to me. I'll investigate the owner, but I say maybe back off for now.
Yeah, all right, but shit, we gonna need to find a real good reason to come back here.
And the access code for that gate.
For sure. Look, let's find out who owned this motherfucker and regroup, all right? We'll be in touch.
Hi. You take care.
You get an offensive rebound, another possession, you've got to come out with points in that possession. The Lakers shoot a good ball as a team. You got to steal points wherever you can. That tip-off presented by Planet Fitness and What's New, powered by Ryan Coolbrenner and Hornets. Here's Austin Rivers, averaging 31 points per game. His value was right on target with the other 8. The exact same aces.
Stone formations, the temples that were there.
So now let's talk about the big question that's on everybody's mind. How much money?
Number 20, Alfa Romeo. Did you know that Alfa Romeo's logo shows a giant snake eating a man? Yep, not exactly what you'd expect from a luxury Italian car brand that's been around since 1910. But surprisingly, it all makes sense when you know the history. On the left side, there's a red cross, a clear nod to Milan's flag, since Alfa Romeo was born in that city. On the right, things...
The thing about long-term relationships is, look at that. Crispy chicken from Taco.
A little strange. That serpent is called the Missione, a symbol from the Visconti family who ruled Milan way back in the 14th century. Some say the snake is devouring a man. That's pretty gruesome. So another explanation came that it's giving birth to a new man, purified and reborn. Number 19, Lamborghini. Few automotive rivalries are as legendary or as personal as Lamborghini versus Ferrari. It all started in the early 1960s when Ferruccio Lamborghini, a successful tractor manufacturer, bought a Ferrari. However, he wasn't impressed, especially with the clutch. So, like any bold Italian businessman, he complained directly to Enzo Ferrari. Ferrari, known for his ego, dismissed him and said, "Stick to tractors." Big mistake. Naturally, Ferruccio took that very personally. Not long after, in 1963, he started his own car company to rival Ferrari, and he made sure the world knew it. As a tourist, Ferruccio chose a bull for the logo. He also loved bullfighting, admiring the animal's strength and determination. The specific bull is a Mura, a breed famous in Spanish bullfighting. Number 18, Hyundai. Many people think the logo of the South Korean company Hyundai is just a fancy letter H, and yes, it is the first letter of the brand's name. But there's a bit more to it. Look closely and you'll notice the H is slightly slanted, almost like it's leaning forward. That's because it actually represents two people shaking hands. One is a customer, the other is a Hyundai representative. It's their way of saying, "Nice doing business with you," without needing a single word. Even better, the oval around them symbolizes the company's global reach, like a friendly handshake that spans the world. Interestingly, the company's very first logo in 1969 looked quite different. It had a car window-shaped oval inside a circle with the letters H and D, short for Hyundai. Number 17, Toyota. Did you know Toyota started off making weaving machines, not cars? Before building cars, founder Sakachi Toyota made his mark by inventing an automatic weave. That early success eventually led to the birth of Toyota Motors in 1937 and a whole new legacy. Fast forward to 1989 when Toyota introduced its now iconic three-oval logo on the Celsior, just in time for its 50th anniversary. At first glance, it looks like a stylized T, but there's more going on. The two overlapping inner ovals represent the heart of the customer and the heart of Toyota coming together. The large outer oval, that's the world embracing the brand. And what's more interesting is that the individual parts of the logo actually spell out the letters of the company's name. Another detail worth mentioning is that if you squint a little, you might even spot the eye of a needle with thread, a subtle nod to Toyota's humble beginnings, beautifully woven into the logo itself. Number 16, Ford. Everyone knows Ford's iconic blue oval. It's been around since 1927. While it's recognizable, let's be honest, it's not the most thrilling part of Ford's logo history. No, the real star here is the Ford Mustang. Surprisingly, the famous running horse logo didn't actually debut on the Ford Mustang you're thinking of. Instead, on the Mustang I concept, it first appeared back in 1962, a totally different car with a rear engine and a futuristic speedster vibe. It barely even looked like a Mustang, but things get even stranger. Later that same year, Ford revealed another version, the actual concept of the Mustang we know today. But guess what? There was no horse on the front. Instead, it had a cougar badge because the car was still being called by its original name, Cougar. Eventually, Ford changed the name to Mustang, but even then, the logo wasn't locked in. At one point, they even considered using just a horse's head, like a chess piece. Thankfully, that didn't stick. Finally, Ford approved designer Phil Clark's full running horse, and it made it just in time for the 1964 launch. Number 15, Ferrari. Ferrari's iconic logo, the prancing black horse, isn't just a cool design choice. It actually has a heroic backstory rooted in aviation and legacy. The story begins in 1917 during World War I, when Italian fighter pilot Francesco Baracca painted a black horse on his aircraft. It became his signature, a symbol of courage and victory in the skies. Sadly, Baracca was killed in combat on June 19, 1918, after 34 aerial victories. But the legacy of Italy's top fighter pilot didn't end there. Fast forward to 1923, that's when a young Enzo Ferrari, then a rising racing driver, met Baracca's parents at a race in Ravenna. They admired his spirit and suggested he adopt the prancing horse as a symbol of good luck. Ferrari agreed, but made one key change. He placed the horse on a bright yellow shield, the official color of Modena, his hometown. By 1932, the now iconic logo made its official debut on Alfa Romeo race cars run by Scuderia Ferrari. And when Ferrari began building his own cars in 1947, the emblem came with him, prancing proudly on every machine. Number 14, Saab. Ever seen Saab's logo and thought, why is there a crowned chicken on it? Don't worry, you're not alone. But it's not a chicken, and definitely not a rooster. That creature is a griffin, a mythical beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. And it didn't just appear out of nowhere. The griffin comes from the coat of arms of Count von Skåne, a historic symbol tied to the southern region of Scania, Sweden. So, how did this legendary beast end up on a car badge? In 1969, Saab, originally an aerospace and defense company, merged with Scania Vabis, a truck and bus manufacturer. This partnership gave birth to the combined name and logo, Saab Scania. The griffin was borrowed from Scania's emblem, representing strength, nobility, and Scandinavian heritage. The co-branded badge appeared on Saab cars throughout the 1970s to early 2000s, until the two companies split in 1995. Even then, the griffin remained, refined and modernized, but still wearing its gold crown proudly. Number 13, BMW. At first glance, BMW's logo looks simple, a circle split into blue and white quadrants. But for decades, people believed it represented a spinning airplane propeller. After all, BMW did start out making aircraft engines, so it makes sense, right? Well, not quite. Let's rewind to Germany in 1917. BMW was founded during World War I, and its main business was indeed building aircraft engines. But the famous logo, that didn't actually come from the planes. Instead, it was adapted from the emblem of Rapp Motor and Merca, the company BMW evolved from. The blue and white colors inside the circle represent Bavaria, the region in southern Germany where BMW was born. So, how did the propeller myth begin? In 1929, BMW ran an ad that cleverly placed the logo over rotating airplane blades. It wasn't meant to change the meaning, just to highlight their aviation background. But the public instantly assumed the logo was a propeller, and BMW, perhaps wisely, never corrected the misconception. It wasn't until much later that BMW clarified the truth, and when the company redesigned the badge in 2020, making it flat and modern, they kept the original colors and layout as a tribute to their Bavarian roots and early history in aviation. Number 12, Audi. At first glance, Audi's logo, 4 silver rings, might seem like a modern art piece or maybe just a fancy Olympic knockoff. However, the story behind it is far more complex. In 1932, 4 German car companies, Audi, DKW, Borg, and Wanderer, were struggling to survive during the Great Depression. So they did the smart thing. They teamed up to form a new company called Auto Union. To represent their unity, they designed a logo with 4 interlocking rings, one for each brand. It's kind of like a classy version of the Avengers, but for early German automakers. Fast forward a few decades, and Volkswagen eventually bought Auto Union. Instead of ditching the history, VW kept the 4-ring logo and brought back the name Audi. Number 11, Subaru. Subaru's logo, a cluster of 6 stars, isn't just a pretty design pulled from the night sky. In fact, it's packed with meaning, both celestial and corporate. Let's go back to Japan in the early 1950s. After World War II, 6 Japanese companies merged to form a larger industrial group called Fuji Heavy Industries. Their focus ranged from aircraft manufacturing to scooters and even buses. Eventually, when the group entered the automotive world, they needed a brand name that captured their identity. They chose Subaru, the Japanese word for the Pleiades, a real star cluster you can see in the night sky. In Japanese mythology and astronomy, the Pleiades represent unity and harmony.
Ceremony bonus pouches. The 3 essential ceramide and niacinamide. Absorbs gunk in just 3 hours.
We had the Nissan go for the worst. So you can.
It's the holidays, and Walmart's helping me transform my husband's gaming room from this to this.
Perfect fit for 6 companies becoming one. Number 10, Mercedes-Benz. The story of the Mercedes-Benz logo starts over a century ago, with a simple postcard in Germany around 1872. Gottlieb Daimler, one of the founding fathers of the modern automobile, drew a small 3-pointed star on a card he sent to his wife. Daimler felt the star was a good luck charm for the company. It is believed that Daimler envisioned the star as a symbol that would one day represent his company's dominance in land, sea, and air transportation. Fast forward to 1909. After Daimler's passing, his sons Paul and Adolf remembered their father's symbolic doodle. They submitted the star design for trademark, turning that quiet family memory into the official symbol of Daimler Motor and Gesellschaft, which would later become part of Mercedes-Benz. And by 1926, when Daimler merged with Carl Benz's company, the 3-pointed star was polished into the sleek emblem we recognize today, now encircled and paired with the Mercedes name. So yes, what began as a simple scribble turned into a global icon, one that proudly declares Mercedes' intent to rule over everything, everywhere. Number 9, Volvo. Although some people mistakenly interpret Volvo's logo as a symbol of masculinity, the design actually has much older and deeper roots. In Latin, Volvo literally means high roll, and the circle with an arrow pointing diagonally upward is the ancient alchemical symbol for iron, a direct tribute to Sweden's long-standing reputation for high-quality steel and industrial strength. It reflects the brand's core values: strength, reliability, and resilience. Over the decades, as ownership shifted from Swedish founders to Ford Motor Company in 1999, and later to China's Geely in 2010, the identity has remained consistent, grounded, robust, and unmistakably Scandinavian. Number 8, Infiniti. Infiniti, Nissan's luxury division, was launched in 1989 to take on the likes of Lexus, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz. Interestingly, despite the name resembling the word infinity, the logo does not use the infinity symbol. Instead, it features 2 clean lines converging toward a single point on the horizon. This deliberate design is meant to evoke an endless road, symbolizing progress, ambition, and a continuous drive forward. Number 7, Rolls-Royce. The spirit of ecstasy, the small statue on the hood of every Rolls-Royce, isn't just a luxury symbol, it's also surprisingly high-tech. On newer models, it automatically retracts into the hood if someone tries to remove it. The story behind the statue is just as interesting. It was modeled after Eleanor Thornton, who worked as the secretary and secret romantic partner of John Montague, one of Rolls-Royce's earliest supporters. Because their relationship had to stay hidden, early versions of the statue showed Eleanor with a finger over her lips, hinting at their private affair. Sadly, Eleanor died in 1915 when the ship she was on was sunk by a German U-boat during World War I. Still, her image lives on through one of the most iconic symbols in automotive history. As for the badge, the overlapping RR stands for the company's founders, Charles Rolls and Henry Royce. series. Number 6, Cadillac. Ever notice how Cadillac's logo looks like something straight out of a medieval fantasy series? That's because it kind of is. It's filled with gold, red, blue, black, and silver. Well, the company says it was based on the family crest of a French explorer named Antoine de la Mode Cadillac, who the brand is named after. But here's the twist. He wasn't actually a nobleman. Most historians think he just made up the fancy crest to sound more important. Still, Cadillac ran with it. Each color in the badge has a meaning. Gold in the logo stands for riches and wisdom, red for boldness, silver for purity and charity, and blue for knightly valor. Put it all together, and the logo says, we're classy, strong, and proud of it, even if the backstory is a little made up. Number 5, Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi's logo is one of the few in the car world that has stayed the same for over a century, and it's got a cool backstory. When founder Yataro Iwasaki started the company, he blended 2 family crests. His own family symbol, which featured 3 diamond-shaped water chestnuts, and the crest of his first employer, the Yamanuchi family, which had 3 oak leaves. The result? The iconic 3-diamond logo we still see today. Simple, sharp, and instantly recognizable. Interestingly, even the name Mitsubishi ties directly to the design. Mitsu means 3, and Bishi, often pronounced Bishi when combined, means water chestnut, a term often used in Japan to describe a diamond shape. Number 4, Maserati. Ever wonder why Maserati uses a trident for its logo? Well, in 1914, the Maserati brothers founded their company in Bologna, Italy. One of the city's most famous landmarks is a statue of Neptune, the Roman god of the sea, holding a massive trident in Piazza Maggiore. Inspired by that statue, the brothers chose the trident to represent their brand. The logo itself was designed in 1920 by Mario Maserati, the only brother who wasn't into engines. He was an artist, so while his siblings built the cars, he created the emblem that would become legendary. Before we reveal the final 3, make sure to leave a like and share your thoughts on the most interesting logo we've mentioned so far. Number 3, Chevrolet. You've seen it everywhere, that bold golden cross that Chevy calls the bow tie. But where did it actually come from? Well, nobody knows for sure. There are 3 different stories floating around. One version says co-founder William C. Durant was inspired by a wallpaper design he saw in a Paris hotel. Another claims he sketched it at the dinner table after seeing a newspaper ad. Yet another story comes from his wife, who said the idea struck him while flipping through a Virginia newspaper. So, is it wallpaper, a doodle, a random newspaper clipping? Take your pick. Even Chevrolet admits the origin is a bit of a mystery. Number 2, Tesla. At first glance, Tesla's logo might just look like a futuristic T, but look again, it's actually a clever nod to the very thing that powers their cars. According to Elon Musk himself, the Tesla logo represents a cross-section of an electric motor. The vertical line is the rotor, and the curved line above it is part of the statement. So yes, it's not just stylish, it's nerdy in the best way. Let's not forget the name. Tesla is named after Nikola Tesla, the genius inventor who helped pioneer alternating current electricity. Musk's whole brand is built around Tesla's legacy of innovation, from zero-emission cars to rockets and AI robots that may or may not take over the world. Number 1, Bentley. This is the luxury car brand that practically oozes the hood. Well, it's not just a fancy letter with flair. The B stands for Bentley, obviously, but the wings are where things get interesting. They symbolize speed and freedom, paying tribute to the brand's early days in aviation-inspired performance and engineering. Back in the 1920s, Bentley was already dominating the racetrack, including multiple wins at Le Mans, so wings felt like the perfect fit. And here's a little detail you might have missed. Early Bentley logos actually had a different number of feathers in each wing, depending on the model. It was a subtle code to tell the models apart, because why not make luxury cryptic? If you enjoyed this video, here's another one you'll love. Thanks for watching.
2 chicken strips, 2 sauces, a brand new classic.
Number 1, the 1,000-year lie. Here's the thing that
GTA Online is infamous for its vast array of weapons and are you wearing number 34? Get up and check.
The only thing more terrifying than an extraterrestrial threat from beyond outer space is an alien species.
it's digital flu season, and slow internet is leaving people affected with bizarre, frustrating symptoms from glitchy.
The only thing more terrifying than an extraterrestrial threat from beyond outer space is an alien species so ancient that its origins predate our solar system and even our galaxy. In today's video, we'll be digging through sci-fi, cosmic horror, and fantasy stories to find the 20 oldest extraterrestrial races in fiction. quick rule before we begin, though. None of these species can be gods or divine beings in their universe, as that defeats the purpose of naming the oldest. Starting off our countdown at number 20, we have the Old Ones from Warhammer 40k. Believed to have appeared over 100 million years ago, these ancient reptilian beings were surprisingly benevolent and peaceful, and ruled the galaxy for tens of millions of years. The Old Ones shaped evolution itself, creating humanity's ancestors on Earth, and uplifting primitive species into physically gifted warriors. The Old Ones battled against the star-draining Catan and their Necron servants during the catastrophic war in Heaven, a feud which led to their extinction. At number 19, we have the Ancients from the Stargate franchise, also known as the Alterans. Their existence predates humanity by over 500 million years. The Alterans left their home planet of Celestis 100 million years ago due to a civil conflict, and eventually settled in the Milky Way. These advanced humanoids became the seers of our galaxy, building the vast Stargate network that connects thousands of worlds. The Ancients' scientific knowledge was so advanced it appeared magical, and they were the first species to discover intergalactic hyperdrive technology. For number 18, let's move on to the Mass Effect franchise, where the apex predators of the ancient galaxy, the Leviathans, evolved 1 billion years ago. Despite being unable to leave their aquatic habitats, this species used its incredible powers of mental domination to control other terrestrial species. These subjects, also known as thralls, worshipped the Leviathans as gods, but their inability to directly control synthetic life forms led to the creation of the Reapers. This species hunts down the Leviathans, and the few survivors are forced to silently observe the universe from the depths of the ocean, as they hide from the Reapers. The Elder Things take number 17 on our list, and come from the world of H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos. This was the first extraterrestrial species to land on Earth, and colonized the planet over 1 billion years ago, establishing its first complex civilization. The Elder Things are extremely durable and long-lived, being able to survive the pressure of the deepest oceans and the vacuum of space. These creatures have been described as being barrel-shaped and star-headed, and as colonizers of the early Earth, they fought wars against other cosmic entities, including the spawn of Cthulhu. No list of extraterrestrials would be complete without a Star Wars reference, so for number 16, we have the Celestials of the Star Wars Expanded Universe. These aliens emerged about 1.5 billion years before present day, and were cosmic architects who shaped the very structure of the galaxy. They were not just Force-sensitive beings, but existed within the Force itself, and represented the light, dark, and balance within the Force. These aliens were capable of constructions on a cosmic scale, and created the Center Point Station, and the Maw, which contained the dark side entity known as Abeloth. At number 15, we have the Shadows from the Babylon 5 franchise. Among the first ones in Babylon 5's universe, the Shadows were first noticed nearly 2 billion years ago, and have promoted chaos and conflict ever since. This species believes that growth comes only through struggle, and serves as evolutionary catalysts, manipulating younger races through war and strife. Their philosophy directly opposes that of the Vorlons, leading to a cyclical conflict that shapes galactic evolution. Number 14 brings us to the precursors of the Halo universe. This species is believed to have evolved over 2 billion years ago, with their existence preceding even the Forerunners. This was a highly intelligent species, and they seeded the Milky Way with life, while holding the mantle of responsibility, the philosophy of protecting all life in the galaxy. The precursors' own creations, the Forerunners, eventually rebelled against them and drove them to near extinction, after discovering that the precursors planned to hand the mantle to humanity instead of the Forerunners. For number 13, let's travel to the world of StarCraft, where we have the Xel'Naga. Emerging from the void over 3 billion years ago, the Xel'Naga are ancient wanderers who have shaped evolution across the galaxy for billions of years. These cosmic entities are multiversal beings, seeding life across new universes, and being so powerful that they affect the way time is perceived in those worlds. The Xel'Naga guided the evolution of both the Protoss and the Zerg, hoping these races would eventually merge to create a new Xel'Naga. We're getting into really ancient territory now, because at number 12, we have the Engineers from the Alien franchise, also known as the Pilots or Space Junkies. This species has been seeding life throughout the galaxy for approximately 3.5 billion years. These pale humanoid giants are master bioengineers, creators of both life-giving substances and terrifying bioweapons like the Xenomorphs. Despite creating humanity in their own image, their motivations remain largely mysterious, but their technology demonstrates a perfect fusion of biological and mechanical systems. Number 11 brings us to one of the better-known entries on this list, the Transformers. Born from the cosmic conflict between twin gods, the Transformers have waged their eternal war for nearly 4 billion years. Primus, the creator god representing order, became the planet Cybertron itself, while his brother Unicron embodies chaos and destruction as the Planet Eater. These mechanical beings possess the unique ability to transform their bodies into vehicles, weapons, and other forms, with the Autobots and Decepticons representing the fundamental duality of creation and destruction. At number 10, we have the Q from Star Trek. The Q exists as the Q continuum, collective of godlike beings who have evolved beyond physical limitations over at least 4 billion years. These near-omnipotent entities can manipulate reality at will, travel through time, and alter the fundamental laws of physics with mere thoughts. Despite their immense power, the Q are not infallible, experiencing their own civil war and facing the existential question of whether their immortal existence has meaning. Barely edging up the Q, we have the progenitors from Star Trek at number 9. Evolving about 4.5 billion years ago when the galaxy was young and barren of humanoid life, the progenitors were the first sentient life form. They were also the first humanoid species in the Milky Way galaxy and seeded countless worlds with their genetic template. This ancient race is responsible for the remarkable similarity between humans, Vulcans, Klingons, Cardassians, and many other species throughout the Star Trek galaxy. The progenitors encoded a message in the DNA of their scattered children, requiring representatives from multiple species to work together to unlock their legacy. Their final message was one of hope, that the scattered races of the galaxy might find common ground in their shared heritage. Coming in at number 8, we have the first ancestral race from Neon Genesis Evangelion. This species emerged over 4.6 billion years ago, but as they faced extinction, the first ancestral race developed technology to ensure their legacy would survive. They dispatched seeds of life to create new life forms on distant worlds, accompanied by spheres of Longinus that could control them. Earth received both Adam and Lilith, though only one was meant to take root on each world, leading to the confusion and conflict of the Evangelion storyline. At number 7, we have a species older than the Earth itself, the Ancients from the X universe. These aliens existed about 5 billion years before the birth of all modern galactic civilizations, and created the vast jump gate network that connects star systems. About 1 billion years before the evolution of the first humans, the Ancients gave up their ties to the physical universe to live in a virtual environment in an event known as the Ascendance. Moving on to number 6, we have the Vorlons from the Babylon 5 universe. The Vorlons are among a set of species known as the First Ones, which were discovered by Orien's race approximately 7 billion years ago. These beings inhabit encounter suits when dealing with younger races, never revealing their true form and translating their language into a more common dialect. As the antithesis of the Shadows, Vorlons believe in guided evolution through discipline and order. Coming in at number 5, we have the Guardians of the Universe from DC Comics. These blue-skinned immortals evolved on the planet Maltus 10 billion years ago. Originally known as the Malthusians, they split into multiple factions, with the Guardians choosing to impose order throughout the universe through willpower. These emotionally suppressed beings created the Green Lantern Corps, harnessing the green light of will to enforce their vision of cosmic order. Number 4 on our list is the Zeely from Stephen Baxter's The Zeely Sequence. These beings are the most technologically advanced of all baryonic life forms, and have used time travel to engineer their own evolution, dating back over 13.5 billion years. The Zeely construct megastructures on a gigantic scale, with the most impressive being the Ring, the cosmic portal designed to escape the universe itself. They're locked in an eternal war with the Photino birds, dark matter entities that are slowly killing stars throughout the universe. At number 3, we have the Time Lords of Gallifrey from Doctor Who. As they evolved from ancestors that existed before the current universe began, this sets the age of the Time Lord civilization at over 13.8 billion years old. These beings from Gallifrey invented time travel technology, and originally swore an oath to not interfere in the universe. Though many Time Lords, like the Doctor, choose to become renegades, who actively participated in universal events. Number 2 on our list is none other than the Watchers from the Marvel franchise. This species evolved on the planet Lumina and observed the universe for trillions of years. Originally, the Watchers attempted to help younger civilizations by sharing advanced technology, but their intervention led to a catastrophic war that taught them the dangers of interference. Now they simply observe and record all significant events across the multiverse. But Uatu, the Watcher assigned to Earth, frequently breaks his vow of non-interference to help humanity in times of crisis. And at number 1, we have the only extraterrestrials in the Marvel Universe older than the Watchers, the Celestials. These cosmological entities were born from the first firmament, and rebelled against their creator to shatter their universe into the first multiverse. Known as the space gods on Earth, the Celestials experiment on countless species and judge whether a planet is worthy of continued existence. Their abilities include vast matter and energy manipulation, genetic engineering on a planetary scale, and the power to create or destroy entire worlds. The Celestials represent power on such a vast scale that even cosmic entities like Galactus treat them with respect. So which of these species was the most intimidating? Let us know your thoughts in the comments down below. If you like this video, you can check out this other cool video that's appearing on your screen. Click on it to see. Go ahead, click it.
Tiny red spikes snub a nose in just one inch.
Our subject today is, where do demons come from? Where?
The 7 levels of Marvel gods. Level 1, the earthly gods. Hercules. Heracles, known in modern times as Hercules, is one of Marvel's most prominent earthly gods and the son of Zeus, king of the Olympian gods. As a demigod born from Zeus and the mortal Alcmena, Hercules represents the first level of godhood in Marvel, powerful beings tied to Earth's mythologies who operate primarily on a planetary scale rather than cosmic. Despite being only level 1, Hercules is still incredibly powerful and has been a crucial hero in the Marvel universe for decades. Hercules possesses superhuman strength that's among the highest on Earth, able to lift well over 100 tons. Some estimates place his strength at being able to lift around 150 tons, making him physically stronger than Thor in pure lifting capacity. His Olympian physiology grants him near invulnerability to conventional weapons, superhuman stamina that lets him fight for days without tiring, and immortality that's kept him alive for over 3,000 years without aging. He's a master combatant trained in ancient Greek fighting styles and has millennia of battle experience. Throughout his time in Marvel Comics, Hercules has accomplished incredible feats. He's held up the heavens like in his mythological counterpart stories, fought the Hulk to standstills multiple times, survived battles with cosmic-level threats, punched out Celestials, and even temporarily held the power of the universe itself during the Chaos War storyline. He's been a member of the Avengers, the Champions, and various other superhero teams, bringing godly power to Earth's defenders. However, what places Hercules at level 1 is that his power, while immense, is fundamentally tied to Earth and mortal concepts. He's incredibly strong and durable, but he can be injured, knocked unconscious, and even killed under the right circumstances. He's died and been resurrected multiple times in Marvel continuity. His power doesn't extend to reality warping, cosmic awareness, or universal influence. He's a god in the mythological sense, vastly more powerful than mortals, immortal and superhuman, but not a cosmic force. Hercules also has very human flaws despite his godhood. He's arrogant, loves to drink and party, struggles with his temper, and has made countless mistakes driven by pride or passion. These human weaknesses inherited from his mortal mother keep him grounded and relatable, but also limit him compared to higher-tier gods who've transcended such mortal concerns. He represents the classical Greek hero god, powerful, flawed, and ultimately still connected to the mortal world he protects. Level 2, the Pantheon leaders. Odin Orson, the All-Father of Asgard, is the king of the Norse gods and one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel universe. As the leader of the Asgardian pantheon and father of Thor, Odin represents the pinnacle of pantheon-level gods, beings who rule over entire godly civilizations and wield power that dwarfs individual gods like Hercules. Odin has ruled Asgard for millennia, and his power is the stuff of legends even among gods. Odin possesses the Odin Force, also called the Odin Power, which is an immensely powerful magical energy that grants him near-limitless abilities. With the Odin Force, Odin can manipulate vast amounts of magical energy for various effects, including energy projection that can destroy galaxies, matter manipulation, illusion casting, telepathy on a cosmic scale, the ability to grant or remove powers from others, time manipulation, and even limited reality warping. His physical strength rivals Hercules, but is enhanced by the Odin Force to levels that let him battle Galactus and other cosmic entities. Odin's feats are staggering for a Pantheon-level god. He fought Galactus and actually made the Devourer of Worlds retreat, one of the few times Galactus has been forced to withdraw. He's battled Surtur, the fire demon, across multiple realms, destroyed entire galaxies during conflicts, created pocket dimensions, enchanted Mjolnir with magic so powerful that it defines what worthiness means across reality, and his battles with other Skyfather-level gods have shattered planets. He once headbutted Galactus and drew blood, showcasing the raw power at his command. The Odin Force grows stronger the longer Odin rules, feeding on the worship and belief of those who follow him. This means Odin's power isn't static. It increases with time, making him progressively more powerful throughout his eternal reign. However, wielding the Odin Force requires Odin to enter the Odin sleep periodically, a death-like trance where he recharges and is vulnerable. This cyclical weakness is one of the few things that keeps Odin from being unstoppable. What places Odin at level 2 is that he represents the peak of Pantheon gods, the Skyfathers who rule godly realms. He's more powerful than any individual member of his pantheon can fight cosmic-level threats, and his magic operates on a scale that affects solar systems. However, he's still tied to Asgard and the 9 realms. His power, while immense, is primarily focused on his domain. He can affect the wider universe, but he's not an abstract concept or a cosmic force. He's a king, albeit a godly one, with responsibilities and limitations that come with ruling a pantheon. Level 3, the cosmic deities.
Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds, is one of Marvel's most iconic cosmic entities and represents the transition from pantheon gods to true cosmic deities. Originally Galen of Ta from the universe that existed before the current Marvel universe, Galactus is the sole survivor of the previous cosmos who merged with the sentience of that dying universe during the Big Bang. He's not just a powerful being, he's a fundamental force of nature, a cosmic constant, necessary for the universe's balance and function. Galactus possesses the power cosmic, an energy source of nearly unlimited potential that grants him abilities beyond comprehension. He can manipulate matter and energy on a universal scale, restructure entire solar systems, create life, bestow incredible powers on others. His heralds, like Silver Surfer, teleport across galaxies instantly, perceive events across space and time, and possesses technology so advanced it appears as magic to lesser beings. His power is so vast that he's virtually immune to all conventional attacks and can only be threatened by other cosmic-level beings or reality warpers. What makes Galactus a cosmic deity, rather than just a powerful god, is his role in the universe's function. He doesn't just exist in the universe, he's necessary for it. Galactus devours planets not out of evil, but because he must consume energy to survive, and his existence prevents the emergence of Abraxas, a being of pure destruction that would annihilate all reality. He's part of the cosmic balance, serving as both destroyer and preserver. The Celestials, who are themselves god-tier beings, acknowledge Galactus as serving an essential function. Galactus's feats operate on a cosmic scale that dwarfs planetary gods. He's consumed thousands of planets across billions of years, fought multiple Celestials simultaneously, battled Ego the Living Planet, survived attacks from teams of Avengers and Fantastic Four, and his mere presence can warp reality around him. When fully fed, Galactus can threaten entire galaxies and has fought against abstract entities like eternity. He once consumed the energy of multiple universes and grew to a size where he dwarfed entire galaxies. However, Galactus has a crucial weakness that keeps him at level 3 rather than higher: his constant hunger. He must regularly consume the life energy of planets to maintain his power. When starving, his power diminishes dramatically to the point where even superhero teams can threaten him. This dependency on sustenance, while cosmic in scale, is still a limitation that prevents him from being truly omnipotent. A fully fed Galactus is near unstoppable, but he's never permanently at full power. What places Galactus at level 3 is that he operates on a cosmic scale, but within physical laws. Even if those laws are cosmic in scope, he travels through space, consumes physical matter, and while incredibly powerful, he exists within the universe rather than transcending it. He's a god who shapes galaxies and whose actions affect billions of lives, but he's not yet an abstract concept or a being beyond physical form. He's the bridge between gods who rule realms and entities who embody universal concepts. Level 4, the abstract entities. Eternity. Eternity is one of Marvel's cosmic abstracts and represents a fundamental shift from physical cosmic beings to conceptual entities. Eternity is the living embodiment of the Marvel universe itself. Not just in the universe, but literally is the universe. Every atom, every star, every planet, every dimension, every moment of time, and every living being exists within Eternity's body. He's not a god who rules reality. He is reality given consciousness and form. As an abstract entity, Eternity's power operates on a completely different scale from physical beings like Galactus. Eternity can manipulate the fundamental forces of the universe because they're part of his being. He has absolute control over space, time, and reality within his universe. He can alter physical laws, reshape galaxies with a thought, exist in all places simultaneously, and perceive all events occurring within his universe at once. His sister or counterpart is Infinity, who represents all of time, while Eternity represents all of space. Together they form the totality of the universe's existence. Eternity's existence is tied directly to the universe itself. He was born with the Big Bang and will exist until the universe ends, at which point he transforms into his opposite, entropy, before being reborn as Eternity again in the next universal cycle. This means Eternity has existed for billions of years and is essentially immortal in any practical sense. Destroying Eternity would mean destroying the entire universe, and vice versa. They're inseparable. Throughout Marvel Comics, Eternity has served as a cosmic judge and protector of universal balance. Heroes like Doctor Strange and Adam Warlock have petitioned Eternity directly when facing threats to all reality. Eternity has intervened in cosmic conflicts, fought against his evil counterpart Abraxas, battled other abstract entities, and even been defeated temporarily by beings like the Beyonder or Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. Though such defeats required reality-warping power on a multiversal scale. What makes Eternity level 4 is that he's transcended physical form to become a conceptual entity. He's not a being with powers. He's a fundamental aspect of existence that happens to have consciousness. Fighting Eternity isn't like fighting a god. It's like fighting the universe itself. He exists beyond conventional concepts of strength or durability because he's everywhere and everything simultaneously. However, eternity is limited to his universe. There are multiple eternities across the Marvel multiverse, one for each universe, which prevents him from being truly omniversal. Eternity also has superiors. The Living Tribunal judges over all eternities and can override his decisions, and the one above all exists above even that. This hierarchy means that while eternity is functionally the supreme being of his universe, he's still part of a larger cosmic structure. He's an abstract entity whose power within his universe is nearly absolute, but who acknowledges higher authorities and operates within the rules established by those above him in the cosmic hierarchy. Level 5, the multiversal powers. The Living Tribunal. The Living Tribunal is the supreme cosmic judge of the Marvel multiverse and represents the highest level of cosmic authority below the absolute supreme being. While eternity embodies a single universe, the Living Tribunal exists across and above all universes simultaneously, serving as the hand of the one above all to maintain balance across infinite realities. He's not just powerful, he's the multiversal arbiter whose judgments are absolute and whose authority supersedes all cosmic entities below him. The Living Tribunal possesses three faces representing three aspects of cosmic justice: equity, necessity, and vengeance. These three faces judge whether entire universes should continue to exist or be destroyed. His fourth face, which remains covered, is said to be the face of the one above all himself. The Living Tribunal's power is absolute within the multiverse. He can destroy entire universes that have become corrupted or unbalanced, make judgments that even eternity and other abstract entities must obey, and maintain the cosmic order across infinite realities. What places the Living Tribunal at level 5 is his multiversal scope and authority. He exists in all universes simultaneously and can perceive all of reality at once. His judgments affect not just one universe, but the entire multiverse. When he destroyed a universe during the Infinity Gauntlet saga, ruling that its existence threatened cosmic balance, even Thanos, with complete control over his universe's Infinity Stones, couldn't stop him. The Infinity Gauntlet, which grants near omnipotence within a single universe, has no effect on the Living Tribunal because he exists beyond individual universal laws. The Living Tribunal is immune to reality warping, time manipulation, and essentially all forms of attack that operate within universal parameters. He exists outside normal causality, and his decisions are final. Throughout Marvel history, cosmic beings like Eternity and Galactus have petitioned the Living Tribunal for judgment, acknowledging him as the supreme authority. Even the Celestials, who are themselves God-tier beings, respect the Living Tribunal's authority. However, the Living Tribunal isn't truly omnipotent or omniscient. He was killed during the Time Runs Out storyline by the Beyonders, though it took 3 omniversal level beings working together to do it, and his death was treated as an apocalyptic event that threatened all of reality. This shows that while the Living Tribunal is the supreme judge of the multiverse, there are still forces that can threaten him. His death also proved he's not invincible, even if killing him requires multiversal scale power. The Living Tribunal also serves the one above all, and acts according to a cosmic mandate rather than personal will. He's the ultimate enforcer of multiversal law, but he's still serving a higher power and operating within rules established by that supreme being. He can't act arbitrarily. His judgments, while final, must align with maintaining cosmic balance as defined by the one above all. What places the Living Tribunal at level 5 is that he represents multiversal authority and power. He exists beyond individual universes, can affect infinite realities simultaneously, and his power operates on a scale where even cosmic abstracts bow to his judgment. He's the God of gods, the judge of cosmic entities, and the supreme authority of the multiverse. However, he's still not the absolute supreme being. He serves the one above all, and can theoretically be challenged by omniversal forces. He's multiversal power incarnate, but not yet truly omnipotent. Level 6, the omniversal forces. The Beyonder, pre-retcon. Pre-retcon Beyonder from the original Secret Wars represents one of the most overpowered entities ever written in Marvel Comics and operates at a level that transcends even multiversal authority. The Beyonder was stated to be from beyond the Marvel multiverse, existing in his own dimension, where he was literally everything, the sum total of a universe unto himself. When he became aware of the Marvel multiverse, he was described as being millions of times more powerful than the entire Marvel multiverse combined. The Beyonder's power was essentially unlimited within the context he was written in. He could manipulate reality on any scale, create and destroy universes casually, grant or remove powers at will, resurrect the dead, alter fundamental cosmic laws, and perceive all of existence simultaneously. He was stated to be omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent within his realm, and near omnipotent when interacting with the Marvel Universe. The only reason he wasn't completely omnipotent in Marvel was because he was learning about concepts like desire, limitation, and mortality. During Secret Wars, the Beyonder casually transported heroes and villains across galaxies, created the Battleworld planet from pieces of multiple worlds, killed and resurrected beings at will, and Dr. Doom, after stealing the Beyonder's power, stated he could feel the power of millions of universes at his command. The Beyonder fought the entire cosmic hierarchy of Marvel, including Eternity, Galactus, the Celestials, and others, and defeated them all effortlessly. His battle with the Molecule Man threatened to destroy the entire multiverse. What makes pre-retcon Beyonder an omniversal force at level 6 is that his power explicitly transcended the multiverse itself. He existed outside and beyond the Marvel cosmology, and his power dwarfed multiversal entities like the Living Tribunal. He was written as being more powerful than the sum total of everything in Marvel combined. This placed him at a level where normal cosmic hierarchies didn't apply. He was the ultimate power from outside the system. However, the Beyonder had crucial limitations that prevent him from being level 7. Despite his immense power, he lacked understanding of the universe he was interacting with. He didn't comprehend concepts like mortality, limitation, or even his own nature. This ignorance led to him being manipulated and eventually defeated through exploiting his lack of knowledge rather than matching his power. He was also later retconned into being a cosmic cube that gained sentience, massively depowering him and changing his origin to make him less omnipotent. The pre-retcon version, though, represents omniversal power, a being from outside the multiverse whose power exceeded everything within it. He was beyond the Living Tribunal's jurisdiction, because he came from outside the system. The Living Tribunal governed. He was the ultimate expression of external, incomprehensible power, a god from beyond the boundaries of reality itself, whose power was limited only by his own naivety and eventual retconning by Marvel to bring him back into manageable power levels. Level 7, the Supreme Being, the One Above All. The One Above All is the Supreme Being of the Marvel Omniverse and represents the absolute pinnacle of power, authority, and existence in Marvel Comics. He's not just the most powerful god, he's the god, capital G, the creator of everything that exists in Marvel. Every universe, every multiverse, every dimension, every cosmic entity, every hero, every villain, and every abstract concept exists because the One Above All willed it into being. He's the ultimate, the absolute, the alpha and omega of Marvel Comics. The One Above All is truly omnipotent. He can do literally anything without limitation or restriction. He's truly omniscient. He knows everything that has happened, is happening, and will happen across infinite realities. He's truly omnipresent. He exists everywhere and nowhere, in all places and times simultaneously. These aren't hyperbolic claims. Within Marvel's cosmology, the One Above All is definitively the supreme being above whom nothing exists and from whom all existence flows. The One Above All rarely appears in Marvel Comics, and when he does, he typically takes the form of Jack Kirby, or other Marvel creators representing the metatextual reality that the creators themselves are the true gods of the Marvel Universe. This self-aware representation acknowledges that the One Above All is essentially the personification of Marvel Comics' creative force. When he appears, reality itself acknowledges his supreme authority, cosmic entities bow, abstract beings defer, and even the Living Tribunal serves him. The One Above All's power is so absolute that there's no conflict at his level. He doesn't fight because there's nothing that can challenge him. He doesn't struggle because struggle implies opposition, and nothing can oppose him. He exists in perfect, ultimate power beyond any concept of limitation. Every power, every ability, every feat accomplished by any being in Marvel ultimately comes from him because he created them and their powers. He's the source of all that is. Throughout Marvel's history, the One Above All has been the final authority. When the living tribunal was killed by the Beyonders, the One Above All was the one who eventually allowed his resurrection. When reality itself was threatened during various cosmic crises, the One Above All's existence ensured that reality could be restored. He's the ultimate failsafe, the supreme guarantee that Marvel's omniverse will continue to exist because he wills it. What places the One Above All at level 7, the absolute supreme being level, is that there is no higher. He's not part of a hierarchy with someone above him. He is the top of all hierarchies. He doesn't serve anyone, doesn't answer to anyone, and doesn't have any limitations except those he chooses to impose on himself. He's the ultimate expression of divine power in fiction, the truly omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent creator deity who exists beyond all challenge, all conflict, and all limitation. The One Above All represents the theological concept of God translated into the Marvel universe. He's not a character who fights or has adventures because he exists beyond such concepts. He's the fundamental reality underlying all of Marvel Comics, the creative force, the supreme will, the ultimate consciousness that makes everything else possible. When Marvel characters speak of fate, destiny, or divine will, they're ultimately referring to the One Above All's design. He's the God above all gods, the power beyond all powers, and the supreme being in whose image all other powers are merely shadows. There is nothing beyond him, nothing above him, and nothing that can challenge him. He simply is, in the most absolute sense possible.
This Thanksgiving, you can count on Smith's. You get up high quality with our exclusive brands and down low prices. Because at Smith's, quality and low prices always come together. Smith's, fresh for everyone.
At Sprouts, our wide-open layout invites you in. With healthy around every corner and tasty on every shelf. This is that Sprouts feeling.
These upgrades, as well as the unique tactics they allow, turned Grievous into a Jedi-killing machine. Under the Six, Grievous quickly became General Grievous, the supreme commander of the Separatist droid army. Man, this guy is dangerous. He carries all the lightsabers from the Jedi that he's killed before. So it comes as no surprise that this episode revolves around Anakin's plan to not only destroy the Malevolence, but to destroy Grievous as well. Anakin's plan proves really quite ambitious. A little too ambitious in the mind of General Plo Koon. However, ambition is one of Skywalker's primary characteristics, and oftentimes it's what drives him to keep the fight for the Republic alive. The first step of Skywalker's plan is to intercept the Malevolence on its way to the Kaleida Shoals Medical Center. It's not a terrible plan, you know. Well, to get there in time, Anakin and Shadow Squadron have to traverse through a dangerous nebula, the Balmoran Run, without their scanners. Instead, they must clear their minds, rely on their senses, something that Padawan learner Ahsoka must learn. The Balmoran Run, however, is flooded with green gray mages, massive creatures that make traversing the nebula even harder. However, Anakin and the Shadow Squadron make it out of the nebula with only a few scrapes. Quite the shortcut, Skywalker. The Shadow Squadron manages to intercept Grievous before he's able to attack the medical ship. However, Anakin's plan doesn't go exactly as he hoped. And many in the Shadow Squadron fall in the ensuing battle. This forces Anakin to call an audible. Instead of targeting Grievous in the control center, they target the ion cannons themselves. The Malevolence explodes, causing intense damage to the primary weapon and their shields. Grievous makes it out alive, but the medical center is safe. At the very least, that's a partial win for the Republic. This next episode, Destroying Malevolence, sees the final chapter in the Malevolence story arc. As I'm sure you can tell by the title of the episode, the Separatist supercruiser is destroyed. But how? And by who? Well, this episode serves as the introduction to the character Padme Amidala, the Republican senator that represents Naboo, and Anakin's secret lover. You see, love and attachment is strictly forbidden in the Jedi Order, as it's viewed as a quick path to the dark side of the Force. According to the Jedi, loving another can lead to rash action and reckless thinking, something that the meditative Jedi look to avoid at all costs. In this case, the Jedi aren't wrong. Padme is led into a trap that leaves her stowed away on board the Malevolence, forcing the Republic starships to cease fire until they can safely escort her off. To achieve this, Anakin formulates yet another ambitious and dangerous one, docking directly on the ship and rescuing her himself. Obi-Wan Kenobi, a Jedi Master and Anakin's former master, helps with this plan, though he makes sure his objections are well known. This is the primary dynamic seen throughout the series between Obi-Wan and Anakin. The two are incredibly close, and oftentimes Obi-Wan tries to enforce some reason to Anakin's ambition. However, more often than not, Obi-Wan just ends up getting roped into Anakin's antics anyway. Anakin's rescue mission proves to be much less stealthy than originally planned, and he becomes separated from Obi-Wan. An intense chase ensues between Grievous and Obi-Wan, while Anakin and Padme scour the ship to find a protocol droid C3. Though it didn't go so smoothly by the end of their mission, Obi-Wan and Anakin not only save Senator Amidala, but managed to sabotage the ship's hyperdrive accelerator and Navi computer, causing it to crash with a nearby moon. Grievous is still out there, but nonetheless, mission accomplished and score one for the Republic. With the Malevolence out of commission, perhaps the Republic and the Jedi can focus their attention elsewhere. Our next episode, Rookies, takes us a little way from the Force to get a deeper look into the Republic's infantry, the clones. Be ready, because there is a lot to take in here. But I mean, we can't talk about Clone Wars without talking about the clones. Specifically, in this episode, we meet perhaps the two most important and most skilled clones in the Army, Rex and Cody. Before that, however, I would like to offer a brief history lesson on these soldiers. As the name suggests, the soldiers of the Republic Army are genetically identical men, formed from the DNA of Jango Fett. The genome used was modified in such a way that makes the creations thereafter be more obedient, hyper-aggressive, and most importantly, grow faster. Essentially, from one gene, the Republic is able to rapidly create entire battalions of hyper-loyal soldiers. The clones are created on the rainy planet of Kamino, where they're born, bred, and trained to be the clone machines, or in some cases, the cannon fodder that we see them as in the show. There are really quite a lot of notable clones, and battalions of clones that arise throughout the series, and I'll make sure to point them out as they come. But for right now, let's join a few rookies on watch at an outpost on the Rishi Moon. The Rishi Moon outpost is a pivotal location in maintaining the security of Kamino as a whole, although, more often than not, it's a quiet station. Today, it seems, the clones must put their training to the test, as elite droid commandos attack the base as part of General Grievous' plan to destroy Kamino's cloning facilities. The surprise attack proves effective, with only 4 clones surviving the initial attack. Unfortunately for Grievous, during the time of the attack, Captain Rex, the unconventional leader of the 501st Legion, and Commander Cody, the by-the-book chief of the 3rd Systems Army, are on their way for a routine inspection. I mentioned earlier that Cody and Rex may be one of the 2 most important clones in the war, and that goes for their units as well. The 501st is one of, if not the most prestigious units in the Grand Republican Army, consisting of some of the most elite clones led by Rex and Anakin. This company is noticeable through their blue markings, so keep an eye out for them. Cody, on the other hand, is the clone marshal commander of the 3rd Systems Army Lieutenant General Obi-Wan Kenobi. This army is a large overall title for a collection of smaller units, including the 501st. Notably, Cody also leads the 212th Attack Battalion and the 7th Sky Corps with General Obi-Wan. Other elite forces, which are distinguished by their orange markings, keep an eye out for them as well. I know, it's a lot of numbers and names to keep track of, but hey, at least they're color-coded. Back to the episode, Cody and Rex very quickly discover something's wrong at Rishi Outpost. Something's wrong, my dear. Uncover the commando droids trying to disguise themselves as clones. The ambush forces the clone leaders to retreat, where they find the last remaining clones of Domino Squad, Fives, Echo, and Heavy in the canyon below. With Rex and Cody's leadership, the rookie clones are able to help retake Rishi Outpost, and most hunker down to fight off a second wave to stop General Grievous' assault. Wave after wave of droids assault the base, forcing the clones to retreat further and to enact their plan to destroy the base and notify the Jedi. The detonator linked to the explosives is malfunctioning, however, and Heavy decides to stay behind to try and fix it. The detonator proves to be a complete dud, and Heavy makes the ultimate sacrifice. Fending off waves of droids, Heavy fights his way back to the control room and manually detonates the explosives. This removes the all-clear signal from the Republic starships, alerting them to the presence of trouble. Anakin and Obi-Wan arrive and stop Grievous' attack, and for their bravery, Echo and Fives are inducted into the 501st Legion. However, everybody will always remember the sacrifice Heavy made to save Cody. Jumping forward, our next episode, Cloak of Darkness, sees the Republic with a high-value target in their possession, Newt Gunray. Newt Gunray is a member of the Nemoidian alien race. He is the viceroy of the Trade Federation, a powerful conglomerate of shipping and trade all across the galaxy. The Trade Federation grew to such prominence that they reserved their own seats and representation in the Galactic Senate, and later became key members of the Separatist movement. So yeah, I'd say having one of the most prolific leaders of the Separatists is a pretty big deal. With the Viceroy in tow, Jedi Master Luminara Unduli, Ahsoka Tano, the Green Company of clone troopers, and members of Senate commandos are en route for a trial. Of course, the Separatists aren't going to let Gunray go on trial without a fight. An all-out droid assault bombards the cruiser, and from the shadows, Asajj Ventress infiltrates the ship to secretly rescue the Viceroy. Master Unduli and Commander Gree of the Green Company leave Gunray with Ahsoka to reinforce their troops. Quick side note about Commander Gree, he's another of the really important leading clones. He's a commander of the 41st Elite Corps. Veteran Star Wars fans may or may not recognize Gree from his time in Kashyyyk when he served alongside Clone Captain Jack underneath Master Yoda. Again, longtime Star Wars fans will know how that story goes. Anyway, while Unduli and Gree assist their troops, Asajj Ventress infiltrates the engine room, setting up bombs all over the place. Ventress's movements don't remain secret for long as she battles it out with Ahsoka in the prison ward, and later with Master Luminara in the engine room itself. Ahsoka leaves her post in the ward to assist in the lightsaber duel, leaving Gunray with only Captain Argaius, a few Senate commandos, and Commander Gree to watch him. Of course, this would be ample security if not for the fact that Captain Argaius is a dirty traitor. Ventress eventually overcomes the power of Ahsoka and Master Luminara, escaping off the ship with Argaius and the Viceroy. Consider this a display of just how powerful Asajj Ventress really is. Overcoming 2 Jedi is no small feat. The Viceroy escapes justice, but Argaius does not, as he's betrayed by Ventress during their venture off ship. Never trust a Sith, I suppose. The next episode, Defenders of Peace, sees our heroes search for a way off the planet Merida, home to the Pacific species, the Lurmen. Although these pacifist ideals are tested with the arrival of Separatist weapons developer Locke Durd. Some of these names are very interesting. The show opens with a massive Separatist frigate arriving with an entire battalion of battle droids. Locke Durd and his battalion lay claim over the Lurmen village and ransack the place for any supplies or Republic contraband. The Separatists, however, are not here for diplomatic relations or territory expansion. In all reality, Locke Durd has developed a new weapon, the defoliator cannon. The defoliator cannon destroys any and all organic living material, while leaving mechanical creations unharmed. The perfect weapon for a faction with an army of robotic droids. They fire a test shot out that decimates a clearing, but feel they need live subjects to test it on, the Lurmen. While the Separatist battalion marches back to the village, our heroes infiltrate their metal base to firstly commandeer a ship to leave the planet, but secondly, find a way to help defend the Lurmen from total annihilation. They stealthily cut through droid after droid and practically cripple the entire base quietly before boarding the ship, bringing some shield generators with them. The following morning, they arrive back at the village just in time to begin the construction of fortifications. The Separatists arrive and fire the defoliator cannon, eviscerating the landscape surrounding the shield. An all-out battle erupts in front of the village. Together, Ahsoka, Anakin, Ayla, Rex, and Bly take on full squadrons of droids alone. The numbers nearly become too overwhelming, but Wog 2 of the Lurmen rallies his people to bend their pacifist ways and defend their home. They fight back, indirectly disrupting the battle droids without killing them. This gives the Jedi and the clones the edge they need to claim victory over Locke Durd and save the Lurmen. T-Wat Ka, while not happy with the Jedi's involvement in their affairs, is thankful. However, as Republican battleships come in over the horizon, we wonder at what cost was their victory achieved. Our next episode, Storm over Ryloth, sees the Republic's answer to the Separatist occupation of the planet Ryloth. Ryloth is the home planet of the Eyeless Heroes, the Twi'lek species, and it is currently being ruled over by the tyrannical Emir Wat Tambor of the Techno Union. As you may have guessed, the Techno Union is a factional line to the CIS, which is composed of many technological-based companies. In many ways, the Techno Union is the backbone of the Separatist movement, as they produce the countless battle droids that keep the fight going. However, there's a level of neutrality and plausible deniability the Techno Union may claim, as they also produce starships for the Galactic Republic. Essentially, they're just people profiting from war. So are they the bad guys, or are they just morally corrupt? Nonetheless, despite their supposed neutrality, the Techno Union, through their actions, clearly favor the CIS over the Republic. Alright, history, let's go back to the episode. The first step in freeing Ryloth from the Techno Union is to clear a path for Obi-Wan to make a large-scale assault. In charge of this mission is Padawan Ahsoka Tano, with her astromech droid R7A7. This is Ahsoka's first ever chance to lead her own squad, the Blue Squadron. On the opposing side of these initial skirmishes is Mark Tuck, a captain of the 6. Ahsoka's attack proves fierce and effective in the beginning. However, Mark Tuck has laid a trap, and multiple Separatist frigates jump in to reinforce, overwhelming the Resolute. Ahsoka disobeys direct orders from Admiral Yularen and Anakin, which results in not only her squad being wiped out and the Republic retreating, but also sees Admiral Yularen injured. From Ahsoka's Blue Squadron, only clones Kickback and Swoop survive, a near total loss for the Republic. This course of action by Ahsoka to disobey in favor of being courageous is a trait that her master Anakin understands all too well. Of course, Ahsoka takes the heavy losses to her squadron very hard, and takes this as a learning point to the reality of war. Being a leader sometimes also means falling back to save lives. Now, Ahsoka's compassion for the losses she did sustain can't hold her down for much longer, because the Republic still needs to break through the Separatist blockade. Skywalker orders the total evacuation of their sister starship, the Defender, so that he may take sole control of it. Get ready for this daring plan. Skywalker is going to use the Defender essentially as a battering ram, navigating it directly into the enemy command ship. Following this, he plans on jettisoning away from the blast in an escape pod, leaving him vulnerable. To ensure his safety, he's leaving Ahsoka in command of the Resolute and its fighters to keep the droid fighters busy so that he can make his escape. Talk about unconventional, and maybe a bit reckless. But this is Anakin Skywalker we're talking about. Ahsoka herself is no stranger to ambition, and while on the command deck of the Resolute, formulates her own bold plan to coincide with General Skywalker's. The two armies meet again on the battlefield, and it's do or die for the Republic and for Ryloth. The Defender rams directly into the command ship, and Ahsoka takes lead on the Republic's bombing run. Through Ahsoka's well-timed and thought-out leadership, the Separatist blockade is crippled just in time for Obi-Wan and Windu's arrival. General Skywalker is retrieved, and the Republic can begin their ground assault to free Ryloth. Our next episode, Innocence of Ryloth, continues the story of the Battle of Ryloth from the ground assault perspective, and focuses on the humanitarian nature of some of the clones. The episode opens with General Kenobi and Cody leading the Ghost Company of the 212th Attack Battalion as they land for their assault. On board the gunships, we're quickly introduced to two other notable members of the Ghost Company, clones Waxer and Boyle, who we'll learn a bit more about later on in this episode. Before moving forward, however, Obi-Wan orders some reconnaissance to figure out a plan of attack. Cody and clone Wooly scout ahead, discovering that the Separatists have taken many Twi'lek prisoners. This will force the Republic to rethink their plan of attack to avoid killing any of the innocents of Ryloth. Meanwhile, Waxer and Boyle find a young Twi'lek, Numa, scouring around in alleyways near starvation. The two clones show a bit of their humanity and offer aid to the little one before moving on their way. This is notable because while the clones are bred for war, they are still human. The droid commander orders the release of starving creatures Gutker onto the street to attack the clones. Obi-Wan is once again able to root the Separatist strategy through the use of clever Force tactics. The young Numa proves to be instrumental in the forthcoming attack. Her knowledge of the tunnel system beneath the city allows Obi-Wan to free the Twi'lek prisoners, and the assault on the Separatist occupation can begin in full swing. With some help from the free Twi'lek, Ghost Company frees the city of Nabot and take a foothold on Ryloth. Waxer and Boyle as well leave the city, proud to have made a positive impact on the Twi'lek people. The next episode, Liberty on Ryloth, is the final chapter of the Liberation of Ryloth. This episode introduced another Jedi and battalion of clones, Mace Windu and the Lightning Squadron of the 91st Reconnaissance Corps. Master Windu is a legendary Jedi, holding second chair on the Jedi Council just behind Yoda. Outside of being incredibly proficient in the Force, Windu's also very efficient with a lightsaber, having even created a completely new combat style. Also, purple is really cool. The Lightning Squadron is a division of the 91st Reconnaissance Corps that is led by Commander Pons, who can be identified by the maroon markings on his armor. The Lightning Squadron specifically is a group of proficient ARF troopers, or Advanced Recon Force troopers, who make good use of ATRTs, Agile Walker Transports. Other notable members of Lightning Squadron right now are clone Stack and Razor. More on them later. Anakin and the 501st have taken control of the space around Ryloth, while Obi-Wan and the 212 have reclaimed the southern hemisphere. This leaves Master Windu and the 91st to plant the final nation of Rylan. Their goal is to take the capital city of Lasu City, where Amir Wat Tambor has established his base of operations. In doing so, the Separatists will take a heavy loss in the war, and the Twi'lek will be free of Cis tyranny. However, the Republic forces are spread too thin. To achieve his goal, Master Windu decides the best path to victory is to enlist the help of Twi'lek freedom fighters, led by Cham Syndulla. While Master Windu, Stag, and Razor seek out the aid of Neo Syndulla, Commander Pons discovers the Separatists' new strategy: destroy as much of Ryloth as possible before retreating. Wow, that's bitter. But according to Count Dooku, the strategy will send a message that siding with the Republic will only bring devastation. After coming to an agreement to guarantee a free Ryloth, Cham Syndulla aligns himself with Master Windu in the fight against the Separatists. Master Windu, Stag, and Razor are able to infiltrate into Lasu City thanks to Amir Tambor's greed. They take control of the bridge, allowing Cham Syndulla and the rest of the 91st to march on the Separatists. With some help from Anakin and Ahsoka in the sky, the Republic is able to retake Lasu City and capture Amir Tambor, therefore ending the Separatist occupation of Rylan. The final episode of Season 1, Hostage Crisis, sees the introduction of a new faction for the coming season, Bounty Hunters. Not just any bounty hunters, though. This is a ruthlessly efficient band of brigands led by the notoriously brutal Cad Bane. Among the group, there are a number of terrifying droids, as well as Aura Singh, the sniper, and Robo Nino, master of explosives and technology. Together, these hunters infiltrate the Senate building and take hostage a number of important senators, including Padme. But why are they here? Cad Bane regales all during a chat with Chancellor Palpatine, demanding the release of the crime lord Zero the Hutt. Anakin is on site at the Senate building, however, he is unfortunately without a lightsaber, which he gave to Padme as an act of devotion. The bounty hunters give a long chase for Skywalker, which ultimately ends up with him being knocked unconscious and captured by Aura Singh and Robo Nino. Again, these are some incredibly efficient bounty hunters. With no capable defense, Chancellor Palpatine concedes of the demands of these hunters and sends Senator Horn-Free Todd to release Zero the Hutt. With their demands met, Cad Bane and the other bounty hunters take their leave of this Senate building, leaving behind an explosive surprise which ensures their safe exit. Bane then detonates the bombs anyway, but luckily Anakin wakes up just in the nick of time to save the senators from certain doom of the crumbling atrium. And with that, Season 1 ends with a brand new threat for the Republic to overcome in Season 2. Season 2 opens up with Holocron Heist. We meet up with a number of our heroes at a battle on Felucia. Plo Koon, Commander Wolf, and the Wolfpack, remember them, are engaged in serious aerial conflict, with Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka taking heavy fire. Ahsoka is certain she has the upper hand and directly refuses Anakin's order to retreat. This forces Anakin to stop Ahsoka himself. And lucky he did, because moments later, Ahsoka's location is overwhelmed by droids. Before moving too far ahead, let's discuss the Wolfpack for a moment. Otherwise known as the 104th Battalion, and led by General Plo Koon, we first met the Wolfpack all the way back in Episode 2 of Season 1. Here, when engaged with the Malevolence, the majority of their troops were wiped out, leaving only Commander Wolf and Clone Sinker and Boost as the survivors. Since then, the Wolfpack has grown in strength and are easily identifiable from the wolf symbol that covers their helmets. So, back to the episode. For Ahsoka's direct disobedience, she's tried before the Jedi Council, and as punishment, she's assigned guard duty over the Jedi Archives. The Jedi Archives are essentially a library filled with a millennia of information on holocrons, which are organic crystals used to store data. Guarding the archives isn't going to be a walk in the park, as Darth Sidious, the puppet master behind the Separatists and Sith Lord, has need of a holocron. To get his hands on it, he employs the services of the ruthless Cad Bane. Breaking into the Jedi Temple is no easy feat, so to achieve his goal, Cad Bane has his droid Todo 360 uploaded with all data regarding its security and employs the assistance of one Cato Parasiti, a shapeshifter. Parasiti morphs into the shape of deceased Jedi Master Horde Innocence, and the heist begins. The temple goes on high alert as Bane enters the vents. Obi-Wan and Anakin are hot on his trail, but with Parasiti on the inside helping, he's able to stay a few steps ahead. Ahsoka, however, discovers the shapeshifter's deception and confronts Parasiti, who is now disguised as the librarian Madame Jocasta. Despite this setback, Bane is able to create one last distraction using Todo by sending him directly to the Jedi. With his distraction in play, the bounty hunter sneaks into the holocron vault undetected and leaves the Jedi Temple with his prize in hand. But what is it? none other than a list of every Force-sensitive child in the galaxy. So potential Jedi, or potential Sith. The next episode, Children of the Force, sees the aftermath and execution of Darth Sidious's plan for the stolen hologram. In the previous episode, Cad Bane was able to get the crystal deciphered and uploaded, despite an attack by the 501st. Following that battle, Anakin and his man returned to the Resolute, unaware that they harbored a stowaway, Cad Bane himself. The bounty hunter escapes from the starship and contacts the Dark Lord of the Sith to begin his operation to kidnap Force-sensitive children. Members of the Jedi Council convene to meditate on the potential targets of Bane, narrowing their search down to two locations, Naboo and Rhodia. Obi-Wan ventures to the swampy planet of Rhodia, where Bane just barely slips through his fingers with a Rhodian baby. Anakin and Ahsoka travel to Naboo to protect a Force-sensitive Gungan infant. Here, they're able to ambush Bane and take him into custody. Unfortunately, though, the younglings he's already captured in the hologram are nowhere to be found. Through the use of Jedi mind manipulation, the Jedi are able to convince Bane to take them to where the children in the hologram are. Somewhere far in the Outer Rim territories. Bane, of course, leads Master Windu and Kenobi into a trap, escaping from their clutches once again. However, all is not lost, as the two are able to escape from their death trap and recover the holocron in their exit. Beyond this, and a stroke of genius, Anakin tracks the fuel records from Bane's old ship to the far-off lava planet of Mustafar. They don't know it quite yet, but this is exactly where the younglings are being held. On the planet, we learn from Darth Sidious that he plans on enslaving the little ones to create a massive spy network of Force-sensitive soldiers for his ranks. I mean, well, that might take a few years, Sidious, but points for ambition. Anakin and Ahsoka arrive on planet, and Sidious orders the destruction of the base that the children are on. However, the Jedi are able to jump in and save the children before the building sinks into the fiery lava below. The children are safe, and the holocron is recovered, but Bane is still out, and sure to be a continuous thorn in the Republic's side. For our next episode, landing at Point Rain, the Republic returns to Geonosis to retake Geonosis from Separatist influence. And get ready, because this is the official.
Still taking yours? Every day. Nature made. Made to care for you every day.
100 degrees. Because I sweat a lot, I went to Men's Warehouse and got a suit with special fabric called Showflex that breathes and keeps me cool.
Love your suit.
It's a little hot to be flirting, don't you think?
You like him?
What table are you at?
Sunlight is a powerful thing. Patents know, and so does Purina. That's why 100% of Purina's power comes from solar and wind investments to help make the food that powers your pet. Purina cares here and here.
To the beginning of the second battle of Geonosis, and there are quite a few moving parts here. For their mission, the Jedi plan on taking out the leader of the Geonosians, Poggle the Lesser, who is holed up in the primary droid foundry. To achieve their goal, the Jedi must firstly take out the shield that surrounds the foundry, and will do so with a three-pronged attack to the generator. The difficult aspect of this plan will be pushing through the front lines and reaching the rendezvous point. Now, as I said, there are a lot of moving parts here, so let's break it down by squadron. General Kenobi, Commander Cody, and the 212th are the first to make their assault. They are met with intense fire that shoots down numerous gunships, but Commander Cody is able to reach the rendezvous point. General Kenobi's ship is shot out of the sky. Leaving no survivors except for Kenobi and Quill trapped. Waxer and Boyle retrieve them from the ship to return to the landing zone and await the rest of the army's arrival. General Skywalker and General Ki-Adi-Mundi were next to launch their assault. Anakin's attack force consists of himself, Ahsoka, Rex, and the rest of the 501st. Their landing attack is short-lived, as they're shot down well before reaching the rendezvous point. They find themselves stuck behind a massive enemy fortification that is littered with droids and turrets. Ki-Adi-Mundi leads Commander Jet and the Special Operations Task Force clones into battle. These clones have equipment geared very specifically for Geonosian resistance that makes them easier to identify. Their attack, as well, falls quite short of the rendezvous, and they're left to march the rest of the way, fighting off the native Geonosian soldiers. Well, it's looking like things aren't going exactly as planned here, but not to worry. 212 is able to maintain his defensive perimeter long enough for the other attack forces to break through the lines, and you never know. With all the forces combined, the Republic is able to push through the shield barrier and destroy the general, taking the key first victory in the second battle of Geonosis. The next episode, Weapons Factory, sees the follow-up to the successful landing at Point Break. The 501st remain on the ground with their Jedi to begin the plot to destroy the droid foundry. For reinforcements, the 41st Elite Corps, General Lumara's battalion, joined them on the planet. Alongside Master Luminara is Jedi Padawan Luis Offie. The factory at hand to be destroyed is positioned in such a way that makes a frontal assault dangerous. So to work around this issue, Luminara had preemptively instructed Baris to memorize the layout of catacombs beneath the factory for a more deceptive approach. The plan will be for Anakin and Rex of the 501st, as well as Luminara and Gree of the 41st, to lay down a distraction at the forefront of the factory, while the Padawans sneak in and plant bombs at the core. Ahsoka and Baris are able to breach the control room. However, their infiltration does not go unnoticed, and they're trapped inside with a new separatist weapon, the super tank. Ahsoka and Baris are able to commandeer the massive tank, but with their bombs confiscated, they don't have a way to destroy the core. This leaves them with no choice but to fire upon the core with the tank while they're still inside the factory. Mission is successful, but the Padawans are trapped beneath the rubble of the factory. However, Ahsoka is able to get a distress call that leads Skywalker and Unduli to them just in the nick of time. May have been a closer call than either Jedi would have liked, but the foundry is destroyed, and the Republic can reclaim Geonosis once more. Our next episode, Deserter, sees General Kenobi hot on the tail of General Grievous. The episode opens with Kenobi and his small squadron of clones coming across Grievous's crashed ship, but no sign of Grievous himself. To better their chances of finding him, Kenobi splits his forces. Rex sets off with clones, Jesse, Hardcase, and Kix, while Kenobi leads with Commander Cody and Clone Prince. While out searching, Rex is injured in a droid commando ambush. The men find shelter at a nearby farm, and Kix is able to provide aid for Rex. The injury, however, keeps Rex from continuing the search for Grievous. Clone Jesse is placed in charge, and the search party leaves Rex under the watchful eye of Stu LeQuain, the local farmer. While everyone is busy tracking down the separatist general, Rex comes face to face with the owner of the farm. And it turns out to be the exact same face as his. That's right. It's another clone. Only this clone, named Cut LeQuain, is no longer serving under the Republic. He's a deserter. Rex is initially disgusted, seeing a brother of his shirk his duty to the Republic. Remember, the clones are born and bred to be soldiers that place duty over everything. However, we've also touched on how the clones are still with feelings and emotions. Remember how Waxer and Boyle treated little Luna last season? Over dinner, Cut reminds us of this fact. He stresses to Rex that although they are clones, they are also individuals. One thing to keep in mind about the clones is that they all tend to think alike, being, well, it's a clone person. So there's a small part of Rex that understands and is slowly starting to sympathize with Cut. Over a game of Dejeric holochess, Cut explains that he deserted the war following the first battle of Geonosis. During that battle, his entire squad was wiped out, leaving him feeling empty and meaningless, feeling like he was nothing more than another expendable asset to the Republic. So he ran, looking to find his own path, his own meaning. Eventually, Cut found himself here on Sully Khan, with a wife and 2 kids, who he will protect with everything in him. And Cut shows that he is still just as combat capable as any of his other clone counterparts. Shay and Jack, Cut's kids, uncover an escape pod filled with droid commandos. After inadvertently activating them, they attack the farm. Cut shows his battle prowess, and with some help from Rex, he's able to fend off the attack. Now, while all of this is going on, the search for Grievous has come to its conclusion. Kenobi and his men do everything in their power to stop Grievous from escaping the planet, but the clever general finds a way to slip through the Jedi's hands once again. The next morning, Rex readies himself to leave, and he chooses not to report his deserted brother, understanding and respecting his wish for a peaceful life. The important takeaway here is that clones are capable of free will. The majority are just so duty-driven and loyal to their brothers and the Republic that they stay. Cut, just like his brothers, he is fiercely loyal and duty-driven. The Republic is to Rex, where the Loquains are to Cut. Both men fight to protect their families. Their families just look very different. Jumping forward to our next episode, Death Trap, there's a traitor hidden in plain sight on board the Endurance, Boba Fett. Now, earlier on, I gave a brief introduction to the creation of the clones. They're formed from the genes of one Jango Fett. Boba is his son, Sort of. Before agreeing to allow his DNA to be used for the Republic Army, he made one request: an unmodified clone of himself. A son that doesn't age as fast. Since Boba's DNA was not modified, he obviously aged normally, and was essentially just another child version of Jango. Boba, of course, loved Jango like a father. And in Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Jango was killed by Jedi Master Mace Windu, which is a story for another time. However, Boba witnessed this killing, and since then has plotted his revenge on Master Windu. Here on the Endurance, Boba puts his plan into action. Disguised as a clone cadet, Boba has infiltrated the ranks of the clones. He sneaks away, guided by someone over a communicator. Boba plants an explosive in Master Windu's quarters and returns to await success. The success never comes, and the station is now on high alert following the explosion. With Master Windu still alive, the voice on Boba's communicator instructs him to sneak into the reactor and destroy it. Boba, however, is not interested in killing everyone, only Master Windu. Just me. Begrudgingly, he follows orders, destroys the reactor. Single-handedly, Boba has sabotaged the Endurance, which is plummeting towards the planet Vaneport. Boba escapes the ship with other cadets and is picked up by the mysterious voice, Aura Singh, on the iconic Star Wars ship, the Slave One. Our next episode, R2 Come Home, is the penultimate of Season 2, and sees the after effects of the crash of the Endurance as the Jedi search for survivors. At the crash site, Windu and Skywalker only find clone corpses, but they were not killed in the crash. They were blasted. Commander Pons and Admiral Killian are nowhere to be found, but whoever shot the clone survivors left behind a souvenir: Jango Fett's old helmet. And by souvenir, I mean a trap. Boba, Aura, and the other bounty hunters watch as the helmet explodes. Nearby, they have Commander Pons and Killian tied and gagged. Boba demands to go make sure Windu is really dead, and convinces Aura that Skywalker and Windu would add a large amount of money to the bounty they already have. Windu and Anakin, though, did survive, but they're trapped beneath the rubble. Their only hope for rescue is R2-D2. For those unfamiliar, R2-D2 is an astromech droid that has been present in just about every major Star Wars product. R2 is an essential part of the Star Wars story, largely thanks to how resourceful he is and his ability to provide support at crucial times. Right now, he's tasked with returning to the Jedi on Coruscant to get help for Anakin and Mace Windu. R2 makes his way to Anakin's starfighter and takes off. The bounty hunters, however, don't know this is just R2 and believe it to be the Jedi making their escape, so they take off as well to chase after him. But R2 is perhaps the most resourceful droid in the entire Star Wars universe. He manages to escape the bounty hunters and get word to Master Plo Koon and Ahsoka about the trapped Jedi. Anakin and Mace are rescued, but Boba is still out there, and he still has Admiral Killian and Commander Pons in custody. The next episode, Lethal Trackdown, sees the chase between Master Plo Koon and Ahsoka Tano as they try to rescue the hostages from Aura and Boba. Unfortunately, the Republic suffers the loss of Commander Pons when Aura tries to draw out Master Windu. To get information on Aura Singh's location, Plo and Ahsoka head to the Coruscant underground. Here, Ahsoka is able to clear her mind and overhears something about Aura recently killing someone on Flora. That's right, we're heading back to Hondo Akano's stomping grounds for the final confrontation of Season 2. Although Hondo is housing Aura and Boba, he does not wish to be involved in their plot to kill Windu. So when Plo Koon and Ahsoka arrive, it does not hinder their entrance. Plo and Aura sit for a chat, which is obviously a trap. Things explode, metaphorically and literally, very quickly. Aura Singh tries to divert the Jedi away from Pons, who has the hostages outside of Slave One. But Master Plo is much too smart for that. Ahsoka flies onto the scene and disarms Pons. The hostages are freed, but before they can flip the script and take any prisoners of their own, Aura rides in, knocks everyone away, and boards Slave One. Ahsoka is able to mount onto the ship before it takes off and destroys the glass around the cockpit. Back on Coruscant, Plo and Ahsoka arrive with Bossk and Boba in cuffs, and Season 2 ends with these two soon-to-be iconic bounty hunters behind bars. For the first episode of Season 3, Clone Cadets, think all the way back to Rookies from Season 1. In that episode, we were introduced to the clones guarding the Rishi outpost and the events thereafter. Mentioned a few names that episode: Heavy, Fives, Echo, Droid Bait, and Cutter. These are, or rather were, the members of Domino Squad. And in this episode, we get to rejoin these clones in a flashback of sorts to their time as cadets on Kamino. Here, the Domino Squad are undergoing their final trials before being promoted to troopers. Unfortunately, these clones seem to have a terribly hard time working with one another. By their superiors, Brick, Ellis, and Jedi Master Shaak Ti. An interesting note here about Shaak Ti, she represents the Jedi for Kamino, overseeing training and the creation of the clones. Her presence on the planet operates in stark contrast to the native Kaminoans. To the Kaminoans, the clones are nothing more than products to be shipped. But to Shaak Ti, really all the Jedi, the clones are people too, individuals worthy of caring for. Back to the episode. Echo works too by the book. Heavy tries to be a one-man army. Cut Up doesn't seem to take anything seriously. Droid Bay tends to be a magnet for enemy fire. Essentially, the Domino Squad is far too dysfunctional for promotion. It comes time for their final trial, which is overseen by ARC Trooper Commander Blitz of the Rain Corps Battalion. Quick note, ARC Troopers, or Advanced Recon Commandos, are the best of the best, and are distinguishable by their specific armor, oftentimes coming equipped with shoulder pieces like we see on Captain Blitz. Right now, the dysfunction of the Domino Squad is on full display for their final trial performance, which ends in early failure. Their drill sergeants, Brick and Ellis, acknowledge this, and they take different approaches on what to do next. Brick thinks the clones should simply be put on sanitation duty, while Ellis thinks they could be the finest troopers in the Army if given the right care. Domino Squad is granted one final opportunity to prove themselves with a retest at the behest of Master Shaak Ti. However, before this retest can happen, Heavy tries to sneak out and go AWOL. It's only thanks to encouraging words from Clone 99 that he decided to stay. 99 is a clone who, unfortunately, saw some issues during the cloning process that left him malformed. He has since been left on his home planet of Kamino for sanitation duty, and he has seen countless cadets undergo graduation. This time around, he sees the struggles of Domino Squad and offers as much advice and support as he can. He might not be combat capable, but 99 is always there to help his brothers where he's able to. With renewed faith in themselves and in their squad mates, Domino Squad faces the Citadel challenge once again. This time around, they're able to overcome the obstacles specific to them from before and work as a unit. They not only ace the test, they prove Sergeant Ellis correct when they show a level of ingenuity not seen in any of the other squadrons. Domino Squad receives their graduation medals, and Heavy shows his appreciation to the one that inspired him the most, 99. This next episode, ARC Troopers, I'm going to say ARC from now on, not ARC, makes it easier, keeps us on the planet Kamino. Only now, we aren't watching clones get trained for war, the war has found its way here. This episode is all about the Battle of Kamino, but before jumping into that, it's important to note that this episode brings us back into the chronological timeline of the ship. We're no longer in a flashback of the Domino Squad. So, the events that happen on Rishi have caught back up with us, meaning Heavy, Droid Bait, and Cut Up are unfortunately gone. A fact that Clone 99 is sad to hear. So Jedi's Anakin Skywalker and Kenobi receive vital intel that General Grievous and Asajj Ventress are plotting an attack on the clone facilities, ushering them to Kamino with the 212th and 501st, and remember that Echo and Fonz, the sole survivors of Domino Squad, were made members of the 501st following the attack on Rishi. The Separatists arrive via starship, as is the case. Anakin, Clone Broadside, and the rest of Shadow Squadron launch into space for the defense, but things are almost too easy. Like General Grievous being uncharacteristically reckless, General Kenobi grows suspicious, rightfully so. Something's going on. As it turns out, underneath the waters of Kamino, Aqua droids are deploying and constructing Trident-class assault craft, essentially squid-shaped watercraft that transport battle droids. The Tridents launch and latch on at various points of the cloning facility. The Separatist goal, to destroy the facilities, and to steal the DNA used for the cloning process. ARC Commander Havoc leads a steadfast defense of the main hangar bay, holding off wave after wave of Aqua droids. Unfortunately, he's killed in the assault, and he finds himself distracted by Clone 99, who is running supplies for the garrison. Deeper inside the facility, ARC Commander Cole leads the defense of the DNA chamber, but Asajj Ventress's control over the Force proves too strong, and the ARC Commander is impaled by the Sith apprentice. Anakin is able to cut off Ventress before she can leave with the DNA, and the two fight it all across the facility. Meanwhile, General Grievous leads his droids to attack the clone barracks. However, the general is intercepted by Kenobi, and the two fight it out. Inside the barracks, clones Echo and Fonz rally the troops to fight back against the attacking droids. 99 shows the troops the way to the armory, and the makeshift squadron fends off the droids. Unfortunately, Clone 99 fell in the skirmish when he ran to help his brothers get some more ammunition. A true soldier through and through. The battle wages on inside. Kenobi has Grievous on the run, and Anakin has Ventress on the ropes. Arc Commander Hammer leads specially armed troops with blaster cannons to destroy the Triton ships, with their numbers dwindling. The Separatist leaders have no choice but to retreat. Ventress and Grievous may have escaped, but the battle is won. Kamino is safe, and in no small part thanks to Echo and Five stepping up when they were needed most for their valor. The two sole survivors of Domino Squad are given a great honor, the title of Army Troopers. Alright, let's jump forward just a little bit. This next episode, Night Sisters, opens on a raging battle between the Republic and the Separatists. Asajj Ventress is once again seeking to destroy the ever-elusive Anakin and Obi-Wan. However, things take an unexpected turn for the apprentice when her master, Count Dooku, betrays her at the behest of the Dark Lord Darth Sidious. Dooku orders the destruction of the Separatist flagship, with Ventress still inside. And with no signs of survivors, he believes his former apprentice to be dead. However, Ventress is anything but dead. Matter of fact, she seems to be fueled even more by rage and the desire for revenge. She returns to her homeworld, Dathomir, to seek aid from Mother Talzin and the Night Sisters. The Night Sisters are a coven of witches and dark force users. By tapping into the magical underworld of their home planet, they're able to perform feats of arcane power. With the use of dark magics, Mother Talzin is able to revive Asajj Ventress during her time unconscious. We get a glimpse into the backstory of the former apprentice. When she was a child, Ventress showed immense potential in the Force when she was trying to fight off slavers from her mother. Jedi Knight Kai Neret took Ventress on as a Padawan, but upon Neret's death, Ventress was consumed by anger and fell to the dark side. This descent was only reinforced when she fell under the apprenticeship of Dooku. Working for the dark side means channeling those more negative aspects: anger, jealousy, vengeance. So it comes as no surprise that Dooku's betrayal will not be taken lightly by Ventress. Mother Talzin understands Ventress's desire, and so lends all the aid she can for her quest to end Dooku. Once again, through the use of Night Sister magic, Talzin cloaks Ventress in darkness and gives her a sense-muting poison. Ventress and Night Sisters, Aleph and Karis, arrive at Dooku's palace and sneak in unseen. Despite the advantages afforded by Mother Talzin, the sisters fail to defeat the Sith Lord. All's not lost for Ventress, though, because on her return to the planet, Talzin seems to have concocted a plan to get closer to Dooku. A plan we will see play out in the coming episodes. This next episode, Monster, sees the creation of just that, a monster. But before getting to that, let's touch on the society of the planet of Dathomir and the Night Sisters. The Night Sisters are a subspecies of an alien race called the Zabrak. Now, the history here runs very deep, but here are the important things to know. Most of the Zabrak species live off-planet on the homeworld of Iridani, but those that live on Dathomir are referred to either as Night Sisters or Night Brothers. Mother Talzin essentially brought the Night Sisters back from the brink. Through her leadership, the once splintered clans of Night Sisters united under one banner, hers. Through her dark magic, Mother Talzin bonded the Night Brothers to the Coven, making them subservient to the will of their sisters. A notable member of this small collection of Zabrak, outside of Talzin and Ventress, is a former Sith apprentice known as Darth Maul, who we will meet in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Maul gained notoriety and respect among the Sith for his brutality and ferocity in battle. Despite this, we last saw Maul fall to the Jedi Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yes, the now Master Kenobi. In this episode, Ventress travels to the Night Brother colony to find herself a suitable servant that Talzin will place as Dooku's side as his apprentice. To find a worthy successor, Ventress sends a collection of the men through a series of trials to test their strength and will. All fail except for one: Savage Opress. Savage Opress's vigor stems from the protective nature he feels for his younger brother Farron. Ventress is satisfied by Savage's performance and returns to the Night Sister Coven with him. At their abbey, Talzin and the other witches perform a ritual on Savage that leaves his mind in tatters but greatly increases his physical size as well as his strength. As a test, they present Farrell before him, and Savage kills him, disgusted by his wounds. Count Dooku accepts Savage Opress as his new personal assassin and sends him out to the forests of Deveron to test his skill. Here, Savage makes quick work of Jedi Knight Halsey, Padawan Knox, and Commander Trauma's clone unit. This guy could prove a problem for both the Republic and the Separatists. Our next episode, Witches of the Mist, sees the culmination of Ventress's plot for revenge on Grievous with Savage and Cress. The Jedi have received word of the loss of the temple in the Devilron forests. Holotape evidence reveals it to be Savage and Cress. Anakin and Obi-Wan launch an investigation in Dathomir that leads them to Toydaria. You know, that planet from Season 1, Episode 1. Here, they're able to intercept Savage as he attempts to kidnap King Kuntunko, but the Night Brother is much too powerful for them to stop. A little too powerful for his own good, in fact, as his kidnapping mission inadvertently becomes an assassination. Savage brings King Kuntunko's body back to Count Dooku, who's very displeased. He strikes his apprentice with Force Lightning as punishment. Moments later, Dooku's former protege emerges from the shadows and enacts her plan to assassinate her former master. Though even with the Cress's and Ventress's power combined, there's still no match for Dooku. Anger swells within Savage as Ventress belittles him, so much so he turns his back on her. Dooku manages to escape right before Anakin and Obi-Wan arrive to take on Savage. With his betrayal of Dooku, Savage is now labeled a traitor of the Sith. And so the battle droids on board fire upon both the Jedi and him. Though seriously injured, Savage manages to make a getaway back to Dathomir. Back home, Savage pleads with Mother Talzin to help him find a way to increase his strength. The mother then drops some major family history. It is revealed that Pharaoh wasn't Savage's only brother. There was another, and to grow his power, Savage must leave in search of this long-lost brother, the brother that goes by the name of Maul. For our next episode, Overlords, things get a little paranormal for our heroes. Hang there, everybody. This is packed with lore. A strange signal containing an ancient Jedi distress call is got by the Council. It's a serious cause for concern, so Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan travel to a far corner of the galaxy to investigate. They're set to rendezvous with Captain Rex. However, upon arriving at the coordinates, neither party is able to find the other. Power and communication systems shut down for the Jedi, and they're sucked into a massive cuboid structure floating in the middle of space. They are consumed by an incredibly bright light and awaken somewhere they do not recognize. Somewhere the holocomputer doesn't recognize. Somewhere outside of the universe that radiates with the Force. The trio is greeted by a life form bathed in light that refers to herself only as daughter. She asks if Anakin is the chosen one. More on that in a moment. Daughter beckons the Jedi to follow her to meet someone only referred to as father, and with no other choice, they oblige. However, en route, a cliff face collapses, separating Anakin from Kenobi and Ahsoka. Night soon falls over the planet, and everything around them begins to fade away. Obi-Wan and Ahsoka are confronted by a tall male figure shrouded in darkness. Son poses the question again. Is Anakin the chosen one? Kenobi finds this question disturbing and evades a response as rain begins to fall. Okay, so are we going to talk about that? What is the chosen one? Well, it's a long and rich story, one that George Lucas told over the course of the entire Star Wars movie franchise. The short of it goes that the Force requires balance. Not just light, not just dark, but a good balance between the two. In Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn discovered a Force-sensitive youngling on Tatooine, Anakin. Only young Anakin wasn't just Force-sensitive. Qui-Gon saw potential in this youngling he had never seen in any other before. He believed Anakin to be the chosen one, or the one to fulfill the prophecy that will bring the Force into balance. Upon Qui-Gon's death in that movie, the train of Anakin fell to Obi-Wan. He fell in love with Padme. He avenged his mother's murder. The Clone Wars started in boom, or caught up. Now, at this point in the timeline, Anakin is still struggling with many of his darker attributes. The attributes that make him an unconventional Jedi. Things like attachment, impulsiveness, and impatience. These are the representations of the dark side that dwell within Anakin. And his struggle to overcome these things is a major plot point in both the movies and the show. Whether or not Anakin will completely shut out the dark side as the chosen one, bring balance to the Force, remains to be seen at this point in the story. Again, this is a story that took place over 6 movies. Star Wars The Clone Wars is just a blip in time for the overall Star Wars plot. Alright, back to the episode. Anakin uncovers a massive monastery housing the one known as Father. While hiding out from the rain, all 3 of our heroes are met with visions created by Son. Obi-Wan is met with the ghost of Qui-Gon, who details many of the things we just discussed about Anakin's dream. Anakin is met by his late mother, whose death still haunts him, and, interestingly, Ahsoka is met by a future version of herself that warns her of the potential darkness that Anakin's training is planting within her. Father then reveals everything about their location, and himself to Anakin, Father and his children are known as Force wielders, being so strong in the Force that they had to leave the material realm and live somewhere in between. Here, Father is able to control his children, maintain a balance between the two of them to avoid the potential destruction of the universe as we know. However, he's growing old and tired. He's dying. And should Anakin prove to be the chosen one, he would request that the Jedi take his place in the balancing factor between the two. To test Anakin, Father takes him to an arena in the monastery, where daughter and son present Obi-Wan and Ahsoka. Anakin is met with a choice. He can only save one of them. But Anakin refuses to play Father's game, and places both daughter and son under his control, thereby proving himself to, in fact, be the chosen one. However, Anakin refuses to stay. Father is true to his word, and allows Anakin to leave. Alright, next episode, Counterattack, brings us right back into the Clone Wars. Following a daring infiltration into the impenetrable Separatist prison, the Citadel, the Jedi must make their escape with the now free Jedi Master, Evan Peel. Among the strike team on this mission is, of course, Commander Cody and Captain Rex, but the newly promoted ARC troopers, Echo 5s, are along for the ride as well. The rescue teams are split into two groups. Anakin's group, consisting of Ahsoka, Echo 5s, Captain Rex, and the rescue captain, Lilhoof Tarkin, are traversing along the edges of a massive chasm. For anyone hearing the name Tarkin, thinking, that sounds familiar. Well, Tarkin is a key player as Admiral in the original Star Wars trilogy. Skywalker's team blows through a dead end and makes it to the surface using a fuel pipeline. On the surface, however, they're met with fierce resistance and are forced to resort to Plan B. Plan B. The key to their escape is a shuttle operated by R2 and some reprogrammed battle droids. The bots make their way to the rendezvous. With no sign of Kenobi or Skywalker, the group was forced to head inside to maintain their cover. It's a good thing they did, because inside they run into Kenobi's squad, consisting of Commander Cody, Master Peel, and other members of the 212th in chains. The reprogrammed droids are able to trick their Separatist counterparts to free the Jedi, and the group make their escape. Also resorting to Plan B, both groups rendezvous at the shuttle stopping bay, but their escape is thwarted by the warden of the prison, O.C. Sabak. The warden concludes that this is their only point of escape, and so laid an ambush for the Jedi and the clones. The attacking droids aren't much of an issue for the Jedi and the elite clones of the squadron. The real problem lies in the turret that could destroy the shuttle and completely ruin their chance of escape. Realizing this, ARC Trooper Echo makes a mad dash to destroy the turret before he can neutralize their way out. Unfortunately, though, his decision was hasty. The turret blasts the shuttle to pieces, and Echo is consumed by the explosion. The rescue squad is able to escape from the fight, but now they're trapped on the Citadel with no way off. Their only hope remains to be Master Plo Koon, who must now venture deep into Sith territory with a fleet of Republic starships. Continuing right along, Citadel Rescue is about exactly what the title says. The Republic is on its way to rescue the rescue team. That's alright. The Jedi and their rescue squadron are trapped on the surface level of the planet Lola Sayu, and the treacherous terrain makes an easy pickup nearly impossible. Our heroes must trek to a distant planet that would allow for Republic gunships to land safely. Of course, this venture will not be an easy one with Warden Sabak hot on their tails. Not only is the Warden's job on the line, but so is his very life. So he launches everything he has at the Jedi. Crab droids, commando droids, and even native fauna, the ferocious Anuba. These vicious, canine-like creatures quickly pick up on the scent of the escapees and bog them down in a cave system long enough for a detachment of droids to accompany them. Jedi Master Peel and Ahsoka do everything they can to hold off the creatures so the clones might make it to a safe space, but a rogue Anuba pounces on Peel, mauling him. The Master is terribly injured, and with his dying breath, whispers vital information into Ahsoka's ear.
Listen to me carefully, child.
The Jedi and their men take a moment to honor the fallen Peel before continuing on. They soon find their rendezvous point with Warden Spock himself. Our heroes hold off the Separatists to the best of their ability while they wait the arrival of their rescue team. In the atmosphere above, the Battle of Lola Sayu rages on as the Republic fleet arrives. Jedi Master Saci Tin escorts a clone gunship through the Separatist blockade to the surface below. At the rendezvous, fighting raged some. Warden Sabak nearly throws Captain Tarkin into the boiling magma, but Ahsoka jumps in just in time to save the captain by impaling Sabak. Moments later, the gunship arrives. Master Plo Koon and the Wolf Gang emerge to cover the rescue squadron's retreat. Finally, the Jedi are able to escape Lola Sayu. Well, what was this rescue attempt for? I mean, outside of saving lives. Well, the information Master Peel held onto turns out to be vitally important hyperspace route. This intel is known as the Nexus route, as it would allow either faction quick, effective, and easy access to the capital capital of the opposing faction and could thereby shift the tide of the war. To conceal this information, Peel held half of the intel, and Tarkin the other. Ahsoka vowed to only reveal her half to the Jedi Council, where Tarkin vowed to only reveal it to the Chancellor. Though fragmented, the Republic has the information secure, and if both parties can cooperate, there might be an end to the Clone Wars yet. Our next episode, Wookiee Hunt, is the final episode of Season 3. Ahsoka has been captured by Trandoshan hunters and released into thick jungles for a sick game of manhunt. After rallying a group of Padawan younglings captured years before, Ahsoka and the survivors decide to take the fight back to their twisted hunters. The young Jedi manage to completely destroy the hunters' prison transport, and among the wreckage, a tall, furry being emerges. A Wookiee. And not just any Wookiee, it's Chewbacca. For those unfamiliar, Chewbacca is an iconic character in the Star Wars franchise, and will play a pivotal role in the later movies. With Chewbacca's immense strength, the Padawans managed to get themselves a prisoner that they used to launch an all-out assault on the Trandoshan command ship. Chewie's not all brawn, though. He's smart, too. Really smart. Using the salvage from the fallen prisoner ship, Chewie gets a transmitter working to send out a distress call to his homeworld. It's a good thing he did, too, because just as the assault begins to go south, Chieftain Tarful of the Wookiees arrives, on scene to lend a hand. Even without her lightsaber, Ahsoka is able to overcome the Trandoshan leader and claim victory for the survivors. On the return to Coruscant, Ahsoka reunites with him and explains that it's all thanks to his training that she found the will and ability to live.
Just had to put me on the naughty list.
How do you get on that list?
You want to be on the naughty list?
Oh, no, gross.
This Thanksgiving, you can count on Smith's. You get up high quality with our exclusive brands and down low prices. Because at Smith's, quality and low prices always come together. Smith's, fresh for everyone.
Hurry up to your local ag for the seasonal performance event going on now.
These hands are working hands. My hands are the most important tools I have. We need to take care of them. That's where Ps5 comes in.
It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief.
If it works for these hands, it'll work for yours.
Also, try O'Keefe's Skin Repair Body Creams.
Alright, let's jump into the episode Darkness on Endor. To kick off this next season, Season 4, titled Battle Lines, sees the Clone Wars reach new heights of danger as the war wages on. To best exemplify this, we're jumping right in at the invasion of Endor, one of the longest campaigns in the whole war. This episode focuses on the 501st Legion as they make their landing on the shadowy planet and the struggles therein. Anakin and Rex lead the 501st in this assault, with ARC Trooper 5s and Bonus Troopers Hardcase Kix, Jesse Tun, and Dogma in the infantry. Landing proves difficult, but the clones touch down with ATRTs and engage the local separatists aligned with Fallen militia. The landing is rough, but the 501st make their landing successfully and begin their rear advance to the capital. However, before they can make progress on their mission, a gunship arrives at Skywalker's location with Jedi Master Paul Crow. The Jedi arrives with orders that Anakin is to return to Coruscant and relieve command of the 501st to Krell. Anakin and Obi-Wan present a certain amount of care for their men, a care that Krell does not possess. He's overly strict and sees the clones as expendable, even refusing to use their names, only their CT numbers. The new leader, things are tense for the 501st, but they'll have to get used to it, because Krell is going to be leading them throughout this whole invasion. The next episode, Plan of Descent, sees the clones continue on towards their attack on the capital. Despite the failures in the past and the countless lives lost, General Krell is still insistent on a full forward attack on the heavily fortified capital. A number of our named clones in the 501st have grown tired of General Krell's blatant disregard for their lives. Most notably, ARC Trooper 5s, while loyal to the very end, also acknowledges the inhumane nature of General Krell's arrogance and refuses to follow orders that will do nothing but get people killed. 5s expresses that he will not just be another number. Sounds similar to someone we met a few seasons ago. Captain Rex, as well, understands that Krell is being unreasonable and cruel, but he has his orders and will play them, as is his duty. The primary reason the capital has remained impenetrable is the constant supply runs they receive from their fleet. So 5s has mustered up a plan that will allow them to cut off this supply route, thereby leaving the city vulnerable. Having taken over an Umbaran airbase, they have access to their starfighters. Using these, 5s as well as clones Jesse and Hardcase will infiltrate the fleet and destroy it from the inside. Their plan goes south. when their infiltration is discovered, the droids launch a defensive attack, cutting off access to the reactor core. Knowing this mission will save his brother's lives, Case makes the ultimate sacrifice and launches a missile pod into the reactor with himself still inside. Fives and Jesse return to the base with heavy hearts, but a mission complete. In the next episode of Carnage and Krell, the Jedi Master is not happy one bit. For directly disobeying him, Krell orders the execution of Fives and Jesse. Spearheading his firing squad is Clone Dogma, who actually sees eye to eye and is blindly loyal to Krell. His brothers, however, refuse to carry on with the execution, knowing that Fives and Jesse are heroes to the 501st and to the Republic. Before Krell can reprimand Captain Rex for his disobedience, new intel comes through that the droids are attacking the airbase disguised as clones. The entirety of the 501st leaves to meet the enemy on the battlefield, but as it turns out, they aren't droids at all. It's the 212th Attack Battalion. Leading the 212th is platoon leader Wax, and with his dying breath, he reveals that General Krell gave the 212th the exact same falsified information. Countless lives were lost on both sides before the realization set in, and so Captain Rex takes it upon himself to get justice. Krell does not go quietly into his arrest, makes a break into the foreign wilderness. Quick thinking, Tuck is able to lure the Jedi into the native Mixus, a tentacle creature with razor-sharp teeth. The creature is able to disorient Krell enough that Tuck can stun him and the clones can take him in. While in the brig, Krell reveals he has turned his back on the Jedi Order because he foresees the fall of the Republic. Everything was done to save his skin and hopefully attract the attention of Dooku. Dogma overcomes his blind loyalty and shoots Krell. No chance that he might bring intel to the Separatists. The 501st leaves for the capital. With the invasion of Umbara completed, I'm sure they'd love to forget this whole ordeal. Our next episode, Deception, takes us away from the battlefield and into the Coruscant underground. The Jedi Council has uncovered a plot for the Separatists to kidnap the Chancellor. They need more information. So to get inside, they have Obi-Wan stage his own death and go undercover. They all go to lengths to ensure that the Republic believes that Obi-Wan is dead. Even Anakin is fooled. Obi-Wan takes on the identity of the supposed assassin sent to kill him, Rako Hardin. Like, fully has his face morphed to look like his. Clothes like his, it's the whole 9 yards. Obi-Wan is going deep undercover. Inside the prison, Obi-Wan makes his presence known to Morala Eval, a key figure in the hidden plot. Morala takes a liking to the disguised Obi-Wan and welcomes him aboard when it comes time for him to break out of the prison. Another member in this hidden plot is, wait for it, Cad Bane. Yeah, Cad Bane makes his return this episode with a bang. He masterminds Moralo and his escape out of jail. With these guys out of prison, the Chancellor is in danger, but they have no idea the biggest threat is right under their noses. Moving on, Crisis on Naboo sees the execution of a plot to kidnap the Chancellor. The anniversary of Naboo's union with the Republic, and Chancellor Palpatine is presiding over the festival. The hired guns are all briefed by Dooku and Cad Bane, ready to play their role in the biggest heist of all time. However, with Obi-Wan undercover, things don't go according to plan. He's given the role of sniper for the kidnapping, and so is able to provide Mace Windu the intel he needs to thwart Bane's posse. However, Cad Bane and Moralo are still able to make their escape to some nearby woods, where they are there to meet Dooku. It's at this point that Obi-Wan drops the act and confronts Bane and Moralo. Windu and Skywalker show up moments later and take the 2 bounty hunters into custody. Something doesn't sit right with Obi-Wan. Why didn't Dooku show up? He leads a small investigation, befriends a communicator to Sniper Hicks. Dooku knew the whole time. Dooku makes his second attempt at the Chancellor himself and duels with Anakin. Something worth noting here is how Chancellor Palpatine seems to be enjoying seeing Anakin's anger and frustration fuel his fight with Dooku. Just something to keep in mind. Anyway, Obi-Wan arrives just in the nick of time to stop Dooku from leaving with the Chancellor. Palpatine is safe, and Obi-Wan can finally drop the bad guy act. For our next episode, Revenge, think back to the end of last season. Savage Opress left Dathomir in search of his long-lost brother, the legendary Darth Maul. Well, as the Clone Wars were raging, found him. But Maul is a shell of his former self. A twisted crony with a mangled body, Maul is more feral dog at this point than he is Sabra. His brother, though, takes him in nonetheless. Back on Dathomir, Mother Talzin performs her dark magic, similar to what she did with Savage. The clouds in confusion fade from Maul's mind, and his body is restored. And better, with one thing on his mind, revenge. On Felucia, Maul and Savage make their presence known in the most cruel way possible, by killing innocents. Obi-Wan travels to put down this ghost of his past once and for all, but with Savage there as well, the fight proves near impossible for the Jedi Master. Asajj Ventress seeks her revenge against Savage for his betrayal last season, and so Obi-Wan and Ventress find themselves forming an unlikely the alliance with Maul, as they both attempt to defeat Maul and Savage. Yet even still, the Zabrak brothers' rage and thirst for vengeance makes them so powerful that even a Jedi Master and former Sith apprentice stand no chance. Asajj and Obi-Wan make a narrow escape for their lives off the ship, just barely. Maul's return to the fray adds fuel to the dark side of the Force, and adds yet another problem to the plate of the Republic. Jumping forward quite a bit here to the episode elements in Season 1. Let's see how Maul's quest for vengeance pans out. Before that, though, let's discuss another neutral faction in the galaxy, the Death Watch. The Death Watch is a splinter faction of the planet Mandalore, home of the Mandalorians. This society boasted a warrior spirit unlike any other. War and battle to them is an old tradition, something to honor, or rather, it was. In recent years, the Duchess Satine has completely shifted the cultural focus from war and battle to pacifism and peace. The Death Watch, led by one Ps5, wholeheartedly disagrees with this, and so has been waging a number of campaigns against the Duchess to retake Mandalore. Campaigns that have almost always ended in failure thanks to the intervention of Obi-Wan Kenobi. So it may come as a small blessing to the Death Watch that they discovered someone else who has a vendetta against Kenobi, Maul. Ps5 employs the company of Maul and Savage as allies to retake Mandalore from Satine and to end Obi-Wan. But first, they're going to need an army. First, they travel to Mustafar and recruit the army of the criminal syndicate, the Black Sun. The Pike Syndicate joined what is now known as the Shadow Collective, and the growing army leave for Nal Hutta. A display of power from the Shadow Collective leaves Jabba the Hutt no choice but to agree to Maul's terms and pledge his loyalty. With an army amassed, the Shadow Collective is ready to take Mandalore. However, Maul's ambition to run a galactic underworld while on the throne of Mandalore sparks tension within the faction. In this episode, Shades of Reason, the Shadow Collective launches their assault on Mandalore. Although instead of a full frontal march on the capital, Maul and Death Watch vie for a more political approach. With an army of criminals and crime lords, the Collective's plan is to capture key shipping ports and banks, making it look like the crime lords are waging war. Then Death Watch will step in to fight off the intruders, thereby making them lauded as heroes and making Duchess Satine look. Ideally, the people will welcome the rule of Isla, as he is the quote-unquote hero that saved Mandalore from the criminal underworld. The deception works flawlessly, as the Death Watch roam around, arresting various soldiers of the Shadow Collective. Ps5 is idolized among the people of Mandalore. The Duchess Satine is deposed from power. With Vizsla's vision realized, he reveals he has no intention of expanding a criminal empire as Maul, so he betrays him. Though Maul takes the betrayal with dignity, he immediately concocts a new plan, installing a new leader instead of Vizsla, one that will act on his behalf. This job falls to the former Prime Minister Al now to depose Vizsla. Maul enacts an ancient tradition of the Mandalorians, trial by combat. Those in possession of the Darksaber are honor-bound to always defend their position as leader by combat, whether they are challenged. Maul takes advantage of this, and though Vizsla proves a worthy adversary, Maul is able to dispatch him. Taking over the Death Watch, and thereby Mandalore. With Mandalore and Prime Minister Almec under Maul's thumb, it's only a matter of time before Obi-Wan arrives, just as he always does. For our next episode, The Lawless, I hate to say it, but Obi-Wan played right into Maul's hands. Because Mandalore is a neutral planet, Obi-Wan disobeys orders from the Council when he arrives on Mandalore. This means Obi-Wan is alone and vulnerable, just as Maul had hoped. Obi-Wan nearly made his escape, but unfortunately both he and the Duchess find themselves in chains. In a Mandalorian throne room, Maul basks in his victory before Obi-Wan. Maul taunts the Master Jedi before enacting his vengeance. No, he doesn't lunge at Obi-Wan. He instead impales the Duchess Satine with the Darksaber. A splinter faction of the Death Watch, led by Bo-Katan, frees Obi-Wan of his shackles and makes their great escape. Battle wages on in the airs of Mandalore as both factions of Death Watch fight one another for their opposing loyalties. Obi-Wan makes his escape from Mandalore with Bo-Katan's help, but while all this is happening, a new force arrives in the throne room. A dark, sinister force. Maul's former master, Darth Sidious. There's one major rule when it comes to the Sith. There can only be two. With Count Dooku at the side of Sidious, Maul and Savage endeavors are a fracturing of this rule. So Darth Sidious attacks the two Zabrak Sith. Though they are powerful, none can withstand the power of Darth Sidious. Savage oppresses his imperial. Dark Lord has plans for Maul, and so he's in one. Revenge slips through Maul's fingers yet again, and now he finds himself back in service to the Dark Lord. In our next episode, To Catch a Jedi, Ahsoka is on the run. There's been an attack on the Jedi Temple, and with it, a dark conspiracy. Ahsoka's been framed for the murder of the perpetrator responsible for the attack, and now she finds herself traversing the dark underworld of Coruscant to discover the truth. For such a crime, there's a large bounty on her head that any hunter would love to claim. One such hunter, Asajj Ventress. Ahsoka is able to convince Ventress to help her investigation, promising that for her help, Ahsoka will speak to the Senate about granting the Separatist work criminal a harder. Using a public hologram system, Ahsoka is able to contact her only friend inside the Jedi Temple, Barriss Offee, who directs her to a nearby warehouse where the bomb is constructed. After guiding Ahsoka to the warehouse, a strange hooded figure attacks Ventress and takes her lightsaber. This same hooded figure then ambushes Ahsoka in the warehouse. As the fight goes on, Ahsoka is defeated and knocked right into the hands of Commander Wolf and his search party. Ahsoka is taken in by Anakin and Plo Koon to be tried by the Jedi, although Anakin is certain that there's something deeper than all of this, something the Jedi don't know. The episode The Wrong Jedi sees Ahsoka put on trial for the crime she didn't commit. Before facing trial from the Senate itself, Ahsoka must answer to the Jedi Council. Yet, it seems this trial is more of a sentencing than anything, as the Council has already made the decision, effective immediately. Padawan Tana has her rank stripped, privileges revoked, and is hereby expelled from the Jedi Order. While Ahsoka is trying for the Galactic Senate, Anakin ventures back into the Coruscant underworld to question Ventress, Ahsoka's only other known contact. Of course, the history between these two has tensions running high, but Asajj reveals a vital piece of information, that Ventress was not Ahsoka's only point of contact. In fact, it was Barriss Offee that directed them to the warehouse in the first place. With a new lead, Anakin heads back to the Jedi Temple to speak with Padawan Offee. Anakin's suspicions are confirmed when Barriss reveals she has Ventress's lightsabers. She was the mysterious ambusher from the last episode. Anakin and Barriss engage in a duel that ends in the Padawan's arrest. Anakin races to the Senate chambers and interrupts the proceeding right before judgment is passed. Barriss admits to all, and Ahsoka's charges are dropped immediately. Despite this victory, it's not all sunshine and rainbows for the Jedi. Ahsoka feels betrayed and hurt by the fact that those she looked up to and trusted didn't share that same trust, and turned their backs on her when she needed the most. So when the Jedi offer Ahsoka her place in the Order once again, she turns her back on the Jedi. Season 6 kicks off with The Unknown. In this episode, Anakin and the 501st are waging war against another Separatist battleship with twin Jedi Masters Tiplar and Tipley of Dune's Unit. Pretty standard stuff by Colonial standards. Jedis, droids, clones, everything. However, things make an unexpected turn when Clone Tuck feels a little unwell. So he feels compelled to murder a Jedi. Yep, in this episode, Clone Tuck executes a Jedi. Master Tiplar, to be more specific. Clearly, he was not in his right mind. In response to his actions, all Tuck has to say for himself is, good soldiers follow orders, over and over again.
Wash up after any adventure with a Matchbox Spin Cyclone Car Wash. Go from dirty to sudsy to shiny. They get tires and a tune-up. Up for 2 cars. Other cars will assemble. Adults assemble.
There's nothing like access to the largest global airport lounge network.
When was the last time you took a break? Sad desk benches don't revitalize us. We all deserve a moment to recharge and revitalize ourselves. Tea break! Let great tea breaks happen! It's time for a tea break. It's time for a Pure Leaf.
Froze in a trance, but who gave the order? Well, nobody did. And that's the mystery behind this whole ordeal. A medical scan of Tuff shows no physical issues, so this has to be some sort of mental break. The only issue with that idea is that the clones are bred to be soldiers, and with that comes the mental resilience to endure the hardships of war. The only way to truly find out what happened with Tuff is to take him back home, to Kamino. Episode 2 Conspiracy sees Clone Tuff and Clone 5s inside of Kamino's medical bay. Master Shaak Ti and the Chief Kaminoan Medical Officer, Nala Se, are at odds about how to proceed with Tuff's mysterious condition. Remember, the Kaminoans view the clones as objects, while Master Ti wishes for them to be treated as people. For Shaak Ti, the best course of action would be a deep brain scan, one that would keep Tuff alive. However, Nala Se disagrees, thinking that Tuff should be put down so that they may perform an autopsy. Meanwhile, Fives is one room over and is greatly concerned for his best friend's condition. Fives refuses to let Nala Se dispose of Tuff like he's nothing, so he convinces the medical droid, AZI-3, to help him break in to find the answers himself. And so they do. Fives and AZI-3 sneak into the next room over, allowing the droid to discover some sort of tumor in Tuff's brain. Now, this isn't just a tumor. This is a conspiracy that runs deep. But we'll get to that in just a minute. ACI-3 is able to remove the tumor that seems to warp Tuff's inhibitions and present it to Fives. Nala Se returns to the room and seems to try and cover up Fives' discovery. Top awakens following the surgery and speaks cryptically about the mission. Some sort of mission that haunts him in his dreams, haunts all clones in all of their dreams. Finally, Tup says that it's his time to be free and fades away on the table. As far as the tumor goes, Shakti advises the sample be taken to the Jedi, but this request is blocked by Chancellor Palpatine. The mystery is still wide open, though, about what happened and what this tumor can do to the clones. The next episode, Fugitive, Fives is scheduled for a memory wipe following his discoveries. However, Fives once again goes against direct orders and runs off with his new droid buddy, AZI-3. Together, they retrieve the tumor that was pulled from Tup to launch their own investigation about what this truly is. To begin, Fives and AZI make their way to the genome facility to compare the tumor to that of Jango Fett's original DNA. Here, they discover that this tumor does not stem from Fett's DNA and isn't even completely organic. With these facts in mind, some place this device in Tup. But how many other clones were implanted with this halfway organic chip? The two avoid capture from the Kaminoans and Shakti by escaping into a ceiling hatch. Fives finds himself concerned that this implant was placed in him as well, so he has AZI-3 perform the same surgery that he performed on Tup. Lo and behold, Fives as well have the same chip in his brain. With the second chip, AZI-3 is able to surmise that the one inside of Tup's brain malfunctioned, as is evidenced by the shriveled state of Tup's compared to Fives. Still not satisfied, Fives heads to the embryo room to find out if these chips are isolated cases or if they are planted in more clones. As to his horror, it is discovered that every single clone is implanted with whatever this chip is. Nala Se enters and explains that these devices are inhibitor chips designed to reduce the aggression of the clones to a safe level. Shakti arrives with the intention of arresting Fives, but when she hears about his discoveries, she instead decides to send him to Coruscant to share his findings with Palpatine. For this next episode, Orders, Fives gets the opportunity to plead his case before the ever-so-honorable Chancellor Palpatine. Things very quickly turn sour, however, when Fives is accused of attacking the Chancellor during their talks. Now he's on the run for the Coruscant underworld, just as Ahsoka was last season. I've been sprinting around outwardly saying it for the sake of surprise, but Chancellor Palpatine doesn't seem like quite the good guy, because he's actually the Dark Lord Sidious. And all this business with the inhibitor chips plays deep into the massive conspiracy called Order 66 to allow Darth Sidious to rise to ultimate power. More on how in just a little bit. Fives, unfortunately, finds himself coming too close to the truth of his plot. So Palpatine/Sidious employs his masterful use of manipulation to pit everyone against him. With such heavy charges levied against Fives, it's all hands on deck to locate him and bring him to quote-unquote justice. Both Rex and Anakin come after Fives, speak with him in an old abandoned warehouse. Fives pleads his case, explaining that the inhibitor chips are not in place as safeguards for aggressive clones, but in fact are there to force clones to listen and kill anyone on command, including their Jedi general.
Chips into our genetic code to make us do whatever so we want.
This sounds like absolute madness to Anakin and Rex, but before Fives can explain any further, Commander Fox and the Coruscant Guard arrive at their location. Fox orders Fives to stand down, but he reaches for a pistol, forcing Fox to fire. The shot pierces through Fives' heart, and he slumps into Rex's arms. As he fades away, he reiterates that the conspiracy is larger than anyone could have imagined. And with this dying breath, he pronounces he is free, and that the mission and the nightmares are finally over. The first episode of the final season, The Bad Batch, sees the Republic taking heavy losses from Separatist counter-strategies. Rex and Cody come to the conclusion that there has to be some sort of software in the droid's possession tailored to counter anything from Captain Rex. To discover the source of this algorithm and perhaps destroy it, they decide to infiltrate a Separatist cyber center. However, they will not be going alone. For this operation, Cody has employed the assistance of Clone Force 99, otherwise known as the Bad Batch. The Bad Batch is a small squadron of clones that suffered favorable mutations during their growth sequence on Kamino. Among the squadron is their leader, Sergeant Hunter, whose mutation gives him heightened senses, so heightened that he can feel electromagnetic frequencies from anywhere on a planet. Wrecker, the team's demolition scout, has incredible strength and towers above the average clone. Tag is the team's brains. His mutations gave him hyper-intellect, meaning he's incredibly tech-savvy. And lastly, there's Crosshair, who possesses incredible eyesight and is an incredible sniper. Together, the Bad Batch make for an incredibly effective unit, with incredibly unconventional tactics. This must come as no surprise that they prove as a valuable asset in taking the Cyber Center from the droids. Tag is more than capable of hacking into the Separatist mainframe, but what they find is much different than what was expected. They're able to find the source of the algorithm that counters the Republic's defense. fix, but it's not a program. It's something that goes by the name of CT-1409. Wait, that's a clone identification number, but it's not just any clones. That's Echo. But what's he doing with the Separatists? Well, before Rex can ask any further questions, the squadrons run off from the Cyber Center, but they have a location, Skako Minor. This next episode, at Distant Echo, Anakin, Rex, and the Bad Batch make their way to Skako Minor for a rescue operation. Here, Wat Tambor of the Techno Union is holding out in the city of Control, the same place where Echo Signal is leading them. They're able to infiltrate into the city and stave off waves of D1 series aerial battle droids. Eventually, Rex and Tech are able to locate the source of the signal they've been tracking to a single room. Upon entering, they're greeted by a massive room with a stasis chamber. Inside, they find Echo, or rather, a shell. Trade union seems to have done some intense experimentation on him. Tubes are outfitted that connect to the chamber, wires run from his head, and some of his limbs seem to have been replaced with prosthetics. The Techno Union has been keeping Echo barely alive so that they might probe his brain for any and all intel that he might provide, specifically strategies and tactics. Though he has no idea where he is or how he got there, Rex consoles his comrade, telling him that he is safe now. Tech and Rex then begin to free the thought-to-be fallen soldier, and now they must escape from Skako Minor. In our next episode, On the Wings of Kiradax, our heroes must make their escape from Control. And how do they do that? Well, as the title suggests, on the wings of Kiradax. Tech is able to recreate the distress frequency that the Skako Minor natives used to call Kiradax while they are balancing precariously above the planet. Everyone takes the leap of faith and lands on the winged beasts, escaping from the clutches of these separatist droids. They arrive at the Polytech village, where their journey in Skako Minor first began. Unfortunately, though, Wat Tambor isn't just going to take Echo's loss rolling over. He sends a platoon of D1 series aerial battle droids, as well as Octopura tri-droids, to attack the village and recover his assets. The clones, as well as the Polytechs, band together to ward off the incoming enemies. Thanks to the special abilities of the Bad Batch, as well as Anakin's masterful use of the Force, the Republic comes out on top by toppling over the Techno Union's massive construct. With the village safe and Echo back on his feet, our heroes board their escape craft and leave Skako Minor with renewed hope for the battles ahead. This next episode, Old Friends Not Forgotten, the Republic is going to have to cling to that hope I just mentioned because the Separatists are pushing hard in the Outer Rim. Led by General Grievous, the Jedi are spread incredibly thin as they try to defend the regions under Republic control. What they don't know is that these battles will prove to be their last, because over the course of these next few episodes, we will be watching the closing moments of the show and the end of the Clone Wars. So strap in, because this is where everything comes together. This finale actually takes us away from our Jedi heroes. Instead, we will be seeing the end of the war from the former Jedi Ahsoka Tano's perspective. Following her exit from the Jedi Order, Ahsoka found herself embroiled in the ongoing battles on Mandalore. The last time we were here, Kenobi managed to escape, but Maul ultimately remained in control. However, Bo-Katan and the Death Watch secretly continued waging the war from the shadows, eventually aligning themselves with Ahsoka Tano. Now things have come to a head. Bo-Katan and Ahsoka simply do not have the manpower to lay siege to Mandalore, and so seek the help of Anakin and Obi-Wan. Of course, neither Jedi have the authority to commit troops to a war on a neutral planet. However, Anakin is always there to support his Padawan, Ahsoka. So when the 501st and 212th are recalled to Coruscant to stave off an attack, Anakin grants Ahsoka a detachment, the 501st, hereby known as the 332nd Company, to aid her on Mandalore. The 332nd, while under Ahsoka's leadership, is technically commanded by Captain Rex. Ahsoka and the 332nd lead the siege of Mandalore with Bo-Katan, and the attack goes exceptionally well. Bo-Katan is able to defeat the Prime Minister Almec in the throne room. However, Ahsoka's true goal here is to find and take down Maul, the true power, and the one pulling the strings on Mandalore. She tracks him into the sewers in the lower city, but it's a trap. Her small detachment is slaughtered by Maul's troops, and she's left cornered by the former Sith, thus ending part 1 of the game. In this episode, The Fate of Apprentice, the Siege of Mandalore reaches its conclusion. Something worth noting here is that in this episode, Clone Wars and Star Wars Episode 3, The Revenge of the Sith, coincide. Now, off-screen, Anakin and Obi-Wan successfully saved Chancellor Palpatine, who was kidnapped by Count Dooku. During this mission, they learned of a mysterious figure known as Darth Sidious. However, they were not able to obtain any further information because Anakin killed Count Dooku before they could probe any further. We, of course, know who Sidious is at this point. However, the Jedi Council has remained blind to the truth this whole time. However, they do learn that whoever Sidious is, he has been playing both sides of the war. Suspicions of Chancellor Palpatine have begun to rise in the council, and so they've sent Anakin to spy on him. So Anakin vehemently dislikes, considering his close personal relationship with Palpatine. All of this information is relayed to Ahsoka in a call with Obi-Wan. With Dooku dead, the only other individual who knows of Sidious and his plots is Maul. So so it is imperative for Ahsoka's mission on Mandalore to succeed. Ahsoka's search for Maul and answers run quite short, as Maul has simply given himself up before the former Jedi. Commander Rex and Bo-Katan are forced to leave Ahsoka to handle the ongoing battle outside. It is at this point that Maul reveals all that he knows. The specifics of Palpatine's plot are still somewhat in the air at this point. Maul has come to the tragic understanding that his place in the whole Sidious's plan was to simply die way back in Episode 1 of Phantom Menace. But why? For Anakin Skywalker. Anakin is the key.
Is the key to everything.
The force behind Sidious's plan. Throughout the entirety of the Clone Wars, Anakin was unknowingly being groomed by Sidious to embrace his dark side characteristics. All simply when the time comes, he may become Sidious's new apprentice, the one that will launch Palpatine to completely rule over the galaxy. With Dooku dead, by Anakin's hand no less, there is room for him. His time has come. Maul knows this too. He's fully aware that Sidious cannot be stopped, not by the Jedi, so he wagers Ahsoka a deal to join him, so that they might be the ones to stop the Sith Lord. Ahsoka, however, does not believe him. She still believes in Anakin, and ultimately rejects Maul. The two former apprentices then engage in a fiery duel that leads to the support beams of the city's dome. Here, Ahsoka gains the upper hand, launching Maul from the support beams and holding him in the air with the Force. Commander Rex arrives and places Maul in custody, thereby ending Part 2 of the end. For this next episode, Ahsoka has captured in the siege of Mandalore. Currently, she and the 42nd are on the way back to Coruscant to deliver the former Sith Lords. Now, I would like for you to think back to the ARC Trooper funds and the massive conspiracy with the inhibitor chips. At that point, no one in the Clone Army or the Jedi Order were able to figure out what 5 is from. In this episode, the conspiracy comes to its fruition. Commander Rex is taken to the briefing room where he is called by none other than Darth Sidious. Sidious utters the line that explodes into one of the most tragic events in all of Star Wars. Order 66 was a secret clone protocol embedded within the inhibitor chips of every clone in the Army. This order branded all Jedi as traitors to the Republic, and therefore subject to execution at the hands of their clones. Across the galaxy, clones from every battalion turn on their generals, eliminating the Jedi Order as a whole, save for a few survivors here and there. Commander Rex finds himself at the mercy of the clone protocol and turns his back on Ahsoka. However, just before he's compelled to fire at her, he tells her to look for firearms. Ahsoka escapes, and the clones begin to search for their former friend. Maul, as well, finds himself a target for Order 66, but Ahsoka arrives just in time to free him. She does this so that Maul can create a diversion while she figures out what Rex meant about firearms. With the help of her astromech droid, Ahsoka finds the details of the inhibitor chips by sifting through 5's archives. She then traps and incapacitates Rex and takes him to the medical bay. In the med bay, Ahsoka is able to locate Rex's inhibitor chip and remove it. She asks how widespread this betrayal is, and Rex tells her that it's across the entirety of the Grand Empire, ending Part 3 of the end. Our finale, victory and death, caps off Clone Wars, but not with a bang, but instead a sort of mournful silence. Maul, who's still loose on the ship, destroys the entire engine. Firstly, this pulls the ship out of hyperspace, and secondly, leaves it vulnerable to the gravitational pull of an alien world. Rex takes Ahsoka to the hangar bay, pretending to have captured her. He tries his best to reason with his brothers in arms, but now the ARC Commander Jesse believes them both to be traitors to the Republic.
Commander Rex, you're in violation of Order 66. I accuse you of treason against the Grand Army of the Republic.
He orders his men to fire on Rex and Ahsoka. The two do everything they can to incapacitate their former comrades and board a nearby shuttle, but Maul has other plans. He commandeers the ship before Ahsoka and Rex can board, leaving the two stranded and surrounded, with the starship on a collision course for the moon, and all escape shuttles destroyed. It's do or die for everybody on board. The 332nd are the best that the 501st have to offer, and are willing to die for the Republic, so they give intense chase to those that think to be traitors. Ahsoka and Rex manage to find a working Y-wing bomb, but before Ahsoka can board the hangar bay, it falls to pieces. Ahsoka shows her resolve as she free falls from the destroyed starship. She jumps from piece to piece and manages to cling onto the Y-wing just in time to escape the collision with the moon. Our heroes may have escaped, but they were in fact the only ones to survive. Ahsoka cared for the clones greatly, so the loss of the entire 332nd weighs both on her and Rex heavily. At the crash site, they honor each and every one of their fallen brothers. The scene then shifts to some years later. Now the galaxy is falling under the control of Darth Sidious, and the Empire rules. Imperial stormtroopers and snowtroopers search the moon. Anakin emerges from the snow, but he's no longer the Jedi we once knew. Overtaken by the dark side, he's now known as Darth Vader. He searches the snow and finds the lightsaber he knows to belong to his former Padawan. Without a word, he takes it. As his reflection exits from a 332nd helmet, we can safely say that the Clone Wars are over. But don't worry, I've heard rumors of a rising rebellion against Darth Sidious and the Empire. There might just be new hope. Yeah, but but that's a story for another time. And with that rather somber ending, our coverage of the Clone Wars comes to a close. The Star Wars galaxy still remains wide open, and there are plenty of other stories to be told. Let us know if there's any that you'd like for me to talk about. I hope you enjoyed this recap, and have a great day.
See ya.
Nature Made Magnesium is made to care for your whole body every day.
Cal Kestis survived Order 66 and hid his power for 5 years, suppressing his connection to the Force. When he finally was forced out of hiding, his abilities reawakened, strong enough to survive an encounter with Darth Vader, proving that his power had never truly faded. Cal's journey began not with heroism, but with loss. When he was 13 years old, the galaxy turned against everything he'd been taught to protect. The Jedi Order, guardians of peace for over 1,000 generations, was destroyed in a single day. Cal watched his master die, saving him, then spent 5 years burying that trauma beneath layers of silence and denial. But trauma doesn't disappear just because you ignore it. Every day on Braga, Cal carried the heavy weight of survivor's guilt. He'd been saved while thousands of other Jedi had died. His master's final words, to trust only in the Force, haunted him. Yet he refused to touch the Force for fear of being discovered. The loneliness was crushing. He couldn't tell anyone who he really was or what he had lost. His lightsaber stayed hidden, a constant reminder of the life he'd abandoned. Cal convinced himself that staying hidden meant staying safe. He believed that by keeping his head down, working hard, and never using his abilities, he could somehow outrun his past. But the Force had other plans. His choice would ripple across the galaxy in ways he couldn't imagine. The Empire he'd been hiding from would hunt him relentlessly. The abilities he'd buried would return stronger than before, and the mission he'd be drawn into would determine whether a new generation of Force-sensitive children would face the same fate he'd barely escaped. This is the story of how a broken Padawan became a Jedi Knight, a story of how a survivor found purpose, and how one person's refusal to give up, even when everything seemed lost, sparked hope across a galaxy drowning in darkness. A split-second decision would set Cal's path to becoming a Jedi Knight. From his rise in Jedi Fallen Order to his desperate search for Tanalorr in Jedi Survivor, I've explored and pieced together the full story of Cal Kestis. Bracca's Reckoning. Cal Kestis was one of thousands of workers on Bracca, living as just another anonymous scrapper. To his co-workers, he was unremarkable, a quiet young man who kept to himself, worked hard, and never caused trouble. But Cal carried a secret that could get him killed. He was a Jedi survivor of Order 66. Order 66 was a secret protocol programmed into every clone trooper by the Sith. When activated by Emperor Palpatine, it commanded all clones to immediately kill their Jedi commanders, branding them as traitors to the Republic. The orders swept across every battlefield, every starship, every outpost where Jedi served. Cal's master, Jaro Tapal, had sacrificed himself so his young Padawan could escape that nightmare. Prauf was the closest thing Cal had to a friend on Braca. The older Abednego worker had taken a liking for the quiet young man, often sharing meals and stories during their breaks. Prauf would tell Cal about the wider galaxy, places he'd visited before the Empire, cultures he'd experienced, dreams he'd once had. He'd urged Cal not to waste his life in the scrapyard, to explore the galaxy and find his destiny. Cal would smile and nod, never revealing that he'd already found his purpose once. Then came the moment that changed everything. Cal and his friend Prauf were working high above Bracca's surface when disaster struck. A support cable snapped with a metallic shriek, sending Prauf plummeting towards certain death hundreds of meters below. In that split second, Cal's training took over. Without thinking, he reached out with the Force and caught his friend, gently lowering him to safety. Cal knew what he'd just done, and what it would cost him, but he didn't regret it. He meant to save his friend. Unfortunately, a hovering Imperial probe droid had witnessed everything. Its red photoreceptor fixed on Cal as it transmitted his location directly to the Empire. The Empire's response was swift
and merciless. The second sister and ninth sister descended on Braga like hunting predators. These weren't ordinary Imperial agents. They were former Jedi themselves, captured and tortured until they broke, then twisted into the Empire's most feared Jedi hunters. They moved through the scrapyard with brutal efficiency, their red lightsabers cutting through anyone who got in their way. Prauf tried to protect Cal by pretending to voice out his frustrations about the Empire, bravely standing between his friend and the black-armored warriors. The second sister struck him down without hesitation, her crimson blade ending his life in an instant. Cal watched his friend die because of him. The man he'd saved moments ago was killed because he finally tried to do something meaningful. Prauf had been right about one thing. Cal's destiny had found him, just not the way either of them had imagined. Cal revealed himself and attacked the second sister in anger. He was pushed to the ninth sister, but he managed to escape and landed on a passing train. Cal ran. Terror drove him through the wreckage as the Inquisitors pursued relentlessly. He was cornered, exhausted, facing enemies far beyond his rusty skills. The ninth sister ran after him. Cal was out of options until a ship appeared overhead. The Stinger Mantis swooped down in a dangerous maneuver, positioning itself between Cal and his pursuers. A woman named Siri Chunda extended her hand from the loading ramp. Cal grabbed it, and they blasted away from Braca as the Inquisitor's fury echoed behind them. Aboard the Mantis, Cal met the crew who'd saved his life. Siri Chunda was a former Jedi Knight whose connection to the Force had been severed through trauma she didn't yet explain. Despite this, she dedicated herself to rebuilding what the Empire had destroyed. Rhys Dritus, a four-armed Latero pilot, was rough but good-hearted beneath his constant complaints. Cal sat in silence, staring at his hands, the hands that had saved Prauf, the same hands that had gotten him killed. Siri comforted him, explaining their mission with urgency. She'd been following the work of Jedi Master Kino Cordova, who'd foreseen Order 66 and hidden something precious, a holocron containing locations of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy. With this list, they could find the next generation of Jedi before the Empire did. The holocron was hidden in an ancient Zepho vault on the planet Bogano, protected by puzzles requiring Force abilities to solve. Cal hesitated. He'd spent 5 years trying to forget he was a Jedi. Now, Suri wanted him to become one again, but remembering Prauf's death and his friend's words to explore the galaxy and find his destiny, Cal realized he had no choice. The Empire would never stop hunting him anyway. He was going to be a target, might as well make it count. He also revealed something remarkable. He possessed psychometry, a rare Force ability that allowed him to experience the history of objects through touch. When he made contact with certain items, he could see Force echoes, visions of past events connected to that object. This gift would prove essential in uncovering the secrets Cordova had hidden. Escaping Braga was only the beginning. To unlock the holocron, Cal would need to rediscover abilities he'd buried for 5 years, a journey that would test whether he still deserved to call himself a Jedi. Reawakening the Force. Bogano was a wild, marshy world filled with massive creatures and ancient ruins. As Cal explored with BD-1, a small explorer droid who had been Master Cordova's companion, something unexpected happened. His connection to the Force, long dormant, began awakening. Inside the vault of Bogano, Cal navigated challenges that tested more than just agility. When he reached the section requiring impossible jumps, muscle memory took over. His feet hit the wall and ran horizontally across it. The momentum carried him to the far platform. Wall Run, one of the first abilities Padawans learned, returned instinctively. This agility power helped him escape the tomb with BD-1. BD-1 projected a hologram of Master Cordova. The elderly Jedi's message revealed that the holocron was protected. The vault itself was incomplete. To fully access it, Cal would need to explore other Zepho tombs across the galaxy. This would help him learn about the ancient civilization while proving his abilities as a Jedi. BD-1's curiosity and Cal's excitement to reconnect with the Force gave him renewed purpose. Their search took them to Zepho, a frozen world of ancient temples. Inside the tomb of Aelram, Cal encountered puzzles requiring him to manipulate objects and redirect mechanisms. As frustration mounted, a vision overtook him, memories of his final moments with Master Jarno T'Pol. In the vision, Cal watched clone troopers turn their weapons on Master and Apprentice. Jarro had fought desperately,
protecting Cal as they fled toward escape pods. Jaro pressed his lightsaber into the young Cal's hands, telling him he was ready to trust only in the Force. The clones overwhelmed Jaro, and his master died so Cal could escape. The vision faded, but something remained. Cal raised his hand toward a heavy stone block, and it flew backward with tremendous force. Force push had returned to him as a fundamental part of who he was. BD-1 supported Cal through the tomb's puzzles, and Cordova's recordings pointed them toward the next steps, finding Chief Tarful on Kashyyyk. The liberation of Kashyyyk became Cal's proving ground as both a warrior and a protector of the oppressed. The team's arrival on Kashyyyk was anything but subtle. While descending into the planet's atmosphere, the Mantis was caught in an active firefight between Imperial occupation forces and Saw Gerrera's rebel partisans. The ship took damage, forcing Breeze into an emergency crash landing near the Imperial-controlled Warshare Sap refinery. Cal emerged from the wreckage to find himself in the middle of a war zone. Imperial AT-AT walkers advanced on Saw's position, their massive legs crushing any Rorschach tree roots beneath their weight. Stormtroopers moved in formation through the forest, rounding up Wookiees for forced labor in the sap refinery. In this moment, Cal seized an opportunity that would define his reputation among the resistance. One of the advancing AT-AT walkers passed close to his position. Without hesitation, Cal force-jumped onto the walker's armored hull, climbing up its exterior while blaster fire erupted around him. He breached the access hatch and dropped inside. The interior was cramped, filled with surprised Imperial pilots who had never expected a boarding action. Cal's lightsaber work was swift and decisive. Within moments, he'd taken control of the massive war machine. The rebels watched in amazement as the AT-AT that had been advancing to crush them suddenly turned, its weapons now firing on Imperial positions instead. Cal piloted the hijacked walker directly into Saw Gerrera's camp. He used its armored bulk to shield the partisans from incoming fire. Then, he smashed through Imperial defensive lines, creating a breach that allowed the rebels to counterattack. When he finally leaped from the walker's cockpit, Saw Gerrera himself was there to greet him. The grizzled veteran had fought countless battles against the Empire. His cybernetic enhancements were a testament to years of warfare. This operation to liberate the imprisoned Wookiees was brutal but successful. Cal fought alongside Saw's partisans through the industrial complex, using his growing force abilities to overcome Imperial defenses. The refinery's corridors echoed with the sounds of battle as they freed hundreds of Wookiees who'd been enslaved by the occupation. After the battle, Cal met Mari Kosan, Saw's lieutenant and warrior who commanded respect from even the hardened human fighters in Saw's guerrilla force. Mari had been fighting the Empire since the first days of the occupation. She'd organized resistance cells throughout Kashyyyk's vast forests. Alongside Mari was Choisik, a Wookiee who had been part of Tarful's crew. They recognized Cal's potential immediately. They promised to help him find Chieftain Tarful, one of the few leaders who'd survived both the Clone Wars and the Imperial occupation. Tarful was a legend among his people, a warrior who fought beside Yoda himself during the Battle of Kashyyyk. Meanwhile, Suri discovered an Imperial transmission revealing the Empire was close to unearthing another tomb on Zepho. The intelligence suggested increased Imperial activity around ancient sites, meaning they needed to move quickly. Cal's return to Zepho and subsequent capture would test him in ways he hadn't anticipated. Following leads from Kashyyyk, Cal returned to Zepho to enter the tomb of Mictrol. The second sister, Trilly, Suri's former Padawan and now an Inquisitor, ambushed him before he could reach him. She's far more skilled and confident. Their duel showcased how outmatched Cal still is. The fight ended when Trilla disarmed him. Before she could finish him off, BD-1 intervened and activated an unbreakable laser field. Cal narrowly escaped to the tomb with BD-1's help. The encounter shook him. This wasn't just an Inquisitor. This was someone Suri had trained, someone who had been broken by the Empire's cruelty. Within Mictrol's hanging sarcophagus, massive vines blocked Cal's path. When he reached out trying to move them, nothing happened. Furthermore, stormtroopers had caught up with him. During the fight, his lightsaber had fallen into a chasm. He remembered Jaro's lesson about connection rather than force. When he called his lightsaber through the force, it flew into his hand. Force pull, the mirror to force push. Cal could now draw objects toward him, completing his basic force arsenal. They also found a crucial clue within the tomb, a Zepho Astria, an ancient artifact he would need to find to open Bogano's vault. On his way to Mantis, Cal was captured by the Haxion Brood bounty hunters as he left Zepho. Sork Tormo, the crime boss who ran the operation, had been tracking Cal since Braca. He was imprisoned on the Gellic dungeon on the floating prison called Porto Eris, and forced to fight fearsome creatures in an arena while spectators wagered on his survival. The Mantis crew staged a daring rescue. Suri and Grease infiltrated the gladiatorial coliseum during one of Cal's forced matches. They extracted him in a chaotic firefight that left Tormo's operation in ruins. However, tension erupted afterward. Cal and Suri argued over secrets she'd been keeping, specifically that her former Padawan Trilla had become the second sister hunting them. Cal's voice rose. How could she have kept this from him? How could she have let him face Trilla without warning? The trust between them fractured. They reconciled when Mari's message arrived. Tarful had been found on Kashyyyk and was willing to meet with Cal. The news gave them renewed purpose. Returning to Kashyyyk would prove to be one of Cal's most transformative experiences. On his return to Kashyyyk, Cal reunited with Mari in the forest near the Origin Tree. The reunion was warm. Mari had been spreading word of Cal's actions at the refinery, and the Wookiee Resistance had adopted him as an honorary member of their struggle. Mari led Cal through dangerous forest paths to meet Chieftain Tarful himself. The massive Wookiee leader was an imposing figure, scarred from decades of warfare. He studied Cal with intelligent eyes, recognizing both the young Jedi's potential and his uncertainty. He instructed Cal to climb the Origin Tree, one of the most massive and ancient orchard trees on Kashyyyk. The chieftain believed Cal would find answers there about the Astria he sought. Mari provided Cal with a rebreather, a breathing apparatus that would allow him to explore underwater areas and reach parts of the tree otherwise inaccessible. The climb up the Origin Tree tested every skill Cal had relearned. The ancient tree stretched thousands of meters into Kashyyyk's sky, its massive branches forming an entire ecosystem of dangerous wildlife and treacherous gaps. Exotic plants grew from its bark, some harmless and beautiful, others deadly to touch. Predatory creatures stalked the branches, and the humid air grew thinner as he climbed higher. As Cal ascended through the Roshir's ancient limbs, he encountered sections where the branches were too far apart to simply jump across. In one crucial moment, Cal nearly fell from a broken branch that gave way beneath his weight. As he plummeted, panic gave way to instinct. He launched himself off the crumbling wood and performed a Jedi flip, a double jump technique that used the Force to propel him upward in midair. He landed safely on a higher platform, his heart pounding. The ability had saved his life, and he barely even thought about it. Continuing upward, Cal discovered why Tarful had sent him there. Hidden in a secured nest high in the canopy, he found evidence that Cordova had already recovered one Astrium from this location, and that there could be one on the tomb in Dathomir. The discovery was bittersweet. Cordova had been thorough in his preparations, but it also meant Cal's journey was far from over. At the very top of the Origin Tree, Cal encountered a shield bird's massive nest. These giant creatures were native to Kashyyyk's highest canopies, rarely seen by anyone who wasn't willing to make the dangerous climb. Cal carefully retrieved one of the birds, recognizing it might prove useful for descending from this height. That's when the ninth sister struck. The massive Inquisitor had tracked Cal to Kashyyyk and waited for the perfect moment to attack. In the tree canopy, hundreds of meters above the forest floor, with no easy escape, she believed she had him cornered. Her size and strength were even more intimidating on the narrow platforms. Each blow forced Cal backward toward the edge of certain death. But Cal had grown significantly since their first encounter on Braca. He'd relearned his Force abilities, faced multiple challenges, and gained confidence in his skills. More importantly, he understood how to use his environment as a weapon. Cal used the Force to hurl debris from the Shio nest at the Ninth Sister, creating openings in her aggressive assault. He dodged and parried, using his smaller size and greater ability to his advantage on the narrow platforms. When she lunged forward for what should have been a killing blow, overcommitting to the strike, Cal sidestepped with precise timing. With all his strength, Cal force pushed the Ninth Sister backward. The massive Inquisitor stumbled, her weight working against her on the narrow platform. She tumbled over the edge. Her screams faded as she plummeted hundreds of meters into the forest canopy far below. Cal had defeated an Inquisitor in single combat, proof that he was becoming more than just a survivor with rusty skills. He was becoming a true Jedi Knight again. The grateful Shio bird, recognizing that Cal had protected its nest from the Inquisitor's rampage, allowed him to ride on its back. Together, they soared down through Kashyyyk's canopy, Cal experiencing the freedom of flight over the planet's endless forests. The descent was exhilarating, a moment of pure joy after the intensity of battle. Yet Cal's trials were far from over. Yastrium is in Dathomir, a place where the dark side runs deep. Trials of Darkness. In Dathomir, Cal would confront not only enemies but his own fear and lingering guilt. Wandering through swamps filled with Night Sisters and giant beasts, he was ambushed by Night Brothers. During the attack, a massive bat-like creature called Gorgara swooped down and carried off one of the Night Brothers, leaving behind his corpse. Cal found climbing claws on the fallen Night Brother's body, allowing him to scale sheer cliff faces out of pitch-black caves. Soon, he met Merrin, the last surviving Night Sister. She harbored resentment toward the Jedi Order, whom she believed slaughtered her clan. Merrin unleashed Night Brothers on him. After escaping, Cal later met Terran Malicos, a Jedi who had fallen to darkness. Their encounter ended without violence, but left an unsettling impression. Eventually, he found Dathomir's Tomb of Kujet, but Cal faced something devastating, a Force illusion, Master Jaro Tapal. In the vision, Tapal blamed Cal for his death and shattered Cal's lightsaber into pieces. The weapon literally broke apart in Cal's hands. Cal dropped to his knees, staring at the fragments scattered across the stone floor. On the ice world of Illic, sacred to the Jedi Order, Cal descended into crystal caves where kyber crystals grew. Suri gave Cal her old lightsaber hilt. She'd kept it after losing her connection to the Force. Deep in the caves, guided by Force visions, Cal found his kyber crystal calling out to him. However, the moment he grasped it, it split in two. Cal's hopes shattered along with the crystal. Just as he was about to give up, BD-1 played a log revealing that the little droid had sacrificed his own memories to preserve data about their mission. Using both Suri's and Jaro's hilts, Cal forged a new blade that could switch between single-blade, dual, and double-bladed lightsaber modes. This marked his rebirth as a Jedi, one forged by loss, but held together by the faith others had placed in him. Armed with his reforged lightsaber, Cal returned to Dathomir with the vision of Jaro appeared one last time. This time, Cal faced it directly, accepting that he'd been a child during Order 66, and that Jaro would want him to keep living. The vision smiled and faded. During his search, he encountered Merrin again. Unlike their previous encounters, she was calm and shared her tragic history. Together, Cal and Merrin found Malicos surrounded by dark side energy. The battle was furious. Malicos moved like a whirlwind, two lightsabers spinning in patterns that would have overwhelmed Cal alone. Working together, they overpowered the fallen Jedi Master. Merrin used Night Sister magic to entomb Malicos in stone. At the end, Cal successfully retrieved the Astrium from Kujet's tomb, and Merrin vowed to help rebuild a Jedi future, joining the crew. With his journey of rediscovery complete, Cal was ready to face what awaited on Bogano. Fortress Inquisitorius. On Bogano, Cal returned to the vault with the Zepho Astrium. Ancient doors opened, revealing Master Cordova's holocron. But opening the vault triggered a devastating vision. Cal saw young Jedi Padawans hunted by Inquisitors, felt their terror as if it were his own. When Cal snapped back to reality, the second sister was there. They fought, but Cal accidentally touched her blade, triggering the psychometry. Through the Force echo, Cal saw Trilla's past, her capture, torture, and transformation. When he returned to reality, she had taken the holocron. Back on the Mantis, Suri declared Cal a Jedi Knight. For Cal, it wasn't just a title, it was a moment of acceptance. He refused to give up. BD-1 scans revealed the holocron's location, Fortress Inquisitorius on the water moon of Nur. Cal, Suri, and Merrin infiltrated using Night Sister stealth magic. In the chamber deep within, Cal confronted the second sister. When Cal disarmed her, wounding her shoulder, Suri arrived and convinced Trilla to let go of her hate. For a moment, Trilla's Siduri returned, but she sensed Darth Vader behind her. She yelled for them to avenge her before Vader struck her down. The confrontation with Darth Vader tested every skill Cal had learned. Cal leaped at Vader with the second sister's lightsaber. The Dark Lord didn't even turn his head. His hand rose. Suri flew backward as if struck by an invisible wall, tumbling toward the fortress chasm. Vader told Cal to surrender. Cal agreed he couldn't win, but he ignited his lightsaber anyway. Vader overpowered him effortlessly, pulling him close with the Force. Before he could choke him to death, the young Jedi pulled machinery down on him. Vader stopped him with just one hand, holding back the debris as if it weighed nothing. With his other hand, he threw Cal down the walkway. As Cal stumbled up, he forced open the closing door and hurled floor sections at him. Cal barely reached the turbo lift and descended. When he opened the escape door, Darth Vader was already there waiting. The Dark Lord pushed Cal down into a blade lock. As he slowly overpowered Cal, 81 shot Vader. Cal attempted to stab Vader, but he stopped the blade and pushed Cal away. Cal tried to summon his weapon back, but Vader caught it midair, activated it, and used it to stab him in his rib. As Vader moved in for the kill, he sensed Suri attacking. Cal and Suri engaged Vader together, but he overpowered them both. Suri tapped into the dark side to slow him. Cal reminded her that she had a choice, which prevented her from falling. As Vader struck, Suri formed a protective bubble. Seeing this would only delay the inevitable, Cal shattered the damaged glass, holding water out, forcing Vader to defend against the flood. Cal put a mask on unconscious Suri and swam toward the surface. Carrying Suri while injured, Cal started losing consciousness and almost drowned. Thankfully, Marin saved them both. Back on the Mantis with a recovered holocron, Cal made a defining choice. He destroyed it, refusing to endanger Force-sensitive children. The mission was over, but their war against the Empire and Darth Vader had just begun. Separate paths and the Long War. 5 years following Fortress Inquisitorius brought difficult choices. The Stinger Mantis crew had split up. They'd fought together and nearly died together, but now their paths diverged. Each member felt the pull of their own path. Suri would establish a hidden archive on Jedha, preserving Jedi knowledge for future generations. The work was too important, too dangerous to ask others to follow. Meanwhile, Marin would explore the galaxy, protect refugees through the hidden path. Breeze wanted peace. He would open a cantina in Kobo, finally living the quiet life he'd always wanted. Cal understood. They'd each found their purpose. The farewells were bittersweet, but their bonds remained strong. Each departure represented a different choice about how to fight the Empire. Suri chose preservation. Marin chose protection. Breeze chose peace. Yet Cal continued operating against the Empire with Saw Gerrera's partisans. The years tested him. He lost friends, watched operations fail, bore the weight of leadership. He learned Force confused, briefly turning enemies against each other. By 9 BBY, Cal with his new crew operated on a dangerous mission to Coruscant. The team planned to steal important Imperial data from the lavish yacht of corrupt Senator Daho Sajan. The operation required precision. Cal pretended to be captured by what appeared to be Coruscant security police. Actually, his team members Bodhi Akuna, Bravo, Gabs, and the Platoonian twins, Boob and Liz, in disguise. The elaborate ruse allowed them to infiltrate Sajan's yacht. The plan was successful. Bodhi took Sajan hostage before Cal mind-tricked him to gain access to the stored data. The projected holomap showed the extensive expansion of the Empire, with very few planets left free of its influence. The mission went catastrophically wrong. As the team escaped Sajan's yacht, a patrol gunship led by the Ninth Sister, who survived Kashyyyk, ambushed the team. She killed Senator Sajan and members of Cal's team. Cal confronted and killed the Ninth Sister definitively, but only he and Bodhi survived. Together, they limped to the damaged Mantis. Cal plotted a course to find Breeze in Kobo, hoping he could fix the damage sustained by the ship. Kobo held secrets Cal never knew might restore the Jedi Order. The search for Tanalorr. The Mantis crash-landed on Kobo. It
its gyro damaged beyond immediate repair. Hal and 81 emerged from the smoking wreckage to find themselves in a dusty frontier world. As they approached Pyloon's saloon, a ramshackle outpost built in companion walls, they were ambushed by the Bedlam Raiders. These weren't ordinary bandits. They were led by Ravis, a Jedi warrior whose ability to regenerate from nearly any injuries made him a terrifying opponent. Bobo proved to be far more than just a refueling cell. It held secrets that would reshape
It's time to rethink what a complete multivitamin can do. Like support you as you perfect a new track. Taking Centrum Silver daily makes slow cognitive aging up to 60%. Rethink cognitive aging with Centrum.
When the sawdust settles and the engine roars, the thing you care about is a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels different. Your wallet, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Hal's entire understanding of the Jedi's history. Inside Pyloon's saloon, Hal found Breeze having settled on Bobo to fulfill his dream of running a cantina. He had transformed the old establishment into a warm, welcoming space, a stark contrast to the violence outside its doors. Breeze treated Hal's wounds from the crash and the subsequent fight, his gruff demeanor barely masking his genuine relief at seeing his old friend alive. Desperate to find a gyro for the ship, Breeze told Hal he might find one in the old smuggler's tunnels beneath the saloon, which he was reusing as a storage space. Underground, Hal discovered something extraordinary. Exploring the tunnel, Hal not only found a gyro, but also the droid named Z, pinned under massive debris. When he touched her, Hal witnessed her memory. Jedi Master Santari Kree had entrusted Z to use the tuner to travel underground and retrieve the key to Tanalorr. Tanalorr is a sanctuary where Jedi could survive beyond the reach of those who sought to destroy them. The vision of a world where Force-sensitive people could live without fear ignited hope in Hal's heart for the first time in years. Following Zeke's directions, Hal located a high-tech stasis facility built in the forest array. Inside a sealed chamber, preserved in sophisticated cryogenic suspension, was a Jedi from the High Republic era, Dagan Gera. The chamber's controls were still functional despite centuries of neglect. Hal studied the readouts. They indicated the occupant had been placed in stasis during the height of the High Republic, before the Jedi Order had declined. Here was someone who lived in the golden age of the Jedi, someone who could be a powerful ally in the fight against the Empire. Hal decided to free him. Using the Force to interface with the ancient controls, he initiated the revival sequence. The stasis pod opened, and Dagan was finally free. What happened next shattered Hal's expectations completely. Dagan woke not with gratitude, but with fury. His first words were accusations. The Jedi Council had abandoned him, betrayed him, and stolen his life's work. Before Cal could explain that he wasn't part of the old order, that the Jedi Council no longer existed, Dagan attacked. The duel was brief but revealing. Dagan wielded his lightsaber with only one arm. His right arm ended at the elbow, but his skill was formidable. He'd been a master during the High Republic, and his techniques showed the refinement of that golden age. Cal defended desperately, trying to reason with the enraged Jedi. Before the fight could conclude, Ravis and his Bedlam Raiders burst into the chamber. The Jedi warrior addressed Dagan with deep respect. Dagan had been Ravis's commander during the High Republic era, and the Jedi had spent centuries searching for his lost master. He escaped with Ravis while Cal was left with troubling questions. Dagan's obsession with Tanalorr clearly predated his stasis. Whatever happened to him, whatever had turned a Jedi Master into this angry, bitter man, was connected to the very sanctuary Cal now sought. Cal reported his discovery to Bodhi and Breeze. With the Mantis repaired, they all agreed to work together to search for Tanalorr. The Mantis headed to Jeddah, where Suri had settled, believing she might know more about the planet. The journey to Jeddah proved more perilous than expected, forcing an unplanned reunion. On the way to Jeddah, a dust storm forced Cal to land far from the rendezvous point. He trekked through the desert and saw Marin again, now allied with Suri in protecting Force-sensitive refugees. The storm intensified, forcing them into a partially collapsed cave. Protected from the wind, they talked. Cal shared what he'd been doing, the endless missions, the friends lost, the small victories that never seemed to add up. Marin told him about the hidden path, worlds she'd visited, people she saved, and the network she'd helped establish. Suri's archive on Jeddah represented everything the Empire sought to destroy. The archive was hidden within ancient Jedi temple ruins. Suri had chosen the location carefully, using the temple's Force-resident architecture to shield from Imperial detection. In the archive, Cal finally met Eno Cordova in the flesh. The original Stinger Mantis crew reunited, Suri and Cordova unveiling the plan to rebuild the Jedi archive to protect Force-sensitive people from the hidden path. He gave Cal 2 locations to find parts of the Tanalorr compass. At the Jeddah Temple, Cal experienced a Force vision connected to Santari Khri, who created the Abyss compass centuries ago. Through meditation, Cal relearned the Force slow, freezing time around specific targets. The hidden path became Cal's cause as much as finding Tanalorr. On their return to Jeddah, Cal and Marin defended a hidden path safe house under attack by an Imperial assault ship. They fought through stormtroopers to rescue Brother Armias, who carried critical contact codes. Though Armias was killed during the firefight, he managed to hand Cal the contact codes moments before dying. In the aftermath, as they watched refugees flee to safety, Cal and Marin shared a moment of hope, a brief kiss that acknowledged their growing bond. The journey to Kobo's shattered moon revealed the price of the Nile attacks. The shattered moon was fragments of Kobo's former satellite, torn apart by an ancient catastrophe and held in decaying orbit. The largest fragment housed High Republic facilities that had survived. Inside, Cal fought Ravis's lightsaber-wielding lieutenant and retrieved a compass. Then, he explored an ancient Republic settlement in Kobo. He found broken compass parts and relived Force echoes, showing Dagon's betrayal of Santari Khri. The visions revealed how Dagon's obsession with Tanalorr had driven him to violence against his friends. Cal moved through an abandoned settlement where he found another compass. These artifacts were part of Santari's Abyss compass. At the archive, Bodhi and Cordova revealed Santari Khri's secret. The Abyss compass once guided Jedi to Tanalorr. The Nile had raided the temple, so Khri hid 3 compasses that must be reactivated to reach the sanctuary world. Upon his return to Kobo, Cal was greeted with troubling news. The raiders had kidnapped Seed, likely hoping to extract information about the final compass location. Cal and Bodhi infiltrated the abandoned Lucrehulk battleship where she was held. The massive crash communications ship served as the raiders' base, its rusting corridors filled with dangers. Deep within the ship, Ravis ambushed them and stole Seed's tuner device. Cal found himself cornered by energy barriers with no apparent escape. In that desperate moment, Cal had a Force vision where Suri appeared and taught him Force lift and slam. This power lets him grab multiple enemies or massive objects with the Force and smash them into surfaces with devastating effect. Using his new ability, Cal fought through Ravis's forces, lifting and slamming raiders into the ship's walls and floors. After a harrowing climb through the Lucrehulk's interior, Cal found Seed. With Bodhi's help, they held off Dagon's attack and recovered Seed, though he escaped with another compass key. Cal tracked Ravis to the shattered moon. In the facility's ancient power core, Cal witnessed Santari Khri cutting off Dagon's arm after his betrayal. The confrontation with Ravis was intense. The Jedi warrior was nearly immortal, regenerating from wounds that would kill others. After a brutal duel through the facility's crumbling halls, Cal finally defeated Ravis. Ravis, defeated, revealed Dagon's plan. The final compass was hidden in Khri's mountain observatory in Kobo. At the observatory, Cal faced Dagon for the final time. After knocking out Bodhi, Cal used Force hallucination against Dagon and stabbed him in his chest. They defeated him. The compass was complete. The crew then sailed for Jeddah to celebrate. After the celebration, Cal confessed his love and planned to start a new life with Marin. They kissed under Jedha's moons, a moment of peace before the storm that was coming. The celebration wouldn't last. One of their friends was about to turn against them. The next day, Bodhi's true nature was revealed. He killed Master Cordova and grabbed the Abyss Compass. Then he vanished into the desert. Cal pursued through Jedha's desert, his mind reeling. When he cornered Bodhi, the truth emerged. Bodhi was a former Jedi who'd survived Order 66. He'd been working for the Imperial Security Bureau, feeding them information about Cal's activities. But the Empire held leverage over him through Kata. Bodhi had been trapped between two impossible choices: betray his friends or lose his child. Bodhi explained desperately. Everything he'd done, every operation he'd mobilized, was to protect his child from the Empire's cruelty. Tanalor represented his only chance to save Kata forever. He'd watched his wife die. He couldn't lose Kata too. Bodhi ignited his lightsaber. The two former allies dueled in the desert, Bodhi demonstrating force abilities Cal had never suspected. With a powerful force push, Bodhi sent Cal tumbling off a cliff, leaving him injured in the sand below. As Cal struggled to rise, Bodhi escaped with the compass. Cal lay wounded and heartbroken. The man he trusted had been an Imperial agent. Worse, Bodhi's motivations weren't simple greed. He was a desperate father, making the betrayal somehow more painful, because Cal understood it. Before Cal could recover, Darth Vader arrived to destroy Ceres' archive. Bodhi's betrayal led the Empire to Jedha. In the archive, Ceres sent BD-1 away with the remaining hidden path boats. She faced Vader alone, buying time for refugees. The duel was magnificent and tragic. Ceres pushed the Dark Lord to his limits, her mastery creating a spectacular battle. For one moment, it seemed like she might win. However, Vader's power broke through her defenses. As the archive burned and the last refugees fled, Ceres died, ensuring others could escape. In a single day, Cal had lost everything: his mentor, the archive, and any hope of reaching Tanalor. Darkness, redemption, and the path forward. Cal tracked Bodhi to Nova Baron, learning Bodhi had orchestrated everything to erase his Imperial records. Inside, he met Bodhi's daughter, Kata. With the compass in his hands, Bodhi ran out with his daughter, leaving Cal as a distraction to the Imperial forces. However, something inside Cal snapped. The rage he'd buried after Ceres' death, the hatred he'd swallowed after Bodhi's betrayal, the fury at 5 years of loss, of friends dying, of fighting a war that never seemed to end. He lost control, using dark-side techniques. He nearly executed an Imperial officer in cold blood. Baron's voice cut through the fury, pleading with him to stop. Her words reached him where reason couldn't. Cal pulled back from the edge, accepting weakness over corruption. Ceres and Cordova have died to protect people. Cal became a killer driven by vengeance. Their sacrifice would mean nothing. Back on the Mantis, BD-1 played Centauri Kree's final message. She'd hidden one last route to Tanalor. Centauri explained that after hiding the 3 compass pieces, she realized the compasses alone weren't enough. If they were lost or destroyed, half the Tanalor would be lost forever. She'd spent months mapping an alternative route, one that didn't require the Abyss Compass at all. By aligning the Forest Array and arrays in the Shattered Moon and Inner Observatory, one could create a safe path to the Abyss. This backup route was far more dangerous. It required a pilot with exceptional force sensitivity to navigate gravitational currents that shifted unpredictably. The path threaded through regions where space-time itself was unstable, where a single miscalculation would tear a ship apart. Cal, Baron, and Greaves made final preparations. The journey through the Kobo Abyss was treacherous, but Cal's force connection guided them through. When they emerged, Cal saw Tanalor, a pristine world of forests and mountains. Ancient Jedi temples stood among the trees, but their sanctuary came at a terrible price. Bodhi refused to let anyone else know about Tanalor, fearing it would endanger Kata. On Tanalor's surface, Cal confronted his former friend one final time. Despite desperate attempts to reason with him, Bodhi attacked. The duel was agonizing. 2 men who fought side by side, now in mortal combat. In the end, Hal was forced to kill Bodhi to save Baron and protect Tanalor's secret. Kata watched her father fall. They held a funeral for those they'd lost: Suri Junda, Eno Cordova, Bodhi Akuna. 3 graves marked the cost of reaching this sanctuary. Hal declared that they would build something new on Tanalor, not the old Jedi Order, but something that learned from its mistakes. A place where Kata could heal, where Force-sensitive people could live without fear, where light could flourish. They'd paid a devastating price, but in a galaxy consumed by darkness, they discovered a place where light could flourish. The war against the Empire wasn't over, but Hal isn't the frightened scrapper anymore. He's become a Jedi Knight who's faced Vader and survived, who's learned that hope persists in the darkest times. More importantly, he learned that being a Jedi meant choosing to protect others, even when the cost was unbearable. On Tanalor, he'll build a new Jedi tradition, one that protects rather than controls. The Force will be with him, always. But at another time, another warrior was raised to kill the remaining Jedi. Watch the full story of Starkiller, Darth Vader's secret apprentice.
With Snapdragon, your PC that performs up to 90% faster than others when unplugged.
You gotta set the record straight. You're saying that you killed this boy. He had another accident. Amateur one that was busy. How did you found it? Do you hear me, John?
Oh, my name was Farmer. Like everybody else back then. Of course, he didn't start that way.
Computer said you're too tight.
I got this.
Drop me the straight. Shutting it down, Cooper. Shutting it all down. Sorry, Mary. Go back to work, man.
Cat, you are the ghost.
No such thing as ghosts, man.
Miranda says you are the ghost.
That's because Mary wasn't too close to me. So, go back there.
What are you dreaming about the bridge?
Get you right back in bed, Mary.
The baby had died. The black cave. And they still had acres. But
absolute dust. I guess I can't describe it. It was just constant, just that steady flow of dirt. We wore strips of sheet that sometimes over our nose and mouth, so we couldn't breathe so much of it.
Well, when we set the table, we always set the plate upside down. Glasses or cups, whatever it was, upside down.
Take a break. 4 o'clock today, you and me along Riverside Resistance 101. Okay? Sure.
I'll just take it.
What did you do my liner?
You guys shoot ghosts?
Chance goes, dumbass.
Hey.
I looked it up. It's called a poltergeist.
There, Tony.
You said science is about admitting what we don't know.
Got you there. Hey, start looking at our stuff. Cool.
We're just telling you that you're afraid of some ghosts. You gotta go further. You gotta quote the facts, analyze, get to the how and the why, and present your conclusions.
Have a good day, school. Hold up. Parent teacher conferences. Aaron. Brandon.
Got it in after month. But yeah. You got them shits on your tongue, man. It's fuck.
She's nice, so that's Miss Stanley. She's single.
What's that supposed to mean?
Repopulating the earth. Aren't pulling your weight, young man.
She's talking about your own business. Oh, man. I'm there for a second.
Third. I think here.
You do, Murph? She didn't do nothing. Put the tires off. Murph as well. We're in spare time. That is the spare. Basket. Oh, that's good to hear. What's going on, Murph?
Why did you amend me for something that's bad?
No, we didn't.
Murphy's Law.
Murphy's Law doesn't mean that something's bad. What happened? What it means that what can happen will happen. That sounds just fine with us.
Here, let's go. What about the flat tire?
The Indian Air Force drone. Solar shots have found an entire farm. Take photos.
Go, go.
No, Scott, don't stop. Don't stop.
You told me to keep driving.
I guess that answers the only question. actually drive off a cliff scenario.
We lost it.
We did.
One of these built there.
Delhi Mission Control, yeah, same as ours, 10 years ago.
Built in 10 years. That expensive.
Maybe the sun cooked its brain, or it was looking for something.
Oh.
A large flat blade. Some kind of signal.
What are you going to do with it?
Give it something socially responsible.
No.
I see these men have it down. Like the rest of us.
How's this work? You guys come with? I've got class. This one. Sweet.
That's how you got it. Me.
Hey, cool.
Now we have slack.
I guess you had to stop off at the Asian fighter training store.
Actually, it's a surveillance drone, but outstanding soldier cells to you.
So, got Tom's scores back. He's gonna make an excellent farmer.
What that comment?
University only takes a handful. They don't really have the resources.
He's still paying taxes. Now, where's that money? There's no more home.
Doesn't go to the university. Coop, you have to be realistic.
You're rolling my son out of the college now. If it's 15, score.
I'm not sure I see what you're getting at.
It's only takes 2 years a year. It's probably going to better my son's future.
You're a well-educated man, Coop. A trained pilot
And an engineer.
Okay, well, right now, we don't need more engineers. We don't run out of television screens and planes. We run out of food. The world needs farmers. Good farmers, like you. That's all.
Uneducated farmers.
Okay, take your generation, Coop. Things are getting better. Maybe your grandkids will get to be able
We
to
down here, sir.
Miss Hallie's here to talk about Murph.
Murph is a great kid. She's really bright, but she's been having a little trouble lately. She brought this in to show the other students the section on the lunar landings.
It's over the old textbooks. Miss Hallie's loved the pictures.
It's an old federal textbook. We've replaced them with the corrected versions.
Right.
Explaining how the Apollo missions were fake to bankrupt the Soviet Union.
You don't believe in this book?
I believe it was a brilliant piece of propaganda that the Soviets bankrupted themselves, pouring resources into rockets and other useless machines.
Useless machines.
If we don't want a repeat of the excess and wastefulness of the 20th century, then we need to teach our kids about this planet, not tales of leaving it.
And one of those useless machines they used to make stuff. Yeah, you know, the doctor put it up in a cyst in the wife's brain before she died. And she was sitting there listening to this. Instead of me just doing a good thing, she was always, you call me one.
That's how we
Murph got into a fistfight with several of her classmates over this hollow nonsense. So we thought it would be best to bring you in and see what ideas you might have for dealing with her behavior.
Yeah, you know, there's a game tomorrow night. She's going for the baseball thing. Favorite team's playing, she's getting candy, soda. How you gonna take her to that?
Where'd it go?
Got you suspended.
What?
This is Cooper, go. Just reset the controllers.
I did that. I should come take a look.
One by one, they've been peeling off the fields and heading over. Something's interfering with the compass. Magnetism. Some such.
Nothing special about Winter Book. I've been working on it, like you said. Human species. We use the best trying to communicate. I'm trying Morse.
Morse.
Yeah. Dr. Nash is used to.
I don't know what Morse code is, but I still think you push out trying to talk to you.
And reset every compass clock in the GPS to offset the anomaly.
Which is?
I don't know. The house was built on magnetic ore. This is the first time the system was
I hear your meeting at the school didn't go so well.
Heard? Somebody forgot who we are now. Explorers, pioneers, caretakers.
When I was a kid, it felt like they made something new every day. Gadget or idea. Every day was Christmas. But since billion, just try to imagine that. And every last one of them trying to have it all. This world isn't so bad. And Tom will do just fine. You're the one who doesn't belong. Born 40 years too late or 40 years too early. My daughter could. God bless her. Your kids don't, especially Murph.
We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars. Now we just look down and worry about our place there.
Cooper, you were good at something. And you never got a chance to do anything with it. I'm sorry.
You didn't expect this dirt that was giving you this food to turn on you like that in this.
The new iPhone 17 Pro?
And she said she didn't want you to do
Well, getting Winchell's festive product.
good call.
Get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us. The most powerful iPhone yet. Most expensive plan not required. Give us an idea.
Subway's new fresh fit menu is cooking with the seasoned steak and avocado, stacked with 50% more shaved steak and a full serving of veggies, all under 500 calories. Keep moving with Subway's new fresh fit menu. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Still taking yours? Every day. Nature made. Made to care for you every day.
This happened about 1:30 when I think came off the competition.
My day we had real ball players. Who are these bums? Well, in my day people were too busy fighting over food to even play baseball. Popcorn at a ball game is unnatural. School says you're gonna follow my footsteps.
I think that's great. You think that's great? Grandpa said, listen, all that matters is how you feel about it. I like what you did. I like our fun. You'll be great at it. Let's get there.
Alright, it's doozy. Okay, let's mask up. Tom, Murph? Nick? Tom, you guys set your windows?
Let's get out this time. It's not a ghost.
I'm dropping Tom, then heading to town. Want to clean that up? Finish praying to it?
Small Morse. Reference binary. Vic is 1, Stan is 0. Coordinates.
I can't miss this.
Grandpa'll be back in a couple hours, Murph.
But you don't know what you're gonna find.
That. What do you think you
Grandpa will be home in a while. Tell him I'll call him on the radio. Hey! What are you doing? Do you think this is funny? Huh?
You were there.
Make yourself useful. That's
Away from the fence. Don't be afraid.
How did you find this place? You had the coordinates for this facility marked on your map. Where did you get those coordinates?
Where is my daughter?
Don't make me take you down again. Sit down. Where did you find those coordinates?
No, you won't.
Lives.
It's an exposed area of security. They're all control units are unpredictable.
That's what the government could spare.
I know Dr. Brown. That's his reports are.
What makes you think I'm not?
Please, Dr. Brown. I'm scared for my daughter. We can get
Such a very smart mother.
It's pretty clear you don't want any of this. Why don't you folks back up from your fence and we'll be on our way? Huh?
So it's
Sure it is. I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about this place.
Dad.
Hello, Cooper.
Professor Brown.
Explain to me how you found this facility.
Not an accident. We've got salvage around here.
You're sitting in the best kept secret in the world. Nobody stumbles in here. Nobody stumbles in.
Cooper, please, cooperate. It's kind of hard to explain. You know, we learned these coordinates from an anomaly.
What sort of anomaly?
I hesitate to term it supernatural.
actually wasn't scientific. You actually have to be specific.
What's gravity?
What sort of gravitational pull was this?
I'm real happy that you're excited about gravity, but I get the answers. You must be like assurances. Assurances? Yeah. Like that we're getting out of here. Now I'm in the trunk of some car. Don't you know who we are? You're a professor, I know.
My father, Professor Graham. We're NASA.
NASA. NASA. Same NASA. I heard they shut you down, sir, for refusing to drop bombs in the stratosphere on the starving people. But when they realized that killing other people was not a long-term solution, they needed us back in secret. Why secret? Because public opinion wouldn't allow spending on space exploration. Not when you're struggling to put food on the table. Blight, wheat 7 years ago, okra this year. Now there's just corn. And we're growing more than we ever have. Well, like the potatoes in Ireland and the wheat in the Dust Bowl. Corn will die soon. We'll find a way. That's what we always have. Driven by the end shift, the earth is ours. Not just ours, no. It is our home. Earth's atmosphere is 80% nitrogen. We don't even breathe nitrogen. Life does, and as it thrives, our air gets less and less oxygen. The last people to starve will be the first to suffocate. And your daughter's generation will be the last to survive on Earth.
I was feeling a little tired. I was wondering if she'd take a nap in my office.
We're not meant to save the world. We're meant to leave it. Rangers, the last components of our one versatile ship in orbit, the Endurance, our final expedition.
You sent people out there looking for a new home.
The Lazarus missions.
That sounds cheerful.
Lazarus came back from the dead.
Sure, he had to die in the first place. There's not a planet in our solar system that can sustain life near stars over 1,000 years away, and it doesn't even qualify as new time.
Where'd you send him? Cooper. I can't tell you any more unless you agree to pilot this craft. You're the best pilot we ever had.
Barely left the stratosphere.
This team never left the simulator. We need a pilot, and this is the mission that you were trained for.
Without even knowing. An hour ago, you didn't even know I was alive. I mean, you were going anyway.
We had no choice. But something sent you here. They chose you.
Who's they? How long have you gone?
Hard to know. Years.
Got kids, Professor.
Get out there and save them.
We started detecting gravitational anomalies almost 50 years in. Mostly small distortions to our instruments in the upper atmosphere. In fact, I heard a feeling come to our crystal. Yeah, it's curious.
It crashed something.
Adapting. But of all these anomalies, the most significant is this. Out there south, disturbance of space. Here for 48 years.
It means we're another galaxy. Our world's not naturally occurring.
So it's there.
They.
Whoever they are, they appear to be looking out for us. That wormhole puts us trapped in other stars.
potentially habitable worlds right within our reach. 12, in fact, from our initial probes.
You said probes in there? We sent people in there 10 years ago. The Lazarus mission. 12 possible worlds, 12 Ranger launches, carrying the bravest humans ever to live, led by the remarkable instructor man.
Each person's landing pod had enough life support for 2 years, but they could use hibernation to stretch that, making observations on organics over a decade. Their mission was to assess their world. If it showed potential, then they could send out a signal, bed down for rolling out, wait to be rescued.
And what if the world didn't show promise?
It's the bravery.
You don't have the resources.
Data transmission back through the wormhole is rudimentary. Simple binary pings on an annual basis give us some clue as to which worlds have potential. One system shows promise, and one is built on shadow.
One system with 3 potential worlds.
And if we found it, that's an option. There's plan A and a plan B. Did you notice anything strange about the launch check? This entire facility is a centrifuge. Some kind of vehicle. Space station? Both. Plan A.
How you get it off the ground?
The first gravitational anomalies changed everything. Suddenly we knew that harnessing gravity was real. So I started working on the theory and we started building this station. But you haven't solved it yet.
That's why there's plan B. Problem is gravity. How to get a life amount of human life off the planet. This is one way. Plan B. Population long. Over 5,000 fertilized eggs, weighing in at just under 900 kilos.
How much you raising?
Coming on board, we incubate the first 10. After that, the surrogacy growth is exponential. In 30 years, we have a colony of hundreds. The real difficulty with colonization is genetic diversity. Let's see if we go for that.
People here. You kill them. My kids. That's my plan A. How far have you got? Almost there.
Transfer DNA everywhere.
Almost. I'm asking you a question. Find us a new home. By the time you return, I will have solved the problem of gravity.
This world was never enough for you, was it?
What's that? Yeah, it excites me.
It might. Don't trust the right thing done for the wrong reason. The why of the thing, that's the foundation.
The foundation's sound. We farmers, we sit here every year when the rains bad. We say, next year. And the next year, we say it's the one after that.
This world's a treasure, darling. It's been telling us to leave for a while now. Pop will be all right, but you gotta make things right with her.
I will.
Without making promises you don't know you can keep.
Don't keep your breath and say that.
You kids came along. She said something to me. Just here.
He's a ghost in that sense. That's exactly why you can't go. I figured out the message. One word. And what it is? Stay. It says stay, Dad. No. Look at the books. Look at this. It says stay. Why? You're not listening. It says stay. No idea. Oh.
Don't make me leave like this. Murph. Don't make me leave like this, Murph. I love you. Forever. Hear me? I love you forever. And I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Gotta go. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm safe.
That's our place over here.
Hey, can I use your truck while you're gone?
You need your truck. We'll make sure to bring it back.
That's my kids now. Go for a minute. Start T-minus 10. 8, 7, 6, 5. Main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do it. Ignition back in. All engines look good. Beginning roll program. Prepare for stage 1 separation.
slaves for my robot colony. I give him the humor settings. They fit in better with his unit. Thinks it relaxes us. A giant, sarcastic robot. What a great idea. I have a QI I can use when I'm joking, if you like. That'd probably help. Yeah, you can use it to find your way back to the ship after I blow you up the airlock. What's your humor setting, Doc? That's 100%. Bring it on down to 75, Lee. Stage 2, separation. Manual. Jack Craig Proby to 1, 2, and 3. Check. Taking control. This is handled in PDF checked. So 1, 2, 3. 100% X light. It's hard leaving everything. Kids, your father.
We're going to be spending a lot of time together.
It's hard to talk.
I know that too.
Just being honest. Guitars? What's your honesty parameter? 90%. 90%. Absolute honesty isn't always the most diplomatic, nor the safest form of communication with emotional beings. You're coming up on the endurance. 12 minutes out. Okay, taking control. Approaching module port, 500 meters. So all you do. Nice and easy, door. Nice and easy. Feel good. Take this home. Target locked? Target locked. Well done. Okay, what's on?
Where's Audrey? Never mind.
You should have control. Control here. Communication with ring module active. That's initiate. Are we ready to scan?
Hello, Case. Hello, Taurus.
Alright, we're all set.
Let's do it.
Very prisoners dead.
One G. How's God treating you back there?
Romley? Hey, you okay?
Yeah.
You alright?
No, I just need a minute.
Okay, I think you're just grabbing me, and I have time. I'm just gonna go get Brad. I'll be in the cryo bed. Just be a sec.
Hey, Brad?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Major. Listen. Give my regards. It looks good for your trajectory. We've calculated 2 years. So, it's not a drama.
Look after my family, will you please, sir?
We'll be waiting for you. A little older, a little wiser, but happy to see you. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn brave close at day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. No wise men at their end, no dark is right, because their words had fought no landing they. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
You're a professor.
So long.
Sure. Worse.
Perfect plan.
No. Something. Looking for a new condo. One race is going to be adrift. Just for a rocking limiting contract. Its breath. Prospects. Each of what might sustain human life. On our newest planet, its first lowest microbiology program. Wolf Edmonds is here.
Not that Edmonds.
Oh, what's my focus?
Yeah,
No, not Edmonds. Consistent. And they all knew that odds against never seeing another human being. Nobody was surprised at least 3 of them.
oh man.
Dr. Manning, remarkable. He was the best of us. He inspired 11 people to follow him on the longest journey in history. Scientists, explore. That's what I love. You know, out there we face great odds. Death, right here. Close line. Evil because it rips against all the shreds.
That's what we take.
This guy represents the best of humanity.
There you go.
Now what, we agree 90%? Say up.
I mean,
Just remember, Coot, you are literally wasting your breath.
Stars? Let's go with that trajectory one more time.
8 months to Mars. Counter-orbital slingshot around. 14 months to Saturn. Nothing's changed on that. Why are you whispering? They can't hear you.
Dr. Brandon Edmund. Hey, close?
I wouldn't know. 90% wouldn't know, or 10%. I also have a discretion setting.
Hey guys, Dad's about to go down for the long nap, so give you an update. Your input's amazing. Can't see anything.
Really hope you guys are doing great. I know you're going to get disconnected. Professor Brandon assured me that we're going to be a team. I know that I love you.
I don't think so, Murphy.
You must be done. Hello, Murph. He wanted me to bring it to your brother.
He sent you a message. Pretty upset with him for leaving.
If you record any messages, I can get them transmitted to you. Murph is a bright spark. Maybe I should fan the flame.
He's already making fools of her teachers. Maybe she should come and make a fool out of you. So where are they?
Heading to Mars. The next time you hear from Cooper, they'll be coming up on Saturday.
Sorry. I asked Murph to say hi, but she's as stubborn as her old man. Try again next time.
This gets to me. Elevators of the moon. That's it. Out there for millions of miles. Control systems. Submarine. Data overburst. Exploded.
It's in orbit. Time to keep going on. Receiving images from the other side of the foreign galaxy.
Right. Thanks for that first up. So we got a pretty good idea where we'll find out aliens at. Navigation.
Guys, looks like we'll be approaching the wormhole in about 3 hours.
Stop the spin.
That's the wormhole.
They say you can go from here to there. It's too far. So a wormhole bends space like this. So you can take a shortcut through higher dimension. To show that thing through three-dimensional space and a two-dimensional time to two dimensions. So this is what goes in two dimensions. Spherical.
Any trick to this, Doyle? No one knows. The others made it, right? At least some of them. Everybody ready to say goodbye to our solar system? To our galaxy? Here we go.
Joke won't work here. Passing through the bulk. Space beyond our three dimensions. All you can do is record and observe.
What is that?
It's
It's the border of space time.
oh, no.
What was that?
First handshake.
We're here.
So the loss of communications came through. The relay on this side cached years of basic data, no surprises. Miller's side has kept pinging thumbs up, as has Dr. Mann's. Edmonds went down a few years ago. Maybe. He was sitting in front of the brains over there.
Miller still looks good.
She's coming up. One complication. Planet is much closer to dark energy. Spoke with one of them. The black hole. Miller's and Dr. Mann's planets both orbiting.
And yours is on the right.
Nothing passing far around. Landing there takes us dangerously close to the black hole acting as gravitational pull. I can spin around every triple step. So
It's time. Gravity on that planet is low. Our clock compared to Earth's
every hour we spend on our planet. 7 years back on Earth. That's relativity fast.
Just think about your family now. You know, just think bigger than that, all right?
Maybe Plan A does not work. If the people on Earth are dead by the time we pull it off.
No, it doesn't. That's why there's a Plan B.
Okay, Duke is right. We need to think about time as a resource, just like oxygen and food going down is going to cost us.
Look, our demands data is promising, right? But it's going to take us months to get there. And Edmonds, it's even further. Miller hasn't said much, but what she has said is very promising. It's water, it's organics. No, you don't. And just think about the resources, including time that will be spent trying to get back here.
Yeah. How far off of the first planet do we have to be to stay out of the time shift?
We're just back from the front.
Which is here, just outside of the first planet.
Right.
Okay.
Here's Gargantua. Here's Miller's planet.
Instead of taking the Endurance to orbit around Miller's planet, which would conserve fuel, that's right. Take a wider orbit around Gargantua, parallel with Miller's planet outside this time shift. We take the Ranger down, we get Miller, get her samples, we come back, we analyze them, we put in ground, there's a little fuel, we can save a lot of time. Why are you today? Stay here. Casey, you with me, anyone else can stay.
If we're talking about a computer, that means kind of research gravity, observations from the wormhole, that's called
Power structure in orbit Gargantua, conserve fuel, minimize thrust heat, make sure we stay in range. Got it.
I wouldn't leave you behind, Dr. Brown.
Ready, Case?
Yep.
Don't say much, do you?
Doors talks plenty for both of us.
He's ashes.
Are you reading these forces? Unbelievable. The literal heart of darkness.
We could just see the collapsed star inside. Singularity. It solved gravity.
We can't get anything from it.
Nothing escapes that horizon. Not even light. Well, the answer's there. Just no way to see it.
It's Miller's planet?
Goodbye, Ranger.
This is fast for atmospheric entry. Should we use the thrusters to slow?
No. We can use the Ranger's aerodynamics, save some fuel.
Air brake?
We get down fast, don't we?
Actually, we want to get there in one piece.
Hang on.
Brand, oil, we're ready.
We should ease. Hands like you see him, Case. The only time I ever went down to the machine was eating at the wrong time.
A little push and we go.
You get you killed, just like reckless driving. We're 2.5 pounds. We got this.
Should I just hit with the feedback?
No. I need to feel the air. Okay.
Just water.
Step behind.
1,200 meters.
Got the fix on the beacon.
Go ahead. In your maneuver.
We're gonna need shapes and speed. Gonna spiral down on top of it. Everybody hang on.
700.
Like you, Case. I'm like you.
500 meters.
disgraceful. No. Very efficient. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Go, 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 go. 7 years per hour here. Let's make it count.
This way. About 200 meters. Gravity's punishing.
What's floating through space too long?
130% Earth gravity. Nothing here. Should be right here.
There's signals coming from here. The beacon.
Wreckage. Where's the rest?
Where's the mountains?
Those are mountains. The waves.
We need closer.
Brand, go back to the Ranger now.
We're not leaving. Forget it.
The second wave is pushing. We're in the middle of the swell. Get your ass back to the Ranger now. Reyes, get back here now. Hey, look at him. Yeah, right. Go, go, go. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Come on, face that, get back here, girl. Come on.
Nice, that's wrong. Too waterlogged. Let it drain. God damn it. That's what you're doing. I told you. What's your ass back here? The dude just loose. He's thinking about the mission. How are you thinking?
I was trying to do the right thing.
Thanks, how much time? 45 to an hour.
Stuff of life, huh? What's this gonna cost us, Ray?
Decades.
Probably another.
Judging by work and shoes, open up higher waves soon after impact.
So here's the record stay together after all these years.
Because of the time slippage. On this planet's time sheet. Just minute now is a question. It's probably just 9 minutes ago.
The data Doyle received was just the initial status, echoing endlessly.
Skills my boy Scout through.
Well, we got this far. Brains farther than any human in history.
Well, not far enough. And now we're stuck here, but there won't be anyone left on us to save.
I'm counting every minute, same as you, Cooper.
Some kind of way we can maybe help you in a black hole, getting back to years. Shake your head at me.
Time is relative, okay? It can stretch and it can squeeze, but it can't run backwards. It just can't. The only thing that can move across dimensions like time is gravity.
So we let us here and communicate through gravity. Yes. And then you talk to us about the future.
Maybe. Remains of other dimensions. But to them, time might be another physical dimension. To them, the past might be a canyon that they can climb into, and the future, a mountain they can climb up. But to us, it's not, okay? Look, Cooper, I swear. I'm sorry. But you knew about relativity.
My daughter was 10 years old. Couldn't teach her Einstein's theories.
You told her you were going to save the world.
When you become a parent, one thing becomes really clear. It's to make sure your children feel safe. Never goes out killing a 10-year-old with a well intended.
Cooper?
On for the agent's case?
A minute or two.
We don't have it. Come us on. Brandon, Total, you're up. Next, load the cabin off into the main thrusters. We're sparking.
Roger that.
Depressurizing. Engines up. I've waited years.
No, it must be. It's 23 years, 4 months, 8 days.
Doyle.
It's a theory. Reality's different.
Really?
proper structure. I stopped to think you were coming back. Something seemed wrong about dreaming my life away. I learned what I could from the black hole. I couldn't send anything from phone. We've been receiving, but nothing can send. Here's a messages stored. Good. That mission's bad 23 years. They're from the beginning.
Hey, Dad. Checking in. Anyway. I finished second school. It's currently still giving me C, so pulled me down, but it looks like it's not bad. Grandpa attended the ceremony. Oh. I met another girl, Dad. It's the one. It's Lois. Right there. Murphy still grabbed his car. She crashed it. Hey, Dad. His name's Jesse. Next time. But Don says he's already learned the great part, so we'll just leave it at that. So it's been a while. Oh, it's Jesse. Grandpa died last week. We buried him out in the back 40 next to Mom. Jesse. Just where we would have buried you if you'd ever come back. Mom was there at the funeral, and I don't see her that much, but she came for that. Listen to this. All these messages are just drifting out there in the darkness. Lois says that I have to let you go. And so I guess let you go. Wherever you are, Ted, it's your peace.
I never made one of these, and you're still responding because I was so mad at you for leaving. And then you went quiet. I feel like I should live with that decision now. Today is my birthday. And it's a special one because you told me you once told me that when you came back we might be the same age. And today I'm the age you were when you left. It's going to be a real good time for you to come back.
I didn't mean to intrude. It's just that I've never seen you in here before.
I've never been in here before.
I talk to Amelia all the time. It helps. I'm glad you've started.
Just have something I need to figure out.
I know this, that are so many reasons that communications might not be getting through.
I know, Professor.
I'm not sure what I'm more afraid of. Them never coming back or coming back to find we've failed.
They'll not succeed.
So, back to the fourth iteration. Let's run it through some new fields.
With respect, Professor, we've tried that hundreds of times.
It only has to work once. No. Every rivet that they strike could have been put in. We've done well. We've worked in whether or not we've cracked the equation before I came bucket.
Don't be morbid, Professor.
I'm not afraid of death. No, no physicist. I'm afraid of time.
Figures who can try to solve the equation without changing the underlying assumption about time. Making each iteration is an attempt to prove its own proof. It's recursive, it's nonsense.
Are you calling my life's work nonsense?
No, I'm saying that you've been trying to finish it with one arm, no, with both arms tied behind your back. I don't understand why.
Well, ma'am, can we take this point up at another time? I want to talk to my daughter.
Stepping out into the universe, we must confront the reality of interstellar travel. We must reach far beyond our own lifespans. We must think not as individuals, but as a species. Do not go gentle into that good night.
Mars kept the endurance out of the trip took years longer than anticipated. So, they're both pumped. Yeah, Edmund's better is better, but man is not mistaken.
No reason to suspect Edmund's dad would have soured. One of his key elements to sustain human life.
Says that.
Truly, this is my field. I really believe Edmund's the medical inspector. That's why. Harvey's parents, yes. Same thing.
Because of the fact.
Accidents that first built upon an evolution it sucks in asteroids and comets. Other events are going to otherwise reach you.
You must send a doctor, man. It's the best of us. Yet here he is. He's on the ground. And he's sending a very unambiguous message telling us to come to his planet.
Granted, but Edmund's dad is missing.
Well, there's something we should know. For him. He has a right to know. What does? She's in love with poor Beckers. Not true.
Maybe we spent too long figuring this out with Mary.
You're a scientist, man.
So listen to me. I say that 100 isn't something we invented. It's observed. It has to mean something.
Love has meaning. Yes, social utility, social bonding, child rearing.
We love people who have died. Where's the social utility in that? Maybe it means something we can't yet understand. Maybe it's some evidence, some artifact of a higher dimension that we can't consciously perceive. I'm drawn across the universe to someone I haven't seen in a decade, is the one thing we're capable of perceiving that transcends dimensions of time and space. Maybe we should trust that, even if we can't understand it yet. Right, Cooper? Yes. The tiniest possibility of seeing Wolf again excites me. That doesn't mean I will.
Understand. Oh, I just try to course it out.
We'll lose about a third again. Next year, I'm gonna work that's the farm and I'll make it up.
What happened in Nelson?
Look, have you eaten enough? Would you like some more souffle?
Oh no, I'm full.
Where you spend the night is exactly as you like it. It's funny, just like sewing machines and there's really high.
Wanna have something?
Me again, sorry.
Street projective. Yes, you're punishing me. Screwing up for Miller's planet. If you're wrong, there's no decision to make. Your fuel calculations are based on return. Strike out from Yan's planet, and we'll have to decide whether to return home or push on to Edmonds. Starting to call save us. You might have to decide between seeing your children again and the future of the human race. It has to be subjective.
This man's confused since he came to. We were trying to reach you.
What did you do?
Forgive me, but
There's nothing to
It was. I lied to you. It was a big. It's up.
Fran, I'm sorry to tell you that your father died today. He had no pain. He was at peace. I'm very sorry for your loss. Fran, did you know?
You're right. We knew. It's with all Sharon. He left us here. To hide. To starve.
What's going on? You never learn. Just how good it can be to see another face. I had a lot of hope to begin with. After so long, I hit them. My supplies were completely exhausted. The last time I went to sleep, I didn't even set a wakey wake. You have literally raised me from the dead. Monsters. What about the others? Afraid you were in scope. So far, surely.
No, no, present situation. Very little chance of rescuing any others.
Dr. Ben, tell us about your world.
our world. Our world, it's cold, stark, but undeniably beautiful. The days are 67 hours long, cold. The nights are 67 far colder hours. Gravity is a very, very pleasant 80% of the Earth. Up here where I landed, the water is alkaline, and the air has too much ammonia in it to breathe for more than just a few minutes. But down at the surface, there is surface. The chlorine dissipates. The ammonia gives way to crystalline hydrocarbons, breathable air. To organics, possibly even to life. We might be sharing this world.
These readings are from the surface.
Over the years, I've dropped various probes.
How far are you explored?
I've mounted several major expeditions, but with oxygen and limited supply, kit there really did most of the legwork. What went wrong with him, sir? Degeneration. He misidentified the first organics we found as ammonia crystals. He struggled on it for a time, but ultimately I decommissioned it. Used his power source to keep the mission going. Thought I was the one before I shut him down. Would you like me to look at it? No. He needs a human touch. Dr. Brand, Ace is relaying a message for you from Time Station.
Dr. Brown was sorry to bring your father down there. He had no pain. It was peace. I'm sorry for your loss.
What's wrong?
Brian, did you know? He told you, right? You will. Because you're the one sharing. He's gone. And my father misses me. I just want to know. I just want to hear stories. Dedicated his whole life to Plan A. I have no idea what she's talking about.
I do.
We never even hoped to get things on together.
Harry resolved the gravity equation for 40 years.
No, your father solved his equation before I even left.
But why wouldn't he use it?
The equation couldn't reconcile relativity with quantum mechanics.
Or what?
Okay, you need to see into a black hole. The laws of nature prohibit a naked singularity.
Probably is that true. If a black hole is an oyster, then the singularity is the pearl inside. The gravity is so strong, it's always hidden in darkness, behind the horizon. That's why we call it a black hole. We see beyond the horizon. Heck,
There's some things that aren't meant to be known. Your father had to find another way to save the human race from extinction. Plan B, colony.
Why'd you not do those
Because he knew
stations?
how hard it would be to get people to work together to save the species instead of themselves. For their children. We never would have come here unless you believed you were going to save them. Evolution has yet to transcend that simple barrier. We can care deeply, selflessly, about those we know. But that empathy rarely extends beyond our line of sight.
It's stressing out.
One for everybody. And he knew that. He was prepared to destroy his own humanity in order to save the species. He made an incredible sacrifice.
No. You know, an incredible sacrifice being made. The people on Earth are going to die.
Arrogance. He declared your case innocent. I'm sorry. Your case is hopeless. We are the future.
You're absolutely positive.
His solution was correct. It had for years.
It's worthless.
It's half the answer.
Okay. How do you find the other half?
Out there, a black hole. Stuck down here on Earth.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you can.
God, just pack up and leave. Hoping to find.
Survival.
For people who write to know.
Man, it won't help. Things have to keep working the same as ever.
Isn't that exactly what Professor Brand was manipulating?
Brand gave up on us. I'm still trying to solve this.
So, do you have an idea?
I told you about my ghost. My dad thought I called it a ghost. I'm scared of it. I was never scared of it. I call it a ghost because I felt like a person. It's trying to tell me something. If there's an answer here on Earth, it's back there. Somewhere like that. So I have to fight it. I'm running out of time.
What about artillery oxygen trucks?
Nice staycation. Just much the way in.
Hey, Toof.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion for your return journey. Have one last crack at the black hole.
I'm going home.
It's only gonna cost you any time. So Jeff will keep on Earth. Well, Gargantua's an older spinning black hole. It's what we call a genital singularity. They're hard to get. The tidal gravity is so quick that something crossing the horizon fast might survive. A probe, say.
What happens after it crosses?
After the horizon is a complete mystery. So, let's say there isn't some way that the probe can glimpse the singularity and relay the data. If he's equipped to transmit every form of energy that can cross.
Since when did this probe become a he, Professor?
Ours is the obvious candidate. I've already told him what to look for.
I need the old optical transmitter off Kip.
Big deals, but
Before you get all teary, try to remember that as a robot, I have to do anything you say.
you understood.
I'm not joking.
I'm gonna need spars to remove an adaptive component from Kip. Well, I don't want to disturb his archival functions.
Well, I'll supervise.
All right. I command him to find 3 secure sites. One for Brand's lab, 2 for habitat. Once those modules are landed, you don't remove them. I can take you to the probe sites, but I don't think these conditions are going to hold. I think we should wait. Casey's headed back down, the rest of the distillery equipment. I'd really like to secure the site by nightfall. Well, these squalls do usually blow over. Hey, then. But you're going to need a long-range transmitter. Got it. Are you charged? Yeah. Follow me. Charged. 32 hours, yeah?
Roger that.
Brand told me why you feel you have to go back. I'd be remiss if I didn't at least mention that a mission such as ours could certainly use an extra engineer.
You better slow down, Turbo. Safety first, Case, remember. Safety first, Cooper.
I'll tell you, Dr. Matt, I'm 100% part of this. We set up base camp, secure those modules, our work's done here. Going home.
You have attachments. And even without a family, I can promise you that yearning to be with other people is powerful. That emotion is at the foundation of what makes us human. It's not to be taken lightly. How long do you have that car?
How long will it take you here? I don't get your stuff.
Just take this gently. The machines on these missions, don't you agree? Machines, nothing improvised well, because you can't program the fear of death. Our survival instinct is our single greatest source of inspiration. Take you, for example. A father with a survival instinct that extends to your kids. What does research tell us? It's the last thing you're going to see before you die. Your children, their faces. At the moment of death, your mind's going to push a little bit harder to survive. For them.
Hey, I bet you're proof. Why don't you have a seat here for me? Thank you, one second.
What's taking so long?
Professor, I'm having trouble completing the Buddha. I don't understand.
Funny. When I left Earth, I thought I was prepared to die. Truth is, I never really considered the possibility that my planet wasn't the one. Nothing worked out the way it was supposed to. Stuff.
Hey, buddy, why don't you do it? Take a deep breath. What is this?
I'm sorry. I can't let you leave with that ship. We're gonna need it to complete the mission. Once the others realize what this place isn't, we cannot survive here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We can't stay here.
You have to leave. Right now. Okay, let me make something abundantly clear. You have a responsibility. Do better stuff going on.
Dad didn't raise you to be this dumb, Tom.
Dad didn't raise me. Grandpa did. He's buried out back with Mom and Jesse. Mom and Dad.
Yes. No. I tried to do my duty, but I knew the day that I arrived here, this place had nothing. And I resisted the temptation for years. But I knew that if I just pressed that button, somebody would come and save me. Yes. 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 Yes.
Listen, if you're not gonna go, let your family go. Just save your family.
We'll go live underground with you. Pray that Daddy comes to save us.
Dad's not coming back. He never was coming back. It's up to me.
I'm gonna save everybody. His dad couldn't do it.
Dad didn't even try. Dad just abandoned us. He left us here to die.
Nobody's going with you.
You're gonna wait for your next kid to die. You can keep this stuff.
Stop it! There's a 50-50 chance you're gonna kill yourself. Those are the best odds I've had in years. Don't judge me. You were never tested like I was. You're not happy. Try your best first. You're still here, are you? A survival instinct. That's what's supposed to be. It's going to catch all of us. It's what's going to save us. If I'm listening, for you, I'm sorry, I can't watch you go through this. I'm sorry. I thought I could, but I can't. I'm here. I'm here for you. This has been my life. I'm right here. You're not. Do you see the children? It's okay. They're right there with you. Did your best friend tell you that phone before you left? Do you remember? We walked the gentle into that midnight. Old age should burn and rave the close of day. Rage against the dying of the night.
There's a security lockout, sir. It requires a person to access function. It's all yours, sir.
This data makes no sense. I'm sorry. Slide.
Please don't make
Safety first, Cooper.
Romilly, do you read me? This is Graham. Romilly!
Dr. Brand, Cooper, there's been an explosion there. Dr. Mead's coming in.
Tars, 10 o'clock. Let me know when Tars aboard.
Save him. Tars is in.
I'll take it from here. We have a fix on the Ranger.
He's pushing into orbit.
He takes control of that ship, we're dead.
He burned us?
He is ruining us.
Downstairs, go wait by the car.
He doesn't know the endurance docking procedure.
But the autopilot does.
Once his Tars disabled it. Nice.
What's your trust tank, Tars?
Lower than yours, apparently.
Do not attempt docking. Please respond.
Auto docking sequence withheld.
Override.
Unauthorized.
Override.
Unauthorized.
Do not attempt docking, Eric. Do not attempt docking. Please respond.
Oh, that's worse.
Work slowly till it appears.
Imperfect contact.
Override.
Still locked on yet?
Imperfectly.
Dr. Man, we've been...
Cabs logout. Disengaged.
Dr. Man, do not, I repeat, do not open the hatch. I repeat, do not open the hatch. If you open the hatch, the airlock will be pressurized.
Nothing good.
Okay, pull back. Retro thruster. Everything you got, Case. Back.
Case, relay my transmission to the onboard computer and have it rebroadcast as emergency PA. Dr. May, open the inner hatch. And do not open the inner hatch. I repeat, do not
Brand? But I'm taking command of the Endurance. And then we can talk about completing the mission.
Dr. Man, listen to me.
This is not about my life or Cooper's life. This is about all mankind. There is a moment.
It is not.
Cooper, there's no point in using your fuel to chase
Analyze the Endurance spin.
So what do you do?
Done.
Endurance rotation is 67, 68 RPM.
Okay, get ready to master span with retro thrusters.
It's not possible.
No, it's necessary.
Endurance seating stratosphere.
She's got no heat shield.
H, you ready?
Ready. Cooper, this is no time for caution.
Base, I blacked out. You take a stick.
All right, get ready to engage the docking mechanism.
Endurance is starting to heat.
20 feet out.
I need 3 degrees starboard, Cooper.
10 feet out.
Cooper, we are lined up.
Initiating spin.
Easy. Retro thrusters. Main engines on. What you got for it? Come on, baby. Tell you main engines. Okay, we're out of orbit. Okay. Hey, for our next trick. Thanks, take the stick. Over to the. No. Well, let's hard as can. Give it to me. It's good news and bad news, kid. Yeah, it's over. Give us a second.
The backup generator kicked in, so the system's stable. You're all good.
Navigational hub has been completely destroyed. We don't have enough life support to make it back to Earth, but we can scratch away at this land.
What about fuel?
Rebecca, Gargantua, pull us down close to the horizon. And a powered slingshot around, launching us towards Edmund's land.
Manually?
That's what I'm here for. Everything is just inside a critical line.
What about the time slippage?
I don't want us after that. I'll tell you right now.
Once we've gathered enough speed around Gargantua, use Lander 1, Ranger 2 as rocket boosters to push us out of the black hole's gravity. The lander's linkages have been destroyed. We'll have to control manually. Once Lander 1 is spent, TARS will detach.
Get sucked right into that black hole.
Why does TARS have to detach?
We have to shed the weight to escape gravity.
Newton's third law. The only way humans have ever figured out of getting somewhere is to leave something behind.
Cooper, Thanos tries to do this for us.
He's a robot. So you don't have to ask him to do anything.
Cooper, you asshole.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there.
It's what we intended, Dr. Grant. It's our only chance to save people on Earth. If I can find a way to transmit the quantum data I'll find in there, they might still make it.
This stuff is just over there safe.
Prepare to fire escape thrusters.
Ready?
Ready?
Ready.
Main engine ignition is 3, 2, 1. Mark. Flare will distance. On my mark. 3, 2, Three, two, one. Detach.
Goodbye, Taj.
Goodbye, Dr. Brand. See you on the other side, Coop.
See you there, Slick. Okay, Case. High crack for flying. Alert from the master. Ranger 2, prepare to detach.
No! No! Cooper!
3.
Cooper, what are you doing?
Never start long. They got to leave something behind.
You told me we had no resources for both of us.
We agreed to that. 90%. Be fast.
That knows me down. Fortunately, within Ryson. One side, tipping down beneath it. Through it.
Heading towards blackness.
It's all black. Tars, you read me? It's all blackness. Tars, do you read me? Over. Screams. Banging interference. Let's control stick. Flashes. Flash lights. Blinders. Surface in the gravity. Scenery scene. Computer's going down. Take the ball for the control stick.
If you're bleeding, just go.
Don't go. Don't go, you idiot. Don't go! Yes. Hey! Yes! Yes! We don't have time for this. Come on! Hey! Stay, bro. Make him stay, Murph. Don't let me leave, Murph. Don't let me leave, Murph.
it's you.
Roger that. Somewhere in their fifth dimension, they say death. What do they all say? What? I don't know, but they constructed this three-dimensional space inside their five-dimensional reality to allow you to understand it. No, it ain't. Yes, it is. You've seen that time is represented here as a physical dimension. You've worked out that you can exert a force across space-time.
Is it the message?
Affirmative. Gravity. Including gravity. Roger, I have it. Transmitting on all wavelengths, but nothing's getting out. It's such complicated data to a child. The fire's out! Come on! Even if you communicate it here, she won't understand its significance for years.
Yeah, I get that, Tarzan. But we've got to figure something out, right? People on Earth are going to die. Think.
Cooper, they didn't bring us here to change the past. Say that again. They didn't bring us here to change the past. If I never got you data.
It's all it comes. It's gravity.
It's going to get Tarzan. I brought myself here. We're here to communicate with the three-dimensional world. We're the bridge. Excuse me, Joseph.
For what, Cooper?
To save the world. All of this. One little girl's bedroom. Every moment. It's infinitely complex. They have access to infinite time and space, but they're not bound by anything. They can find a specific place in time. They can communicate. That's why I'm here. I'm going to find a way to steal Murph, just like I found this moment.
How, Cooper?
Love, Tars, love. It's just like Green said. My connection with Murph, it is quantifiable. It's the key.
What are we here to do?
Find out, tell her. The watch. The watch. That's it. We code the data into the movement of the second hand. Tars, translate the data into Morse and feed it to me.
Translating data to Morse. Cooper, what if she never came back for it?
If you will. If you will.
It's coming, Murph.
Okay.
because I gave it to her. Roger, forces, dot, yes, Scott. Because both beings opposing the Tesseract. They're not beings. They're us. They do it for us. They do it for me. For all of us. Cooper, people couldn't build this. Not you and me. People. Civilization that's long past the openness as we know. What happens now?
It's easy, Mr. Cooper. Remember, you don't spring chicken anymore. That's when you were 124 years old. Take it slow, sir. You were extremely lucky. The Rangers found you with only minutes left in your oxygen supply. Cooper Station. Currently orbiting Saturn. Well, the station isn't named after you, sir. It's named after your daughter. Although she's always maintained
just how important you were. She's still a year. She is far too old to transfer from another station, but when she heard that you'd been found, well, this is Murphy Cooper talking. We'll have you checked out here in a couple days.
I'm sure you'll be excited to see what's in store. I actually did a paper on you in high school. I know all about your lifetime on Earth. Oh, yeah. Right. If you follow me, you've got a really good situation for you.
So, when I made my suggestion to Miss Cooper, I was delighted to hear that she thought it was perfect.
Of course, I didn't speak to her personally.
Oh my goodness. Like everybody else back then. There just wasn't enough food.
She did confirm just how much she loved flying.
She did, didn't she?
Place.
Is this so?
Yeah, the machine Saturn found you. Yes. It's at House shop. We'll give you another one if you want. Yes. Please.
Settings. General settings. Security settings.
Honesty, new setting. 95%.
Confirmed. Additional customization.
Human. 75%.
Confirmed. Auto self-destruct T minus 10. 9.
Let's make that 60%.
60% confirmed. Knock knock.
You want 55?
That's really what it was like.
It was never this clean, Slick. I don't care much for this, but you know we're back where we started. I want to know where we are. Where we're going.
Mr. Cooper, your family's all in here.
Family.
You think just she's been afraid of sleep for these 2 years? Doing that by myself. I knew who it was. This kids. She's out there. Setting up camp. Alone in a strange galaxy. Maybe right now she's settling in for the lone man. Red light with her new sun. In her new home.
Echo. Heat on.